Teaching Physical Education, First Online Edition, 2008. Written by Mosston and Sarah Ashworth. Narrated by Layla Fatima. Dedication. Mosston, 1925 to 1994. This book is dedicated to Mosston. Born in Israel to Russian immigrants, Muska grew up surrounded by idealism and a sense of purpose. Life focused on realizing dreams, creating new opportunities, and participating in all the aspects of life required for establishing a nation. Muska was a man with myriad interests. He was a concert violist, a gymnast, a soccer player, a paratrooper, a champion decathlon athlete, a horseman, a mountain climber. He participated in what are now termed outward-bound challenge experiences. He played the harmonica, and he was always a flamboyant personality, rejoicing in life and its opportunities. He graduated with the first class at the Wingate Institute in Israel. He earned degrees from City College of New York, a doctorate from Temple University, and an honorary doctorate from the University of Jyväskylä in Finland. He began teaching physical education in the small farming community of Kfar Witkin, Israel, in the fall of 1945, with sand dunes for his gymnasium and eucalyptus trees for his equipment. After coming to the United States, he taught physics, geometry, math, Hebrew, and physical education. He directed summer camps, one for brain-injured children, another for the blind. He chaired the Department of Physical Education at Rutgers University and was the first to change the name of a physical education department to the Department of Kinesiology and Human Movement. He trained Peace Corps volunteers. He designed playground and physical education equipment that invited inclusion. He had a television program, Shape Up, on CBS in New York City for 7 years. He loved physical education and the opportunities it offered for physical, social, cognitive, ethical, and emotional development. When he saw children being denied opportunities to think and to move, he became outraged and was exasperated by colleagues who seemingly could not expand their views of what physical education could be. He was magical with children, from top athletes to the most disabled. He would observe children, identify their strengths, their weaknesses, and then create a spectrum of developmental opportunities for them to discover themselves and rejoice in the process of learning. If success was not forthcoming, he would become engrossed, if not obsessed, in analysis until he could find the missing connection, the conceptual gap that prevented the child from succeeding. Muska was dedicated to the process of becoming. He could not think in a haphazard or random fashion. He needed to know the logical and sequential connections among ideas. This scientific orientation led him to seek fundamental and universal concepts, like those that form the basis for developmental movement and the spectrum of teaching styles. Developmental movement identifies the fundamental attributes that link all physical movements, while the spectrum of teaching styles identifies the underlying structure of the teaching-learning process, decision-making. It is paradoxical that Muska, a person of great energy, charisma, and drama, would discover two theoretical structures that operate independently of a teacher's idiosyncrasies. His concepts expand the base of professional knowledge and frequently expand the personal boundaries of those who learn the non-versus paradigm. Both concepts invite deliberation, although this emphasis on deliberate, conscious teaching sometimes resulted in unfounded attacks. It was repeatedly observed by Mosston and this author that the more teachers demonstrate with fidelity the knowledge of the spectrum, the more capable and spontaneous they become in designing beneficial learning experiences. Mosston fought to advance the theory and practices of physical education. He was often excluded from active membership in professional organizations by those who disagreed with his strong opinions on how to improve physical education. This exclusion did not dissuade him. He merely shifted his energies to general education and continued to scrutinize the validity of the spectrum theory in the total school arena. Years later, invitations from around the world brought Muska back to his first professional love, physical education. The spectrum of teaching styles has been implemented at all grade levels and in all subject matters. The fact that decision-making is the underlying element that shapes teaching-learning events is no longer debated. Muska Mosston was a pioneer who discovered a new paradigm about teaching and learning. I feel honored and grateful to have been Muska's colleague and friend for 25 years. In the last years of his life, he considered himself an educational ambassador, spreading the humanitarian message of the spectrum and the ideas of the universal concepts of developmental movement across cultural boundaries and political agendas. He profoundly touched people's lives. He was an inspiration, undaunted by rejection, faithful to his mission, and dedicated to improving the practices in teaching and learning. May his legacy be that he is remembered as the discoverer of the spectrum of teaching styles from command to discovery. Sarah Ashworth. Forewards. The gap between what we say we want to do and what we are doing in practice has been and still is the main problem in physical education, as it is in many branches of education. I have read numerous curriculum books with their goal taxonomies and subject matter lists, and cookbook-style methodology books, which list different kinds of teaching methods. Although excellent analyses of goals in physical education can be found in those books, as well as detailed instructions on how to teach different kinds of activities, the most important issue is lacking: a clear bridge between goals and actions. When I first read Muska Mosston's book in the 1960s, I was charmed by his systematic and clear approach to bridging the gap between intention and action. There is substantial consensus among physical education experts that the field's most important goals are to promote lifelong physical activity and to support the physical, psychological, and social development of school-aged youth. In more concrete terms, these goals mean, among other things, development of intrinsic motivation for physical activity, strengthening the self-concept, learning to take personal responsibility, and adopting cooperative skills. When these kinds of objectives are provided, students learn to be independent, to make decisions concerning their learning process, and to feel responsibility for themselves and for others. This is precisely one of the basic ideas of the spectrum, namely to shift decision-making and responsibility little by little from teacher to student. For many years, I had the privilege and pleasure of following the fruitful collaboration between Muska Mosston and Sarah Ashworth. I learned how the professional dialogue between these two authors developed the spectrum. From the very beginning of the spectrum was for me a strong cognitive as well as an aesthetic experience. Just as mathematicians refer to solutions as beautiful or elegant because of their internal logic, the spectrum is a logically beautiful system. Its logic makes it universal. That this opinion is not only my personal idea is evidenced by the fact that the spectrum has been used in all continents and has been translated to many languages. This also indicates that spectrum is not only an American system, but it really is universal. After the 4th edition, Sarah Ashworth very successfully continued developing the beauty and cleanness of the spectrum. With the amendments to the 5th edition, Teaching Physical Education is a book which should belong to and be used by every teacher-trainer and teacher of physical education. Risto Talama, Professor Emeritus, University of Jyväskylä, Department of Physical Education, Jyväskylä, Finland. Teaching Physical Education can change your life as a teacher. It has mine. It is a book that I've held close through nearly 40 years of teaching. Many ideas about effective teaching can be found within its covers, but most importantly, it will enable you to better translate your intent as a teacher into purposeful action. This book is about the spectrum of teaching styles, a unified theory of teaching. Any theory attempts to explain the phenomenon based on a set of principles. In this case, the phenomenon is teaching, and the organizing principle is that teaching can be defined in terms of decision-making. Other theories about teaching exist, but none is as intuitive or as elegant as the spectrum. You will learn about a continuum, a spectrum of teaching styles, each of which is defined by who, teacher or learner, makes which decisions. Each style is unique in terms of the learning conditions it engenders, yet each is connected to an integrated whole, a spectrum. You will learn about the relationship of each style to the 3 essential elements of any teaching transaction: teacher, learner, and content. In introducing the spectrum, I've used the word elegant advisedly. This adjective implies richness, grace, and refinement. It implies, simultaneously, simplicity and complexity. A spider's web and a snowflake are elegant structures. As you will see, the spectrum is indeed elegant, yet it is also practical, intuitive, and fundamentally humane. Intuitive in the sense that it is user-friendly, humane in the sense that it clarifies and amplifies that essential human-to-human interaction we call teaching. As you go through the chapters of this book, each new set of ideas will fit together to illuminate an emerging vision about effective teaching. As you complete your initial spectrum study, you will experience a sense of understanding and challenge. Try out these ideas in your own teaching, and as you do, you will feel more and more comfortable with them. Do not be distracted by the new terminology. These words are explained within spectrum theory. Learn them and use them. As you begin this journey, set aside your assumptions and postpone judgment. Be open to new ideas. It is important that you understand that teaching style, in spectrum terms, has nothing to do with either your interpersonal style or your personal philosophy. We each can learn to competently utilize each style along the spectrum. The concept of mobility ability is about the ability of a teacher to comfortably shift from one teaching style to another to match changing learner objectives. You should aim to learn and practice all the styles so you can achieve mobility ability. This mixing and matching of teaching styles is not only acceptable, it is the hallmark of an effective spectrum teacher. The spectrum is a universal theory about teaching. It applies to teaching events. Although written for physical education, the theory is applicable to all content areas. Indeed, on numerous occasions, we have observed the collegiality of spectrum teachers from different disciplines, as they clearly share plans, experiences, and triumphs. In my own experience, whenever I've read or heard about a new teaching approach, I've analyzed it through the spectrum rubric of who makes which decisions, and found that this new approach falls somewhere along the spectrum. The spectrum is universal. It is also a useful conceptual framework for research on teaching. It can serve both to organize results and to frame relevant research questions. In 1973, eminent teaching scholars John Nixon and Larry Locke described the spectrum as the most significant advance in the theory of physical education pedagogy in recent history. They called for a full program of empirical testing. It has been over a quarter century since that encyclopedia article was written, and dozens of research studies focusing on the spectrum have been completed. Dr. Mark Byra, an accomplished scholar, provides within this book a wonderful review and critique of spectrum research to date. Suffice it to say, the spectrum has undergone extensive verification, and without equivocation, there is no question of its validity. Furthermore, these research results have enriched our practice of teaching physical education and have provided new insights about effective teaching. Many of you reading this book are physical education students about to take your first teaching methods class. Some resist the new terminology and the amount of time that must be devoted to this class. Most people are not used to thinking about their behavior in analytical terms. They think of their behavior as occurring naturally. It is perhaps something they take for granted, but I can assure you that effective teachers spend more hours planning than in front of a class. The spectrum will provide you with a way of organizing your planning. After using the spectrum in my teacher education classes for 25 years, I can assure you that learning this material will serve you well. If all teachers were spectrum teachers, education would be much further advanced today, and we would be closer to meeting the needs of 21st century children. As you learn about the spectrum, you are invited to visit the Spectrum website at www.spectrumofteachingstyles.org. There you will find up-to-date information, examples of episodes, a research page, a chat room, and the names and addresses of Spectrum veterans who would be happy to communicate with you. Teaching Physical Education by Dr. Mosston Ashworth was first published in 1966. Mosston didn't invent the elements that make up the spectrum. Rather, through his extraordinary insight and instinct, he systematically uncovered the spectrum. Just as a physicist or chemist works to reveal the secrets of the natural sciences, so did Mosston work to reveal the underlying structure of teaching and learning. Over the years, many of Mosston's colleagues have contributed to the information. After his untimely passing in 1994, Mosston's longtime colleague, Dr. Sarah Ashworth, continued the quest to further delineate the spectrum theory. Ashworth's numerous insights about the connections among the teaching behaviors have contributed significantly to the spectrum's refinement. This latest edition will continue Mosston's legacy. Dr. Michael Goldberger, professor and director at the School of Kinesiology and Recreation Studies, James Madison University, Harrisonburg, Virginia. Preface. Muska Mosston formulated the spectrum of teaching styles and presented it to the field of physical education over 30 years ago. His theory continues to influence pedagogy because it offers a universal, comprehensive body of knowledge about teaching and learning. The spectrum's theory, which is based on decision-making, delineates landmark teaching and learning options, styles/behaviors. Each successive behavior is derived from the systematic, cumulative shifting of decisions from teacher to learner. The cluster of decisions shifted in each style creates a distinctive set of learning objectives. Consequently, each teaching style is a landmark decision relationship that leads both teacher and learners to a specific set of learning objectives and outcomes. The theoretical progression from one landmark style to another shows the relationships and connections among the styles and the contributions of each style to various educational ideas and programs. The spectrum does not designate any single behavior as superior to the others, nor does it prescribe a linear implementation order. Rather, it offers a range of styles to draw upon according to the objectives that are the focal point of the learning experience. The educational value and contributions of the spectrum to learners can only be achieved when the full range of teaching learning styles are used appropriately. Several major changes in the spectrum theory have occurred over the last 30 years. Perhaps the most significant change has been the shift in the schematic representation of the spectrum. Please see Figure 0.1 on page 18. The cone-shaped diagram in Mosston's first edition represented his preferences at the time. He wanted to move the profession from its predominant teaching style, the command style, to discovery teaching learning experiences. But this cone-shaped diagram was inconsistent with the non-versus premise of the spectrum, that all behaviors contribute to educational objectives, and that no one behavior is more important than any other. When a student at Rutgers University brought this conflict between theoretical intention and schematic representation to Mosston's attention, he changed the diagram. The schematic representation of the spectrum is now a continuum with equal spaces and dotted lines representing the incremental yet cumulative shift of decisions and the design variations that exist between landmark styles. Please see Figure 0.2 on page 19. Another change from the first to this fifth edition is the precision with which decisions are analyzed to distinguish one behavior from another. Each landmark style is defined by its decisions, which inherently produce specific objectives. This precision in analyzing decisions led to the addition of several new landmark teaching learning behaviors, and to eliminating one, the small group style. The more Mosston and this author observed actual classroom events to research the assumptions of the spectrum, the more we realized that decisions are the pivotal element in the chain of events that form the teaching-learning relationship. This fifth edition incorporates many theoretical and practical changes made since the fourth edition. For example, 1. Because of their importance and applicability to all teaching-learning styles, separate chapters are provided on feedback, cognition, and designing subject matter. 2. All classroom implementations share a sequence. Therefore, a chart has been designed, which offers greater ease when designing the sequence of events in each episode. Awareness of the common and shared sequence of events allows teachers to rethink the way they deliver expectations and how to incorporate alternative behavior expectations in episodes. 3. The anatomy of any style identifies and defines the decisions that are intrinsic to all teaching episodes. Although this is the key to understanding the decision shifts that define each new teaching learning behavior, it is frequently misunderstood. This text provides expanded information about the importance and use of the anatomy. 4. This edition clarifies the important role the developmental channels play in providing increased opportunities for teachers to create new design variations within and between each style. The attributes along the developmental channels add vitality, variation, and diversity to all teaching learning styles. In the preface to the first edition of Teaching Physical Education in 1966, Mosston stated that the identification of each style, its premise, its operational design, and its implications strengthen the teaching process and elevate it to the level of consciousness and deliberation. This goal to achieve an elevated level of consciousness and deliberation remains the primary goal of this revised edition of the Spectrum of Teaching Styles. The spectrum has transcended cultural and national boundaries. It has been used with children and adults and has been applied to many subject matter contents. Mosston and this author gave hundreds of workshops together on 4 continents. During the years with the Center on Teaching in New Jersey, we gave over 250 presentations. In 1984 to 85, a lecture in Scotland turned into an 11-month lecture tour during which we gave 87 presentations in 11 European countries. Mosston's itinerary for 1994 included presentations in Greece and Crete, Venezuela, Israel, Sweden, and Colorado and Virginia in the USA. Unfortunately, he passed away in July 1994 before his scheduled presentations in Puerto Rico, the Netherlands, and Taiwan. The Spectrum continues to offer teachers an expanded view of pedagogy, a teaching repertoire that offers learners opportunities to develop a broad range of educational objectives. Anyone who desires to reach for a non-versus pedagogical approach, rich in alternatives, can benefit from learning the spectrum from command to discovery. Acknowledgements. The magnitude of the spectrum's influence in the field of physical education is due to our many colleagues around the world. They are responsible for establishing the spectrum as a recognized theory. Muska and I were always grateful for those colleagues who implemented the ideas, conducted research, and offered insights that helped clarify and refine the theory. Friends made through the spectrum now share the loss of Muska. However, each of us remains committed to continuing the development and implementation of the spectrum. For those of us who knew Muska, we continue to be energized and inspired by his memories. For fear of leaving out a colleague's name, I choose to omit listing the many names of dear Spectrum colleagues from around the world who have been involved in the spectrum. To each of you, I thank you very much. Several colleagues provided their classroom spectrum materials for this book. They were so generous with their lessons that there are enough materials for another book of just spectrum examples. Thank you, Dr. Mark Byra of University of Wyoming in Wyoming, Dr. Joanne Dussel of Towson University in Maryland, and Dr. Phil Gurney of Newton, Pennsylvania. I also wish to thank the reviewers of this edition: Mark Byra, University of Wyoming; Carol Alberts, Hofstra University; Betty Block, Georgia College and State University; and Christopher Malone, SUNY Cortland. It is necessary to thank several editors who helped shape this text. I am grateful to Susan Cumans for her continued assistance over several years to see this project to completion. She began this project as an editor, but in the process has become a Spectrum colleague. My thanks to Constance Earle, whose role as a mentor shaped my first years as a teacher. Because of her, I attended a conference in Memphis, Tennessee in 1969, where I met Muska when he presented the slanted rope concept. Attending that conference presentation changed my life. To Emily Grace, a physical educator at the University of Mississippi for 25 years, your editorial comments from the perspective of a novice to the spectrum were invaluable and very much appreciated. A special thanks to both Sean Pennell for her talented graphic art contributions and to Elisa Rudolph for providing the final touches of layout consistency. And finally, I wish to express my gratitude to Larry Tabbitt, my husband, who taught me to understand the concept that this is now and that was then. Thanks for your humor, which sustained us during this process, and for honoring my commitment to the spectrum. You are my dream maker. You always showed me how to create paths to my dreams. Sarah Ashworth. Chapter 1. Key Factors That Shape All Teaching. In 1966, Muska Mosston introduced the spectrum of teaching styles to the field of physical education. Since that time, His theory about teaching, which identifies a unifying framework that delineates alternative teaching learning styles, has permeated the literature. The spectrum theory has been referenced continuously in most physical education method textbooks for 3 decades. In spite of this sustained recognition, many facets of the spectrum remain unused. Over the years, readers have requested that specific issues be addressed about and within the spectrum. This book attempts to address those issues and to present the latest details, refinements, and discoveries of the spectrum theory. For the new reader, this chapter offers the necessary background information for understanding the overall contributions of the spectrum theory to teaching and to learning. How did the spectrum evolve, and why is it such a unique theory? A paradigm shift. The gradual discovery of the spectrum came about as Mosston thoroughly studied every facet of education. His study led to the identification of 3 primary issues that shape the direction of thought about teaching and learning. Understanding these 3 issues provides the foundation from which Mosston's new paradigm emerged. 1. The versus approach. 2. The role of idiosyncrasies. 3. The inconsistent use of terminology. The versus approach. Mosston discovered that ideas in education are generally presented in opposition to the status quo. For example, in pedagogy, individualization is pitted against socialization, the cognitive movement against the affective movement, direct versus indirect instruction, the humanists versus the behaviorists, etc. The versus approach extends to content areas. In physical education, it is action versus motor skills approach, games versus fitness, sports versus recreation, etc. Often these ideas, proposed to redirect and reshape education, emerge from crisis situations, individual preferences, fads, political interventions, or short-lived movements. This educational tug-of-war has created fragmentation and separation. It has prevented the profession from systematically approaching teaching and learning from a broad structure that would both embrace and connect ideas. Because of the versus approach, educators are constantly asked to abandon existing theories for the sake of new ones. Each teacher has experienced the various fads and movements that have directed the profession, from emphasis on socialization, character education, multiple intelligences, and currently, to content standards, data-driven instructions, reading in the content areas, etc. Since each of these programs, as worthwhile as they might be, represent only a portion of what teaching learning can embrace, the programs are eventually replaced with a different emphasis. In time, programs reappear under new names. Historically, ideas in education have been introduced using the versus and the cyclical approach. Because the versus approach rejects ideas, it limits educational practices. Mosston's discovery of the limitations of a versus approach led him to seek a unifying framework, one that would invite, absorb, and link new ideas into a system. Such a system is referred to in this text as a non-versus approach. Such a non-versus system honors the full range of educational ideas, thus rejecting none. The role of idiosyncrasies. Both the versus and the cyclical approaches continually ask teachers to abandon ideas. This perpetual shifting and refocusing prevents teachers from accumulating knowledge, from seeing the larger pedagogical picture, from relying on any set of ideas for too long. Consequently, teachers must be strong, resilient, and resourceful. They must not only give meaning to and breathe life into educational terminology, but they also must learn to flow from one fad or movement to another. Without the benefit of a broad professional system and/or a reliable theoretical foundation, they approach this daunting task of daily teaching from an idiosyncratic approach. That is, each teacher, according to his or her personal understanding and previous experiences, decodes theory into daily practice. As a result, today's classrooms are characterized by an idiosyncratic approach to the implementation of pedagogical theories. Because an idiosyncratic approach represents personal interpretations and biases, it limits educational practices. Mosston's discovery that one's idiosyncrasies represent only a portion of what teaching can be led him to search for a body of knowledge about teaching that was beyond his idiosyncratic preferences and behavior. Such an approach honors the full range of educational ideas without injecting personal interpretations or biases. The inconsistent use of terminology. As Mosston investigated pedagogical approaches, he observed that commonly used terms often had little consistency or uniformity. He found that a lack of conceptual agreement, variability in meanings, and contradictory results in the educational literature were more often the norm than the exception. Without professional consistency in terminology, reliable communication, accurate implementation, and assessment of ideas are difficult, if not impossible. Imprecise terminology allows teachers, supervisors, and researchers to interpret events differently. They then make assumptions about what they do in the classroom or make research conclusions that are unreliable and at times inaccurate. Fundamental professional terminology requires consensus. An understanding of the fundamental knowledge in a profession is the minimum level of quality management that a profession can have. Without it, each individual in the organization defines his or her specific standards and establishes the quality of events. Because inconsistent use of terminology creates confusion and leads to misinterpretation of events, it limits educational practices. Mosston's realization that inconsistent terminology was a major reason for inconsistent learning led him to search for a systematic approach to teaching that precisely delineates events, terms, definitions, and implementation procedures. Mosston's framework embraces a non-versus approach to teaching. It logically and sequentially presents this body of knowledge, providing any teacher with the opportunity to learn the structure and options in teaching, a spectrum from command to discovery. Such an approach honors with reliability the full range of educational ideas. The identification of these three issues served as the foundation for Mosston's paradigm shift: the versus approach, the role of idiosyncrasies, and inconsistent terminology. These issues caused him to think differently about teaching and learning. The spectrum. The three issues identified above forced Mosston to examine the act of teaching and learning from a structural approach, rather than the preference or situational need. What is the body of knowledge about teaching that is beyond idiosyncratic behavior? That inquiry led Mosston to the discovery that teaching behavior is a chain of decision-making. The literature on teaching no longer contests that assumption. Rather, it supports Mosston's axiom about teaching. Good and Brophy state, once again, we see that teacher decision-making, guided by clear goals, is the key to effective instruction. Westerman's summary of the literature on teaching concluded that decision-making is involved in every aspect of a teacher's professional life, and that a teacher's thinking and decision-making organize and direct a teacher's behavior and form the context for both teaching and learning. What remains unacknowledged and absent from current statements about teaching is the delineation of the specific decisions that are inherent to teaching. Mosston stated, "Neither teacher nor student can make decisions in a vacuum. Decisions are always made about something. This something is the subject matter of teaching and learning. These decisions are always made, deliberately or by default, in every teaching-learning event, independent of the teacher's emphasis in the decision-making process." Mosston's identification of specific decisions that comprise any teaching-learning behavior is the critical and pivotal discovery that led to a systematic and universal approach to teaching, the spectrum from command to discovery. When the specific decisions were arranged according to who makes which decisions about what and when, Mosston observed that mutually exclusive learning objectives resulted. The spectrum delineates teaching-learning options. It equips teachers with the fundamental knowledge for developing a repertoire of professional behaviors that embrace all the objectives needed to connect with and to educate students. Fundamental to the structure of the spectrum is that all teaching styles are beneficial for what they can accomplish. None is more important or more valuable than another. Rather than directing one's teaching toward any one behavior, the goal of the spectrum for teachers is to demonstrate mobility ability. Proficient spectrum teachers have the ability to shift among the behaviors as needed to accommodate learners' needs, content focus, time constraints, and the myriad goals of education. It is the configuration of selected decisions that determines specific behaviors that deliberately draws teaching closer to learning. Without knowledge about decisions and the ability to manipulate them, the verses and idiosyncratic approaches to teaching and learning will remain prevalent. Names, labels, and projections of objectives and outcomes alone do not define alternative teaching-learning behaviors. Decisions do. Teaching intentions, learning objectives, and outcomes are the expressed results of the teacher's and learner's patterns in decision-making. The teaching-learning behaviors within the spectrum are tools for accomplishing the various functions of education. A hammer is a tool. It is only one tool among many. This tool satisfies a particular kind of need. Although hammer designs vary widely, all hammers share the same primary function. Sometimes a shoe can be used to perform the function of a hammer, and sometimes a hand is used. However, the tool chosen to hammer adequately or inadequately, efficiently or inefficiently, trouble-free or complicatedly, frames the experience and the accomplishment of the objectives. In teaching, because of the quantity of decisions and the options that exist for configuring the shift of decisions, there exist myriad teaching-learning behavior opportunities. Each teaching-learning opportunity has its unique educational function and can be configured appropriately or inappropriately. Knowing how to configure the shift, how to use the tool, determines the overall value of the learning experience. Tools are not the process, but as in any profession, tools are invaluable for reaching the overall intended purpose. A repertoire of teaching-learning behaviors is the tool that all teachers rely on for creating worthwhile and challenging learning experiences. How the teacher plans, selects, and sequences the content, feels about students, and envisions successful classroom learning experiences is not accidental. It primarily reflects the teacher's knowledge. The teacher's professional and personal knowledge and beliefs are sources from which the teacher makes decisions, deliberately or by default, to create classroom events. The spectrum is offered to teachers who wish to examine the tools they have and to provide additional tools they can learn to use in the teaching-learning process. Learners rely on teachers to provide them with a broad range of educational ideas. Therefore, a repertoire of teaching-learning behaviors is fundamental for both teachers and learners. The spectrum's framework proposes a paradigm shift in the ways we look at teaching. This book presents that framework. Mosston's spectrum is a system that 1. Delineates the range of options that exist within teaching and learning. 2. Identifies the unique objectives of each option. 3. Identifies the specific set of decisions that must be made by the teacher and learner in each option for the objectives to be reached. 4. Identifies the placement of one teaching style relative to the others, based on the incremental and cumulative shifting of decisions. 5. Acknowledges the decision variations that exist within each style. 6. Provides a variety of options for examining subject matter. 7. Predicts events. 8. Shows the relationship among scattered and seemingly random ideas. 9. Integrates disparate research findings to support the larger system rather than promote any single idea. 10. Serves as a model that can assist in determining the congruence between intent and action. Most significantly, the spectrum provides teachers with the fundamental theoretical knowledge necessary for building a learning environment that offers learners the full range of educational opportunities. The benefits of a universal theory. Good and Brophy observed, "We have discussed behaviors that teachers engage in without full awareness and noted that even when teachers are aware of their behavior, they may not realize its effects. We believe that teachers' lack of awareness about their behaviors or its effects lessen their classroom effectiveness. A universal model of teaching would equip teachers with the knowledge needed to be deliberate when designing and assessing teaching-learning events. Universal theories explain events, and reliability shows the connections and relationships among events. Therefore, universal models provide information that is consistent and dependable. Reliable information forms the template on which events are planned, predicted, and assessed. Such information does not restrict ideas. Rather, it provides a steady foundation from which new ideas and new investigations can emerge. The universal model delineated in this book empowers teachers by giving them the knowledge they need to become fully aware of and to understand the effects of their behaviors. Chapter 2. An Overview. A Framework about Teaching and Learning. Why is a framework necessary for the understanding of alternative teaching approaches? Why did Mosston search for an underlying structure in teaching and learning? What was the genesis of this idea that motivated Mosston to construct a framework that offers a new paradigm for the theory and practice of teaching? Mosston stated, "At the time the ideas of the spectrum came about, I was teaching at Rutgers University, presenting my students with the ideas, notions, techniques, and experiences in teaching. One day a student approached me and said, 'I want to talk to you about the things you are teaching us.' 'Certainly,' I replied. 'What is it?' After a slight pause, the student uttered, 'I can't be you.' 'Thank you,' I responded and began to walk away. 'Furthermore,' the student said, 'I don't want to be like you.' I was quite stunned. I was upset. It took me some time to recover, but that statement kept gnawing at my mind. Is that what I was doing to my students? Did I impose my ideas on them? Did I demand replication of me? It was, indeed, a moment of revelation. I realized that my experiences, my idiosyncrasies, were mine, solely mine. I realized that they were only a part of the story of teaching. But what is the other part, or perhaps other parts? I kept asking myself, what is the body of knowledge about teaching that is beyond my idiosyncratic behavior? Is there such a possibility? Is it possible to identify a framework, a model, a theory that will embrace the options that exist in teaching, or a framework that might embrace future options? It became clear to me that arbitrary teaching, scattered notions, fragmented ideas, and isolated techniques, successful as they might be, do not constitute a cohesive framework that can serve as a broad, integrated guide for teaching future teachers. The search for a universal structure of teaching had begun. It has been a search for a unified theory that will show and explain the relationship between deliberate teaching behavior and learning behavior. A theory that will identify with consistency the structure of the options in teaching and learning behavior. The search was for a single unifying principle that governs all teaching, hence the identification of the axiom, teaching behavior is a chain of decision-making. In 1966, the search for a theory beyond personal idiosyncrasies resulted in Mosston's spectrum of teaching styles. Since that time, adjustments in various aspects of the styles have been made. However, the theoretical framework that follows has remained constant. The spectrum is referred to as a universal and unifying framework. A framework is defined as a structure composed of parts fitted and joined together. Universal refers to something that is applicable everywhere or in all cases, and unifying means to make or become a single unit, as to unify conflicting theories. An overview of the spectrum. The spectrum is a theory that is constructed from a single unifying statement. The fundamental proposition of the spectrum is that teaching is governed by a single unifying process, decision-making. Every act of deliberate teaching is a consequence of a prior decision. Decision-making is the central or primary behavior that governs all behaviors that follow: how we organize students, how we organize the subject matter, how we manage time, space, and equipment, how we interact with students, how we choose our verbal behavior, how we construct the social affective climate in the classroom, and how we create and conduct all cognitive connections with the learners. All these concerns are secondary behaviors that emanate from and are governed by prior decisions. Identifying the primary decisions and understanding the possible combinations of decisions opens a wide vista for looking at teacher-learner relationships. Each landmark teacher-learner relationship in the spectrum has a particular structure of decisions that defines the specific roles of the teacher and the learner and the objectives most predictably reached by each option. This theory delineates possible teaching-learning decision structures. It presents an axiom that encompasses all teaching-learning approaches. It presents a rationale that explains why each option is sequenced as it is. And it presents the learning focus of each option. This framework is independent of age, content, gender, grade, and ability levels. It is a unifying theory about the structure of teaching and learning. 6 premises of the spectrum. Figure 2.1 on page 10 is the schematic overview of the structure of the spectrum. This structure is based on 6 underlying premises, each of which is described as follows. The axiom. The entire structure of the spectrum stems from the initial premise that teaching behavior is a chain of decision-making. Every deliberate act of teaching is a result of a previous decision. The anatomy of any style. The anatomy is composed of the conceivable categories of decisions that must be made, deliberately or by default, in any teaching-learning transaction. These decision categories, which are described in detail in Chapter 3, are grouped into 3 sets: the pre-impact set, the impact set, and the post-impact set. The pre-impact set includes all decisions that must be made prior to the teaching-learning transaction. The impact set includes decisions related to the actual teaching-learning transaction, and the post-impact set identifies decisions concerning assessment of the teacher-learner transaction. The anatomy delineates which decisions must be made in each set. The decision makers. Both teacher and learner can make decisions in any of the decision categories delineated in the anatomy. When most or all of the decisions in a category are the responsibility of one decision maker, example, the teacher, that person's decision-making responsibility is at maximum, and the other person's, the student's, is at minimum. The spectrum. By establishing who makes which decisions about what and when, it is possible to identify the structure of 11 landmark teaching-learning approaches, as well as alternative approaches that lie between them on the spectrum. In the first style, Style A, which has as its overriding objective precise replication on cue, the teacher makes all the decisions. The learner responds by adhering to all the teacher's decisions. In the second style, Style B, 9 specific decisions are shifted from the teacher to the learner, and thus, a new set of objectives can be reached. In every subsequent style, specific decisions are systematically shifted from teacher to learner, thereby allowing new objectives to be reached until the full spectrum of teaching-learning approaches is delineated. The clusters. 2 basic human capacities are reflected within the structure of the spectrum: the capacity for reproduction and the capacity for production. All human beings have, in varying degrees, the capacity to reproduce known knowledge, replicate models, and practice skills. All human beings have the capacity to produce a range of ideas. All have the capacity to venture into the new, thus providing the opportunity to tap the yet unknown. The cluster of styles, A through E, represents teaching options that foster reproduction of past knowledge. The cluster of styles, F through K, represents options that invite production of new knowledge. That is, knowledge that is new to the learner, new to the teacher, and at times, new to society. The line of demarcation between these 2 clusters is called the discovery threshold. This can be seen on Figure 2.2 on page 11. The threshold identifies the boundaries of each cluster. Styles A through E are designed for the acquisition of basic skills, the replication of models and procedures, and the maintenance of cultural traditions. Activities in styles A through E engage the learner primarily in cognitive operations such as memory and recall, identification, and sorting, all operations that deal with past and present knowledge. This knowledge includes factual data, names, rules, sequences, procedures, events, dates, computation, and the use of tools and equipment. It also includes the knowledge that is required to perform in music, dance, and sports. The cluster of styles F through G represents the teaching options that promote the discovery of single correct concepts. The cluster of styles H through K is designed for discovery of divergent responses, alternative designs, and engagement in new concepts. Cognitively, styles F through K invite the learners to go beyond facts and memory, to experience the discovery processes. The clusters and each of the styles within them are integral parts of our humanity. Each approach contributes to our development, and none seeks, nor merits, supremacy over the others. For both teacher and student, the spectrum serves as a guide for selecting the style appropriate for a particular purpose, and for each to develop deliberate mobility in moving from one style to another. The developmental effects. Perhaps the ultimate question in education and teaching is, what really happens to people when they participate in one kind of an experience or another? The questions why and what for are paramount in education. The structure of the decisions in each landmark style affects the developing learner in unique ways by creating conditions for diverse experiences. Each set of decisions in the landmark styles emphasizes distinct objectives that learners can develop. Objectives, aside from the content expectations, are always related to human attributes along the cognitive, social, physical, emotional, and ethical developmental channels. The ability to identify the attributes makes it possible for the teacher to assess the quality and focus of each educational experience. Every teaching event provides opportunities for learners to participate in and develop specific human attributes along one or more of the developmental channels. Although one channel may, at times, be more strongly in focus than others, all channels function concurrently. It is virtually impossible to isolate experiences to only one channel. Teaching physical activities is unique in that its developmental focus always activates as primary goals the physical and the cognitive channels. Additionally, social, ethical, and emotional attributes are intrinsic to games, sport, and competitive events. The field of physical education inherently embraces more opportunities to emphasize and develop a wide range of human attributes along all the developmental channels than any other content area in the curriculum. Please see Figure 2.3 on page 12. Each developmental channel represents human attributes, characteristics associated with humanity. For example, attributes primarily emphasized along the social channel include cooperation, communication skills, sharing, being courteous to others, etc. Comparing, sorting, categorizing, interpreting, and imagining are capacities and attributes along the cognitive channel. The above-mentioned attributes are primarily exclusive to one channel. However, other attributes are shared among all channels. All channels can promote and provide experiences that emphasize the attributes of respect, empathy, perseverance, motivation, patience, tolerance, self-control, resilience, etc. The manner in which subject matter is designed always emphasizes, overtly or covertly, attributes along the channels. Each channel has an array of attributes that can be selected and joined with the specific content expectations to create the episode's teaching-learning focus. Perhaps the most important discovery related to the spectrum has been the influence of the developmental channels on design variations within and between each teaching-learning behavior. In addition to accomplishing specific content goals, the focus of education is to emphasize the development of people. This development always correlates to specific attributes along the channels. The infinite number and combinations of attributes on the various channels creates the diverse opportunities that can occur in teaching, learning, and curriculum design. Consequently, many alternatives within and between each landmark style can be designed. The landmark styles are distinct points that create significantly different learning opportunities. However, variations, shades of the behaviors between the distinct landmark styles, do exist. For example, in the command style, the teacher makes all decisions, while in the practice style, the learner makes 9 specific decisions. If the teacher doesn't make all decisions, is it still the command style? Likewise, if the learner doesn't make all 9 decisions, is it still the practice style? The spectrum is a continuum that identifies the landmark behaviors that create significantly different learning experiences. It does not ignore or reject the existence of design variations within or between the landmark styles. In fact, it is this multiplicity of design variations within and between the landmark styles that produces diverse and creative learning experiences. By identifying landmark behaviors, teachers can readily see the affiliation and the influence of the many design variations that contribute to teaching and learning. The spectrum, with its emphasis on the developmental channels, provides a framework for studying the influences of each teaching-learning behavior on the learner's developmental experiences. The OTLO relationships. The previous section presented an overview of the spectrum and offered the large picture of the entire structure. This section describes the inseparable relationships among its elements and how they constitute any given episode. The interaction between teacher and learner always reflects a particular teaching behavior, a particular learning behavior, and particular sets of objectives that are reached. The bond among teaching behavior, T, learning behavior, L, and objectives, O, is inextricable. The TLO always exists as a unit. This relationship is diagrammed in Figure 2.4 on page 14. Since each style is defined by the particular behavior of the teacher, the decisions made by the teacher, the particular behavior of the learner, the decisions made by the learner, and the objectives that the relationship reaches, each style has its own distinct TLO. There are always two sets of objectives in any teacher-learner interaction: subject matter objectives and behavior objectives. Please see Figure 2.5 on page 14. The first set contains specific objectives that pertain to the particular content of the episode. Example: performing the folk dance, executing the tennis serve, maneuvering the obstacle course, dribbling the basketball, creating new defensive strategies, etc. The second set contains specific objectives of human behavior. Example: attributes representing cooperation, self-assessment, honesty, accuracy of performance, self-control, etc. Separate objectives for subject matter and behavior always exist in teaching. The TL decision relationship determines the kinds of objectives that can be reached in the subject matter and in behavior. Conversely, the identification of particular objectives, both in subject matter and in behavior, in advance of the actual TL interaction, determines which teaching-learning behaviors are more likely to achieve them. One more aspect of the TLO relationship needs to be considered in this context. Objectives are an a priori statement of what is to be achieved in a given episode. At the end of an episode, however, there are always outcomes in both subject matter and behavior. The intended objectives of the episode guide the selection of the particular behaviors, decisions, of the teacher and learners. This interaction always produces outcomes in subject matter and behavior. Therefore, the smallest pedagogical unit that embraces the entire process of any single episode constitutes a flow and an interaction of objectives: teaching behavior, learning behavior, and outcomes. This flow is diagrammed in Figure 2.6 on page 15. Stated differently, the objectives of an episode affect the teaching behavior, which in turn influences the interaction with the learning behavior. This interaction culminates in the particular outcomes in subject matter and in behavior. Then, logically, in a successful teaching-learning episode, the outcomes are congruent with the objectives. In a successful episode, the intent and the action are congruent. The need for a spectrum. There are at least 4 compelling reasons for developing and using a spectrum teaching framework. Portions of this section are from Mosston's Joffer 1992 article. 1. Personal. 2. The diversity of the student population. 3. The multiple objectives of education. 4. The need for a coherent, comprehensive, integrated infrastructure for teaching. Personal. Sooner or later, every one of us evolves a favorite way of teaching, a personal style that has been successful in our teaching behavior. Our personal style reflects a unique combination of who we are, how we do things, and what we believe about our relationship with students. One might call this unique amalgamation our idiosyncratic style. With this personal style, each teacher travels through the vicissitudes of his or her career, succeeding in some lessons, failing in others, but generally staying within the parameters of the personal style. This realization often evokes 2 points of view. 1. That this is what teaching is all about. I teach my way. The other suggests that being anchored in one's idiosyncrasies, successful as they may be, limits the teacher's options and potential contributions to the student's learning. This point of view raises the question: is there more to teaching beyond my own experience, my values, my successes? The birth and development of the spectrum were motivated by this question. If you have asked yourself this question, then you may add a few more. How many styles do I use in my teaching? Where am I on the spectrum? Do I know the impact of each style on my students? Am I anchored in a particular style? Am I willing to expand? Diversity of the student population. Students are unique individuals. They learn in different ways and have different needs and aspirations. They come from diverse cultural backgrounds. Our classes mirror this human diversity. In fact, this diversity is the hallmark of our schools. We know it and experience it. We acknowledge it and, at times, we honor it. Where, then, is the point of entry in teaching diverse students? Assuming for a moment the predominance of personal styles, how can a teacher connect with and reach students who do not respond to his or her personal style? Is it possible that this condition invites exclusion of some students? In our teaching, is it possible to create conditions that promote inclusion? Any teacher who wishes to reach more students must learn additional points of entry, and to do so, the teacher must learn additional options in teaching styles. Multiple objectives. School curricula are rich in goals and objectives that span a wide range of human abilities. Physical education encompasses objectives that range from uniformity and synchronization of performance in rowing or precise replication of models in gymnastics to individualized forms of freestyle swimming and modern dance performance. Objectives range from aesthetics in springboard diving to appreciation of nature during hiking, or from individual skills and tactics in fencing to group cooperation and strategy in team ball games. This wide range of objectives requires a range of teaching styles, each with its own structure of teaching behavior that invites a particular learning behavior. When the two successfully interact, the specific objective or set of objectives can be achieved. Teachers who are willing to expand their teaching repertoire beyond their personal styles and who also wish to reach more objectives and more students are ready to learn additional teaching styles, experiment with them, and then integrate them. Need for an integrated framework. Teaching styles in the spectrum represent two basic human thinking capacities: the capacity for reproduction and the capacity for production. Reproduction thinking seeks replication of ideas, movements, known models, and procedures, whereas production thinking relies on the discovery of principles, rules, laws, new knowledge, new movements, or the creation of new models. All humans, in varying degrees of depth and speed, possess these thinking capacities. All subject matter areas emanate and develop from these capacities. All activities reflect these capacities. Every activity, every sport, every subject contain aspects that can, and sometimes should, be taught using styles that invite reproduction, replication, and aspects that can and should be taught using styles that invite production, discovery, and creativity. The fundamental issue in teaching is not which style is better or best, but rather which style is appropriate for reaching the objectives of a given episode. Every style has a place in the multiple realities of teaching and learning. For example, in teaching basketball skills, the styles in the reproduction part of the spectrum are most appropriate. If the episodes focus on developing the psychomotor skills of passing or shooting, the command and practice styles are appropriate. Practice, repetition, and replication of the correct form of the skills, in addition to frequent feedback from the teacher, will improve and sharpen the performance. If the social skill of cooperating with a partner is added as an objective of learning, the reciprocal style is most appropriate. When independence and assessment and practice are to be enhanced, episodes in the self-check style are introduced. When a task can be designed using the principle of the slanting rope, a range of degree of difficulty within the same task, inclusion of all participants becomes the objective. In physical education tasks, many of the objectives in the physical domain can be reached, by many students but not all, by implementing the first two styles on the spectrum, command and practice styles. However, when other developmental channels, attributes, and educational objectives enter the picture, by definition, these two styles alone cannot accomplish them. The other styles on the reproduction side of the spectrum need to be called on. Relying on this teaching-learning variety is necessary for accomplishing the overall objectives in all activities in physical education, from skateboarding, ball games, gymnastics, swimming, skiing, to scuba diving. Every activity has opportunities for discovering the unknown. There is always a possibility of designing a new strategy in ball games, discovering a new combination of movements in gymnastics, or creating new dances. When these learning behaviors become the objectives of an episode, the teaching styles on the production side of the spectrum must be recruited. The teacher who aspires to reach the objectives of reproduction and production will inevitably learn by experimenting with the array of styles and will become mobile along the spectrum. This repertoire will greatly enrich the experiences of the students. This enrichment includes a wide variety of cognitive involvements that are not possible when only the reproduction styles are activated. The discovery and the creative processes require special conditions that are only possible when the production styles are employed in episodes specifically designed for these objectives. Moreover, specific episodes must be designed for specific cognitive operation, such as comparing, contrasting, extrapolating, problem-solving, and designing. The structure of the spectrum is based on the existence of two clusters of styles. One contains the styles that can be used for reproduction, replication. The other contains the styles that invite production, discovery, or creativity. Each style in each cluster has a specific purpose. Each style has an active part in the rich variety of teaching-learning objectives. Hence, a non-versus view of classroom realities is created, in which no single style is better or best. Each style is best for the objectives it can reach. Teachers no longer must struggle with the tug-of-war of selecting the teaching style best suited for their needs and the needs of the students. The teacher's role in using the spectrum is to understand the structure of each style, to learn how to incorporate it into a repertoire of teaching behaviors, to experiment with it when teaching different students different tasks, and to refine its operation. It takes time to learn and internalize a new style. It is awkward in the beginning. When trying anything new, one must persist, identify the discrepancies, correct them, and try it again. There is ample evidence that attests to the value of each style. The main challenge is to learn how to use each style for its own unique purpose. Chapter 3. The Anatomy of Any Teaching Style. The anatomy comprises the conceivable categories of decisions that must be made in any teaching-learning transaction. Once Mosston identified the axiom which unified all teaching-learning experiences, he searched to answer, what are the specific decisions that must be made or that are being made in all teaching events? After considerable study, Mosston organized the randomly identified decisions that are always being made in all teaching events into 3 sets. The identification of the unique characteristics of the 3 sets permitted the clustering of the specific decisions according to their overall purpose. Please see Figure 3.1 on page 19. 1. The pre-impact set defines the intent, planning, and preparation decisions. 2. The impact set defines the action, the face-to-face implementation of the pre-impact decisions, the transaction, task engagement, or performance. 3. The post-impact set defines the assessment, including feedback about the performance during the impact and overall evaluation of the congruence between the intent and the action of the learning experience. The ubiquitous decisions within the 3 sets represent the anatomy of any style. All styles incorporate and are defined by the decisions of the anatomy. What makes one style different from another is who makes which decisions about what and when. Before identifying who makes which decisions, it is necessary to understand the individual decisions. The 3 sets cluster the decisions by purpose, not time. It is incorrect to suggest that the 3 sets refer to decisions made before, during, and after class. Time is not the factor that conceptually defines or distinguishes the 3 sets. It is the purpose of the decision, either planning, implementation, or assessment. Conceptually, the 3 sets are a unit, which, when viewed as a whole, delineates a decision map, the OTLO, that indicates a specific teaching style. Because the pre-impact decisions take time to prepare in most episodes, these planning decisions are most often made outside the actual face-to-face situation. However, there are situations during the actual transactions or performance, impact set, when additional or alternative planning decisions, pre-impact, must be made. Consequently, planning decisions, pre-impact set, are not restricted to outside the class. The post-impact set embraces decisions about evaluation and feedback. Feedback is not restricted to after class. It can and must be offered to students while they are practicing the task, impact set. Therefore, impact and post-impact decisions can occur concurrently. For example, while some learners perform a task, impact, it is possible for the teacher, peers, surrogate authority figure, coach, judge, referee, etc., to observe these students' performances and offer feedback, post-impact. It is also possible for evaluation decisions to be made about the overall quality and effectiveness of the teaching-learning experience. These evaluation decisions are made outside the teacher-student time frame. The order and time frame for making these three sets of decisions may vary, but the category each decision represents remains constant. An accurate conceptual and practical understanding of the anatomy of any style is crucial for proper planning, implementation, and assessment of the teaching-learning experience. Understanding the specific decisions, who makes them, how they are made, and for what purpose they are made, leads to insights into the structure of the possible relationships between teacher and learner and the consequences of these relationships. What are specific decision categories in each set that are, deliberately or by default, always present in each teaching episode? Please see Figure 3.2 on page 21. The pre-impact set. 1. Objective of the episode. This decision identifies the intent, goal, or purpose of the episode. It answers the teacher's questions. What do I want to accomplish? What are the learners expected to learn from this episode? What are the specific expectations for this episode? OTLO. 2. Selection of a teaching style. This category identifies the specific decision patterns within the anatomy of any style, thus the specific plan of action for both the teacher and the learner that will lead to the objectives of the episode. OTLO. 3. Anticipated learning style. This decision can be approached in two ways. A. If the student of a teaching style serves as an entry point for the conduct of the episode, then the learning style anticipated is a reflection of the selected teaching style. B. If the needs of the learner at a given time serve as an entry point, these needs determine the selection of the teaching style. LTO. This dual approach means that, at times, the learner is invited to behave in correspondence to the teaching style. This approach is based on the non-versus foundation of the spectrum. That is, no style is in competition with any other style as the best or most effective teaching-learning style. Each style has its own assets and liabilities. The goal is for teachers and learners to be able to move from one style to another in accordance with the objectives of each episode. The assumption here is that every learner should have the opportunity to participate in a variety of behaviors. In the context of the spectrum, a learning style is conceived in terms of the learner's ability to make decisions. Therefore, in a given episode, when the teacher is in style X, the learner is also in style X. At other times, the learning style of the student invites the teacher to select the teaching style that corresponds to where the learner is. The interplay between these two approaches, each possible as entry point to an episode, represents the most crucial decision determining the success of an episode. For a detailed discussion of this issue, see Selecting a Style in Chapter 18. 4. Whom to teach. A decision must be made about the participants in a given episode. In any given class, a teacher can address the entire class, part of the class, or individuals. This decision is separate from the institutional decision concerning who shall attend school, how many will enroll in a given class, etc. 5. Subject matter. This category involves decisions about what to teach and what not to teach. It involves decisions about the knowledge and presentation of the subject matter. A. Subject matter topic/content focus. This decision takes into account the reasons, philosophical or practical, for selecting a given learning focus. It answers the questions: is this subject matter appropriate for the learners, relevant, congruent with the objectives? B. Quantity of tasks. There is no human activity devoid of quantity. Therefore, a quantity decision must be made that answers the questions: how much, how many? C. Quality of performance. This decision answers the question: how well? What is expected in the performance of the given task? See Chapter 5 for a detailed discussion of quantity and quality of subject matter. D. Order of performance. This decision answers the question: in what order, sequential or random, will tasks or parts of tasks be performed? 6. Time decisions. This decision answers questions about when, at what moment, at what speed, and for how long. A. Starting time of each specific task. B. Pace and rhythm of the activity, the speed at which the task is performed. C. Duration, the length of time per task. D. Stopping time per task. E. Interval, the time between any two tasks, parts of a task, and/or the time between episodes. Please see Figure 3.3 on page 23. F. Termination of the entire episode or lesson. 7. Modes of communication. These decisions concern the modes of communication that will be used in the teaching episode: audio, visual, tactile. 8. Treatment of questions. In varying situations, people ask different kinds of questions, and questions can be dealt with in multiple ways. Decisions, therefore, must be made about how to treat questions. 9. Organizational arrangements. These are the decisions about various logistical and management needs: materials, space, and time. 10. Where to teach. This decision identifies the exact spot, the location, of the teacher and learners. 11. Posture. This decision refers to the positioning and carriage of the body during the performance of the task. 12. Attire and appearance. A decision must be made about clothing, safety apparel, arrangements of hair, makeup, accessories, etc., that accentuate the content or conduct of the teacher or learners. 13. Parameters. These decisions refer to limits, particularly in conjunction with the categories of management of quantity, time, location, interval, posture, and attire and appearance. 14. Class climate. Class climate refers to the affective and social conditions that evolve in the physical education setting. These conditions result from the sum total of the decisions referred to in categories 1 through 13. 15. Assessment procedures and materials. Decisions must be made about the assessment that will take place in the post-impact set. What kind of assessment? What assessment materials and criteria will be used? How to assess the accomplishment of the objectives? What performance quality will and will not be accepted? Which forms of feedback will be used? 16. Other. The anatomy is an open-ended structure. If another exclusive category is identified, it can be included here. The impact set. This set includes decisions related to the actual face-to-face transaction and performance of the tasks. These decisions define the action, the implementation. 1. Implementing and adhering to the pre-impact decisions. This category includes decisions about how to execute the decisions in categories 1 to 14 above during the face-to-face interaction. 2. Adjustment decisions. Since planning and performance are not always perfect, and since we learn from our learners during the impact phase, mishaps do occur. When this happens, adjustment decisions must be made. There are 2 options. A. Identify the decision that caused the mishap, correct it, and continue the teaching episode. B. If the problem is severe and the decision cannot be immediately identified to remedy the situation, terminate the episode and move on to another activity. 3. Other. The model is open-ended. The post-impact set. The post-impact set includes decisions that deal with assessing learner performance of the tasks and selecting the appropriate feedback offered to the learner during the impact set. This set also includes decisions about assessing the congruence between the pre-impact and the impact sets. This assessment determines whether adjustments are needed in subsequent episodes. Assessment decisions are made in the following sequence, a sequence that is intrinsic to any evaluative procedure. 1. Gathering information about the performance in the impact set. This can be accomplished by observing, listening, touching, and/or smelling. 2. Assessing the information against criteria. Decisions are made in the course by comparing, contrasting, and making conclusions about the performance against the criteria, the standard, or the anticipated model. 3. Providing feedback to the learner. Decisions must be made about how to provide feedback, how to give information and/or judgment to the learner about the performance of the task, and also about their decision-making role. Feedback can represent any one or a combination of the 4 forms of feedback. See Chapter 4 for specifics about the 4 forms of feedback. Additionally, feedback can be either immediate or delayed. It can be offered by gesture, symbol, or verbal behavior. It can be given publicly or privately, etc. 4. Treatment of questions. Decisions about how to treat questions are made. how to acknowledge the response, which feedback form to use, etc. 5. Assessing the selected teaching style. Decisions are made about the effectiveness of the teaching style used in the completed episode and its impact on the learner. 6. Assessing the anticipated learning style. In connection with the decisions made in the previous category, 5, a decision is made as to whether or not the learner has reached the learning objectives of the episode. Together, categories 5 and 6 provide the information concerning the congruity between intent and action. OTLO. 7. Adjustments. Based on the assessments of the episode, decisions are made about whether adjustments are immediately needed in any particular decision or in subsequent episodes. 8. Other. The model is open-ended. To summarize, these 3 sets of decisions, the pre-impact, impact, and post-impact, comprise the anatomy of any style. At times, these decisions are made deliberately. At other times, they seem to represent habits. At still other times, some of the decisions are overlooked or are made by default. Regardless of the situation, the primary behavior in teaching is the act of making decisions in the sequential 3 sets of the anatomy. The anatomy of any style, therefore, is a universal model that is at the foundation of all teaching. It describes the decisions that must be made in any teaching-learning interaction, model, strategy, or educational game. Before addressing fundamental questions about the anatomy and how it is manipulated to identify and differentiate specific styles, 2 topics that affect all styles will be examined. Feedback and cognition have such profound implications within teaching and learning that an entire chapter is dedicated to each topic. Chapter 4. Feedback. Feedback is ubiquitous. Its presence and power pervade every aspect of life. Everybody knows about it, gives it, and receives it. At times, everyone has relied on it or avoided it. Less well known is the fact that there are different forms of feedback, each of which has characteristics and implications for the learning process. Feedback's scope and content are independent of any specific teaching style, yet fundamental to all. Feedback is generally defined as telling people how they are doing. Such a simplistic definition ignores the magnitude and hypnotic power of feedback to affect performance and shape perceptions. Feedback is fundamental to the learning process for 2 primary reasons. All feedback, all assessment, serves to 1. Reinforce or change subject matter, behavior, or logistics. 2. Shape self-concept. Feedback can be delivered to the learner via several modes of communication: symbols, gestures, and verbal behavior. Symbols are represented by letter grading, A, B, C, etc., by numbers, 1 through 10, by percentages, 0 to 100%, by awards, first place, second place, etc., or by pictures. These symbols represent scales on which individual learners' actions are assessed. Gestures, also called body language, are represented by head movements, facial expressions, hand movements, and finger configurations. Verbal behavior is represented by written or spoken words and phrases, which project meanings and connotations that can change when spiced with different intonations or cultural interpretations. Regardless of the above modes of communication, there are 4 forms of feedback. 1. Value statements, positive or negative. 2. Corrective statements. 3. Neutral statements. 4. Ambiguous statements. Each of these forms has its own criteria, purpose, focus, and implications. No one form is the best, and each form is necessary and essential for reinforcing or changing subject matter, behavior, or logistics, and in shaping self-concept. All forms, however, can affect behavior, affect learning results, motivate, challenge, inspire, or reject, frustrate, confuse, reinforce or change standards, show respect or disrespect, encourage or discourage, exhilarate or humiliate, expand or destroy emotional connections, others. Please see Figure 4.1 on page 28. 4 feedback categories. Value statements. The single criterion for value feedback is the presence of a judgment word, either positive or negative. If no judgment word is present, then the statement belongs to a different form of feedback. Value statements, both positive and negative, carry the power to declare judgments about others. This power can either benefit or damage relationships, inspire or impede the learning process. The following are value feedback examples. Good job maintaining a fist and keeping your palm up for the volleyball underhand serve. Great shot. You did an excellent job remembering all the steps and arm movements of the folk dance routine. You displayed outstanding restraint in the game when the other team member tried to get you angry. Well done. Michael, excellent remembering where to put the equipment. Terrific job remembering to spread the fingers and balance the ball like a waiter's tray. It is wrong to throw the baseball bat after a hit. Very good. All right, way to go. Please see Table 4.1 on page 29 and Table 4.2 on page 30. Value statements can deliver general or specific messages. Table 4.2 sorts the feedback statements according to specific and nonspecific value feedback. Notice that the focus of the value examples is on subject matter, behavior, and logistics. The above nonspecific statements are generalities. They do not indicate what was good or bad, wonderful or terrible. However, they do convey an overall message of approval or disapproval. A general message about standards or feelings is sufficient when addressing a total experience without attempting to reinforce, replicate, or change any particular part. That was wonderful, or great shot, provides a satisfying overall assessment. Nothing is singled out as being particularly worthy of notice or repetition. These comments are pleasing to hear. The converse is also true. That was terrible. An overall assessment of dissatisfaction is conveyed. The message is not pleasing to hear. Nonspecific statements which do not specify exactly what was wonderful/terrible leave room for misinterpretation. Although nonspecific statements are appropriate at times, misinterpretation of these comments often leads to unintended task performance, behaviors, and feelings. Specific value statements are preferable when replication, change, or special attention to details, processes, or procedures are sought. Specificity activates cognitive and/or emotional processes that allow learners to grasp and focus on the statement's intention. The more specific the statement, the more precise and powerful the message. Note: the examples, "you make me sick" and "you're not good enough" are harsh statements that are not appropriate for teachers to use under any circumstance. Statements, specific or nonspecific, that violate the learner's integrity are unacceptable. Specific feedback in the developmental channels. Feedback in the gymnasium can be related to each of the developmental channels. Physical education is more than the skills, rules of the games, or the freedom to discover movement. Since specific feedback acknowledges a particular reference point, it is possible to identify the developmental intentions of each statement. The statements in Table 4.3 on page 31 permit the receivers to obtain information about themselves on different developmental channels. Appropriate, supportive, specific feedback on a variety of developmental channels shapes one's overall self-concept. Such variety in feedback teaches learners that all channels are important in the educational process. The nonspecific feedback statements in Table 4.4 on page 32 do not indicate the learning focus, leaving learners to interpret or misinterpret the intended meanings and implications. The focus of value feedback. Differences among feedback forms emerge when the question is posed. Who or what is in focus when each feedback form is in use? When value feedback is in use, the teacher, the one making the value statement, is in focus. The feedback emanates from the teachers, the authorities, value system, and although the learner is the receiver and the one who is affected by the feedback, it is the authorities' judgments that are projected and that prevail. Drawback. Reciprocal dependency can develop. When one feedback form is used exclusively, intrinsic liabilities emerge. Dependency can develop when exclusively positive or exclusively negative feedback is excessively offered. A condition of reciprocal dependence develops. The teacher becomes dependent on feeling the power of dispensing judgments and having them gratefully or fearfully received. The learners become dependent on the authority figure, who is the source of constant approving or disapproving statements. In the gymnasium, excessive positive value feedback lowers standards, and rather than nurturing positive self-esteem, this warped perspective of value distorts feelings of self-worth. value feedback, and I statements. The focus now is to understand what happens when value statements and I statements are combined. The younger the child, the more I value statements influence development. This power to influence can be beneficial or detrimental. Literature is filled with accounts of children with exceptional talents, capable of performing at levels far beyond their ages. Most of these stories acknowledge the influence and direction of an adult. The driving force to please, to be good, to make you proud of me can produce extraordinary feats. Conversely, there are instances in which adults have used the power and influence of I value statements to control and abuse children. The need to feel emotionally connected, you are loved and valued, is so strong a human desire that actions themselves can become secondary to a child's need to feel a sense of belonging. Maintaining a proper and healthy balance when dispensing I value statements and not overusing or abusing this form of feedback requires constant introspection and self-discipline. 2 verbal behavior options exist for making I value statements. 1. Verbal option teaches that others make decisions about you. Others tell you how right or wrong, how good or bad, how ugly or beautiful, how smart or stupid you are. I think you are. I said to. I know what is best for you. I will tell you. The values of the giver are projected upon others. In this option, others' opinions and feelings shape one's self-concept, and a sense of self is acquired through the judgments of outside sources. The list of verbal examples of this dependence-reinforcing option is long. Tell me what you think. How did I do? Tell me how to do it. Show me. Don't leave me. I won't know what to do. Are you sure I was okay? Dependency can be confined to one developmental channel, or it can include them all. 2. Verbal option acknowledges the adult's degree of satisfaction, but attempts to shift the value onto the learner. See Table 4.5 on page 33 for examples. Learning to restate I value statements requires examination of one's need for power and control over others. Appropriate value feedback statements are absolutely essential in our lives. They establish personal attachments and set standards that form individual value systems. Value feedback statements serve as the models from which we can design our personal code of behavior and create our view of humanity. But other forms of feedback also contribute to development and acquisition of content. Corrective statements. There are 2 criteria for identifying corrective statements. Please see Table 4.6 on page 34. 1. The feedback refers to an error. Examples: don't breathe from both sides when using the crawl stroke. Keep your glove in front of your body. That's not the correct position. This is incorrect. 2. The feedback includes the identification of the error and the correction. Example: you lifted your head, keep your chin down. Next time, maintain eye contact with the ball and follow through with the club. Sometimes only the correction is offered and identification of the error is implied. Example: straighten your left leg during the cartwheel. This statement not only gives the correct posture, but also implies that the posture practiced by the learner was incorrect. Table 4.7 on page 35 provides examples of corrective statements. Ambiguous corrective feedback. Stop. Don't. That's enough. That's not the way to do it. These non-specific corrective statements leave room for learners to misinterpret or perhaps manipulate. Therefore, these expressions can also be categorized under ambiguous feedback. There are times when a single and impulsive, non-specific stop, no, don't is appropriate for correcting, but when the circumstances require precise follow-through, specific, clarifying, corrective statements are required. How many times do I have to tell you not to? Although this statement addresses the error and supplies the correction, the selected verbal behavior inappropriately overshadows the intended focus. The "how many times do I have to?" provides an escape for learners in terms of follow-through. Defiant learners will say under their breath, 100 more times, teacher. The relationship becomes one of personal power rather than error correction. The focus of corrective feedback. Incorrect performance invites the use of this form. The focus is on errors without value judgments. Errors can occur in any of the 3 expectations: subject matter, behavior, or logistics. Drawback: overemphasis on errors. Excessive use of this form leads to a preoccupation with errors. Identification of the error becomes more important than consideration of the individual who made the error. Overuse of corrective feedback can cause individuals to stop trying. Why bother, since I already know there will be errors? A sense of giving up, and in extreme cases, when the identification of the errors spans many attributes on several developmental channels, a serious detachment from society can result. Some errors deserve correction without the emotional dimension of judgment. Many errors are not related to good or bad, right or wrong. Adding judgment only blurs the error focus. The next category avoids judgment and error identification. Neutral statements. All neutral feedback statements share the following criteria. They factually acknowledge or describe the action. They neither judge nor correct. Note, however, that tone of voice can alter the perceived meanings of any feedback statements, particularly neutral statements, moving them to one of the other forms of feedback. Please see Table 4.8 on page 36. Notice how the examples in Table 4.9 on page 36 avoid value words or reference to an error. Neutral feedback is often considered meaningless and impractical in our society. Americans are so accustomed to relying on value judgments and corrections that other kinds of comments are difficult to comprehend. Neutral statements acknowledge acceptance of the learner. Neutral feedback does not project absolutes or conclusions, so learners are invited to remain active cognitively and emotionally in the physical activity, conversation, or dialogue, so the final conclusion, meaning, of neutral interaction comes from the learner, not the teacher. In this form of feedback, the opportunity to make the final assessment decision is deliberately shifted to the learner. Therefore, the focus of this feedback form is the learner. In value and corrective feedback, the learners are subject to the authority and the content. They must accept the feedback and act on it. Neutral statements focus on the receiver's ability to initiate and develop assessment skills. In some teaching styles, neutral feedback is needed to deal with conflict situations, emotional traumas, or discussions of controversial issues. Neutral feedback permits individual cognitive and emotional development and is essential if citizens are to monitor their own behaviors as they function in society. Drawbacks: can cause sense of detachment. Exclusive use of neutral feedback can lead the receiver to experience feelings of personal detachment. Isolation and aloneness emerge in the absence of approval, disapproval, or corrective feedback. Tell me how you feel about me. Don't you care about what or how I do things? Don't my actions mean anything to you? Haven't you an opinion about what I am doing or want to do? Say something to me. Doesn't somebody see me? Are comments that reflect overexposure to neutral feedback. Praise, reprimands, corrections, and neutral conversations are all needed for individuals to develop their own value systems that correspond with society's boundaries. Appropriate neutral feedback teaches tolerance, acceptance of diverse responses and actions, independence, self-reliance, and confidence in developing assessment skills. Neutral feedback is essential if learners are to develop a sense of personal identity. Correct/incorrect versus right/wrong feedback. Two word pairs commonly used in feedback are often used interchangeably, correct/incorrect and right/wrong, yet their meanings are significantly different. Right and wrong is the most frequently used pair of words. These terms are meant to attribute moral value, yet they are often used inappropriately with unfortunate results. The dictionary's primary definition of right and wrong connects these words with morality and ethics. Subsequent entries suggest colloquial meanings and uses. Thus, it is inappropriate to say to a child who kicked a ball with the toe rather than the side, "This is wrong," or "You are wrong." The placement of the soccer kick has nothing to do with morality, but rather with the correctness of the foot's position as it makes contact with the ball. The appropriate feedback is, kick with the instep, not the toe, for a more controlled pass. Every subject matter has tasks that are factual and deserving of feedback that focuses on correct and incorrect responses, without interjecting morality. Only when the responses are within the domain of morality, and the moral standards have been clearly specified, Could the right/wrong pair be considered appropriate feedback? The connotation of being right or wrong has a powerful affective implication for the learner. Consider what it means to a learner who repeatedly hears, "you're wrong," when dribbling, spelling, adding, drawing, mixing chemicals, or pronouncing new words in another language. The distinction between the person and the content becomes blurred, and the feelings towards self are negatively formed on several developmental channels. Ambiguous statements. The characteristic common to all ambiguous feedback is the opportunity for the statement to be interpreted or misinterpreted. Ambiguous statements do not project a specific value. They do not identify an error or make a clear correction, nor do they factually acknowledge events. They are statements that require the receiver to make a conclusion about, interpret, the meaning of the comment. In some situations, this lack of precision can be desirable and does not lead to conflict or differences of interpretation. However, when ambiguous feedback statements are misinterpreted and lead to misunderstandings or conflicts, they are inappropriate. When used appropriately, ambiguous feedback deliberately avoids taking a position and permits the receiver to interpret the meaning of the statement. "My position on this issue is in line with yours," says the administrator, teacher, parent, or politician. Deliberate and appropriate use does not lead to conflict or confrontation. In fact, it sidesteps them. Ambiguous feedback can hinder learning and cause misunderstandings when specific data or a precise expectation is desired. Frequent use of ambiguous feedback during content interactions suggests to learners that the teacher lacks knowledge of the task, lacks clarity about the assessment criteria, or is not sure how to make the corrections. Of all the forms, probably more confusion, mixed messages, misunderstandings, and conflict result from non-deliberate or inappropriate use of ambiguous feedback. Usually neither the giver nor the receiver of the statement is aware of the discrepancy in interpretation until a conflict occurs. See Table 4.10 on page 39 for the characteristics of ambiguous statements. Table 4.11 on page 40 illustrates possible interpretations or misinterpretations of ambiguous feedback statements. These statements have been observed to interfere with efficient learning. Connection between nonspecific value and ambiguous feedback. Ambiguous statements avoid stating a specific position or judgment. Note that many nonspecific value feedback statements are ambiguous comments. These statements leave room for interpretation and therefore possible misinterpretation. They may convey satisfaction or dissatisfaction, but their specific intent is ambiguous. Therefore, the outcomes produced by these statements are unpredictable and their use unreliable. See section on value nonspecific analysis. Pretty good, not bad. Perhaps the most prevalent pair of nonspecific value statements is pretty good/not bad. Neither statement reflects a definite position on the part of the teacher. Neither offers concrete information about how the task was performed. These linguistic modifiers establish a safety zone for the teacher, but leave the learner in a state of ambiguity. How does a learner interpret, "pretty good, but this isn't right," or "not bad for a first practice," or "pretty good for someone your age"? Learners' feelings about themselves will determine the precise meaning of pretty good and not bad. Learners with positive self-concepts will interpret these expressions favorably. However, those who have experienced relentless correcting and critical perfectionism and who are self-doubting, timid, and emotionally fragile will perceive negative connotations in these expressions. These learners cannot afford to receive more nonspecific value and ambiguous feedback, since they frequently distort these statements into negative feedback. The focus of ambiguous feedback. This feedback form reflects a lack of clarity and causes the learner to interpret or guess at the teacher's meaning. Therefore, the focus is not specific. It is uncertain. Since an assumption cannot be made about the degree of common understanding, ambiguous feedback is unreliable. These comments are, however, feasible if not desirable in many social situations where projecting values or corrections would be inappropriate. Drawback. Ambiguity leads to false sense of trust. Learners who experience frequent ambiguous feedback begin to assume responsibility for failing to understand the content. Learners begin to doubt their own capacities to understand, to think, to interpret. Excessive ambiguous feedback increases feelings of disappointment and detachment. Excessive use of any feedback forms can lead to abuse and detachment. Some adults provide neutral and ambiguous statements toward their children's school cognitive results, grades, but explosively deliver value negative and corrective statements about sports participation and physical development. Others shower value superlatives on the child's every endeavor, but this excess of praise often makes it difficult for a child to accept corrective or value negative feedback. Extremes and feedback omissions generally result in emotional distortions. Since each feedback form has its particular focus and influence on the learner, no one kind of feedback is universally desirable. The desirable form of feedback depends on the subject matter and behavior expectations, the overall learning objectives, the learner's participation, and the selected teaching style. Providing all forms of feedback requires reflection, perhaps an adjustment in the teacher's verbal behavior, and view of the teacher-learner relationship. Feedback combinations. At times, feedback comments remain within one category. At other times, combining forms may be more appropriate. Teachers who know the feedback forms are able to deliberately combine the 4 forms in an infinite number of ways. No single pattern can be prescribed for all feedback. To do so would deny the variety of human relationships and learning opportunities that can and do exist in the classroom. The possible connections among teacher, learner, and content are so diverse that limiting interactions to any single pattern would reduce the value and use of this feedback framework. When combinations become a fixed pattern and are continuously used, such as the feedback sandwich, negative implications develop. Corrective feedback constantly surrounded by positive feedback teaches that praise is a camouflage for identifying errors. Learners soon realize the positive value statements are not the focus, but simply cushions that surround the essence of interaction pointing out errors. Reliance on a single form or fixed pattern/combination will eventually evoke the liabilities rather than the assets of the feedback. Feedback always has a purpose. It always reinforces or changes subject matter, behavior, or logistics, and it always contributes to shaping self-concept, positively or negatively. Feedback must reflect the intended learning expectation. Ignoring behavior. Ignoring is an example of ambiguous feedback. This form of feedback can be face-saving and highly desirable in certain situations, but used to an extreme, ignoring is the most severe expression of abandonment. To be shunned, particularly by people we want to value us, is the harshest feedback. Continuous and excessive ignoring is humiliating. Schools need to be safe environments where opportunities for attachments, development, and participation are guaranteed, not places that compound children's traumas. Schools cannot remedy neglect and abuse by family and society. The schools can serve as safe and trusted places. Some current issues. Current research has isolated state-specific academic praise as a factor that improves learning. This finding led to the narrow and restricted mandate that this feedback option be primarily, if not solely, implemented. Other forms or expressions often resulted in demerits, and their use was discouraged. This limited conception for viewing all feedback in the classroom ignores knowledge, violates the notion of providing alternatives, and suppresses other possibilities for relating to and motivating learners. This mandate was the result of classroom research that indicated teachers gave negative value feedback more than any other form. Positive and specific content feedback was far less frequently stated. Various programs have attempted to present alternatives. Although each program provides excellent examples and insights, none offers a comprehensive framework that embraces the multiple options in feedback. The lack of variety and appropriateness in classroom feedback is not corrected by mandating one feedback form over all others. Rather, teachers need to understand the knowledge and options, the verbal behavior precision and impact, the magnitude and power of feedback before deliberate change can occur in classroom feedback. Although current attempts to focus on assessment are desirable and worthwhile, they have led to misleading and ambiguous terminology. The authentic assessment movement overlooks the fact that when any kind of assessment, feedback, is given, it is authentic to that learner, regardless of its content accuracy, degree of dignity, or emotional expression. The effects of feedback are too powerful to imply that some feedback can be dismissed as not authentic. The ambiguous terminology of this movement is at issue, not the program's intentions. Subject matter note. In some situations, any of the feedback forms would be uncomfortable, awkward, or inappropriate. In these moments, what do you say to a learner? In most cases, it is desirable to bypass feedback and immediately shift into a review of content, moving directly to content clarification. This approach is face-saving and focuses on the existing need, review, clarification, and an effort to identify the student's point of content deviation and misunderstanding. A variety of teaching learning styles can be used when clarification of content is deemed necessary for a student. Degree of privacy during feedback. All feedback is directed to a particular audience. In the classroom, possible receivers of feedback are an individual, one or more small groups, the whole class. Classroom research indicates that regardless of the intended receiver, teachers primarily give public feedback. Private feedback, soft-spoken, individual, eye level, is rarely given, and dialogue feedback, sustained interaction, is infrequent. Classroom feedback primarily 1. Is value nonspecific and refers to correctness of the subject matter or discipline. 2. Is projected in a volume that allows all learners in the area to hear the comment, regardless of the intended receiver. 3. Is not modulated. The volume remains public even when a side-by-side private interaction is possible. 4. Is given from a hovering position. Teacher stands over and offers feedback from behind students. 5. Is frequently withheld from students who give correct answers. 6. Is passive. While circulating, teachers often look at students' work without offering any of the communication modes: verbal, visual, tactile, gesture, or picture comments such as happy face drawings for elementary children. 7. Demonstrates less with-itness skills. While the teacher's attention is directed to the individual student receiving feedback, the focus and awareness of the whole class action fades. 8. Is principally verbal rather than written. Circulating with a marker in hand can be useful to randomly acknowledge performance, which saves time later, indicate quantity of work completed per time, reinforce accountability, indicate teacher presence, serve as a content reminder, reinforce personal connections, set a base for the next interaction in terms of quantity or quality expectations, encourage the student. Used appropriately, private rather than public feedback changes class climate and offers opportunities for personal and individual connections between learner and teacher. Private feedback requires that teachers modulate their voice volume. Respecting differences, accepting all, and maintaining dignity is often violated in the classroom when public value negative or corrective feedback is directed to one person. In most cases, learners have the right to be reprimanded, corrected, or praised in private. Not all comments are appropriate for public disclosure. When to give feedback is another variable to consider. Will the feedback be most beneficial during or after the performance or behavior? The lesson's purpose and the need for variety will direct this decision. At what point in time will the feedback most benefit the performance, behavior, or emotions? The number of variables that influence and affect feedback are many. It takes both knowledge and skill to know how to use these variables when giving feedback. Summary of the assets and liabilities of different forms of feedback. In analyzing the possible assets and liabilities of each feedback form, the questions to consider are: what are the purposes of each form of verbal behavior? What does it do for the learner? What does it do against the learner? Tables 4.12 through 4.15 on page 45 and 46 summarize the feedback forms. To summarize, feedback shapes perceptions, personality, and one's view of humanity. Since each form of feedback acknowledges events from a particular point of reference, expanding the use of all the forms of feedback can expand our perceptions of the teaching-learning process. Implementing the knowledge about feedback, rather than relying on personal preferences, is a worthwhile pursuit for all teachers. Chapter 5. Cognition. Physical education has the inherent capacity to facilitate development on all the channels. Mosston was intrigued and captivated by the educational possibilities that existed in physical education. No other field could so deliberately contribute such a wide set of developmental opportunities in every individual lesson. Deliberately designed decision-making experiences in physical education have the capacity to actively invite students to think, cognitive channel, while moving, physical channel, and to interact with others, social channel, while practicing fair play, ethical channel, and self-control, emotional channel. Mosston's experimentation with the relationship between thinking and moving in the different teaching-learning behaviors led to the development of a framework that explained and described the various thinking processes. Mosston sought to bridge the gap that existed between the notion of academic and non-academic content areas in school curriculum. Mosston rallied to alter the versus perception that pitted mind against body. The spectrum theory shows the inseparable connection among the various developmental channels and the power of physical education to accomplish educational goals and objectives. Every activity, in any subject matter field, enlists a cognitive focus. The following framework delineates the cognitive possibilities that exist during the teaching-learning process. It is imperative that physical education teachers realize they teach thinking skills, cognitive. It is also important to realize that the structure that governs cognitive development is the same in all fields. What is unique about physical education is the physical, visible expression of the cognitive process. Few fields give teachers the opportunity to observe their students as they partake in the cognitive process. Although motor skill development is accomplished only through active participation on the physical channel, the tasks for motor learning always highlight a cognitive process. Before motor skills become patterned, demonstrating physical development, they are first a cognitive process. Every motor skill in the beginning phase requires deliberate cognitive attention. Learning movement patterns that are kinesiologically effective and physically accurate requires thinking. When motor skills become correctly patterned and automatically wired, using anatomy, physiology, and kinesiology principles, the cognitive attention to motor skill development moves to a supportive role for the physical demands of the new activity. The vast professional literature contains treatises on the nature of thinking, research on specific aspects of thinking, and proposals for the teaching of thinking. The proliferation of ideas has, inevitably, produced a rich array of terms that often conflict in meaning and in usage. This chapter presents a formulation of the processes and operations of the complex phenomenon of human thinking. This formulation is an attempt to identify a framework to show the relationship among the various thinking processes and cognitive operations that characterize teaching-learning experiences. Several terms that were coined in conjunction with the formulation are used consistently throughout this book. Cognition, the premise. The formulation presented here identifies three basic processes of conscious thinking: memory, discovery, and creativity. The memory process enables the reproduction aspect of learning by recalling and replicating past knowledge. This knowledge may include facts, dates, names, events, routines, procedures, rules, previous models, etc. Replicating information or a physical movement in any sport or activity relies on the memory process. The discovery process, unlike memory, engages learners in production of information that was previously unknown to them. This knowledge can include concepts, relationships between or among entities, principles, and theorems. Designing physical movements, games, strategies, choreography patterns, or interpreting movements all rely on discovery. The creative process refers to responses that are perceived as unique or original, something that is new, different, beyond commonly known, or anticipated responses. It is suggested here that the word creative is a value word that bestows an attribution of uniqueness and originality. Therefore, it may be said that responses that are considered creative can be produced in any of the cognitive operations. See Creativity, a Different Viewpoint, page 68 to 70. The line of demarcation between discovery and creativity is often subtle and even blurred. The interaction of these three processes, however, is fundamental to the very structure of thinking. Please see Figure 5.1 on page 49. A general model for the flow of conscious thinking. Thinking occurs when something triggers the brain to engage in memory, discovery, or creativity. The trigger is always a particular stimulus, S, that induces a state of unrest or irritation that evokes the need to know. The stimulus moves the person into a state of cognitive dissonance, D. The need to know motivates the individual to start a search for an answer, a solution, or a response that will reduce the dissonance. The search may engage the memory process, the discovery process, the creative process, or all three. This phase in the flow of thinking is designated as mediation, M. When the search, regardless of how long it takes, is completed, a response, R, is produced in the form of an answer, a solution, a new idea, or a new movement pattern. In summary, the phases and sequence in the flow of conscious thinking are S, the stimulus, or the trigger, D, the state of cognitive dissonance, the need to know, M, mediation, or the search, R, the response, or the answer or solution. This flow is inherent to conscious thinking. These phases are not sequences that are imposed or externally applied to thinking. Rather, they are what the brain does when thinking. Awareness of this inherent process offers greater understanding of the complexities involved in thinking. Schematically, the model inherent to the flow of conscious thinking looks like this: S, D, M, R. The stimulus, S. Many kinds of stimuli trigger thinking: a task to be done, a social situation, an emotional problem, a game, a creative endeavor. In fact, any life event can serve as a stimulus. Regardless of the event, the stimulus always raises a question in the mind of the person. A question induces cognitive dissonance and thereby arouses the need to search for an answer. All questions, whether they are asked by others or by oneself, can be assigned to one of three categories that correspond to the three basic thinking processes used in searching or mediating. Some questions trigger the memory, some questions trigger discovery, and other questions invite creativity. The stimulus actually invites engagement by producing the next phase, cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance, D. Dissonance is a state of unrest, a state of an irritation or a condition manifested by the need to find an answer. Learners enter the state of cognitive dissonance when the stimulus, the question, is relevant to their interest, need, and level of knowledge. The dissonance motivates learners to act on the need to know, and then moves them to the next phase, mediation. Dissonance varies in intensity. It can be subtle, the response so automatic that the dissonance is unnoticed, or it could be cognitively and emotionally so disturbing that it compulsively drives and motivates the mediation phase. If the stimulus is not relevant, the learners will ignore the question and will not enter the state of cognitive dissonance. This disengagement is manifested by an absence of the need to know and the need to search. Mediation, M. The search for a specific cognitive operation. Human thinking capacities span a variety of cognitive operations. For example, all humans can engage, with varying degrees of proficiency and speed, in specific cognitive operations. Some examples include naming, modeling, comparing, contrasting, categorizing, analyzing, designing, hypothesizing, others. Mediation activates the search for the specific cognitive operation that is triggered by the specificity of the stimulus, the question. One will engage, for example, in comparing only if a stimulus calls for this operation. Otherwise, there is no need to compare. The need to compare may arise from different sources: a question that arises in one's mind, a question presented by another person, the need to choose between or among options, and so on. Only when the question is specifically directed at comparing will this cognitive operation be activated. Otherwise, it will lie dormant, waiting to be called on. The same is true for all other cognitive operations. The learner will engage in modeling, contrasting, categorizing, etc., only when there is a need to do so, and that need is triggered by a specific stimulus. Now, each one of the cognitive operations can be activated by any of the three basic thinking processes: memory, discovery, or creativity. It is possible, for example, to remember how to categorize a set of objects, or a set of movements or events, etc., based on previous experience. It is also possible to discover previously unknown options for categorizing the same set of objects, movements, or events. It is also possible to create entirely new/unique categories, movements, or events. The activation of the particular cognitive operation and its use, via memory, discovery, or creativity, during the mediation period depends on the nature of the stimulus or the question. It is as if the cognitive operations stand poised, waiting to be recruited to bring to fruition any of the three thinking processes. Dominant and supportive cognitive operations. During the mediation period, SDMR, the specific cognitive operations can serve one of two functions. 1. A dominant function. 2. A supportive function. Every stimulus or question has a dominant cognitive focus. However, most, if not all, cognitive operations require support from other cognitive operations in order to properly function. It is important to provide learners with experiences that develop different cognitive operations so more complex operations can be tackled. When a task or question asks the learner to compare one movement to another, a series of cognitive operations are assembled in a particular sequence to guide the thinking process to the desired outcome, comparing. Comparing relies on observing each movement, recognizing the sequence of each movement, identifying patterns in the movements, and then matching similarities. In this way, dominant cognitive operations rely on their supporting cognitive operations. The temporary hierarchy. In the previous example, the interacting cognitive operations formed a temporary bond, a hierarchy, for the purpose of answering the question that governed the episode. How are these two movements alike? The supporting operations, observing, naming, sequencing, matching, comparing, that interacted to lead to a response, functioned in sequence or in reciprocation. The cognitive interaction moved back and forth between any two operations when additional information was needed, memory and matching, or matching and comparing. The supporting cognitive operations did not function simultaneously. The gathering of information, however, always flowed in the direction of the dominant operation, in this case, comparing. The temporary hierarchy formed during the mediation phase acts as a bridge between the question, stimulus, and the solution, response. The temporary hierarchy serves to provide the information needed at that time and is sustained only as long as the learner remains in the state of cognitive dissonance. When a solution is found, the temporary hierarchy is dissolved. The learner returns to a state of cognitive consonance, and engagement in the episode ends. The temporary hierarchy is a formation of temporary relationships. When another stimulus is aimed at another dominant cognitive operation, a different temporary hierarchy will be formed. Other supportive operations will be recruited as needed during the mediation time, in order to serve the purpose of the new episode. The sequence and interplay between the SDMR and the dominant and supportive operations continuously move the thinking process to the final response. Dominant cognitive operations do not work in isolation. They selectively recruit supporting cognitive operations to assist in generating the response. The stimulus, question, indicates the dominant cognitive operation, but the supporting operations are essential in reaching the desired response. Learners unable to produce responses frequently have not developed or are confused about one or more of the supporting cognitive operations. Without competence in the supporting cognitive operations, learners are unable to successfully resolve the stimulus. Rather than badgering them to produce the dominant cognitive operation, adjust the question, identify the weak supporting operation, clarify misconceptions and meanings, and practice using the cognitive operations that are unfamiliar to the learners. Since each dominant operation is dependent on the learner's competence in executing supportive operations, it is necessary for teachers to become knowledgeable in the operations, skilled in manipulating the tasks to highlight different dominant cognitive operations, and astute in detecting the specific operations in which learners get stuck. The response. The interplay between the dominant and supporting cognitive operations sooner or later results in a response. The mediation phase, regardless of the length of time it requires, terminates when a response is available. The response can be a consequence of memory, discovery, or creativity. However, if answered correctly, the response is always within the domain of the dominant cognitive operation. The speed, the quantity, and the quality of the response depend on the learner's experience in the given cognitive operation, their prior knowledge of the particular subject matter area, and perhaps on their unique abilities or talents. Convergent and divergent thinking. The flow of thinking in the three basic processes and in the specific cognitive operations can follow one of the two possible paths. 1. Convergent thinking. 2. Divergent thinking. It is possible to engage in memory via a convergent path that requires the learner to remember a single correct answer to a question. Examples of this process are: name the location of the next Summer Olympics. Locate the path of the major muscle that extends the arm at the elbow joint. Recall the first cue for the volleyball overhand server. In the freestyle stroke, recall when you were supposed to breathe. In order to answer these questions, the learner's search during mediation converges on a correct answer. Convergent thinking is also represented when students are asked to reproduce a series of movements to accomplish the demonstrated movement. All the individual parts of the specific movement produce the anticipated correct movement: the cartwheel, the tennis overhand serve, the basketball free throw shot, etc. Although there are multiple parts within the movement, the cognitive path is convergent memory, recalling the parts to reproduce the indicated movement. It is also possible to engage a divergent path in memory that requires the learner to recall several correct answers to a single stimulus or question. For example, recall the names of 5 team sports that are in the Olympics. Perform 3 basketball passes. Name 5 strokes that can be used in badminton. Provide examples of the movements we have practiced in gymnastics that incorporate agility. Recall 4 strategies used in the game when the defenders were in. State 3 reasons for keeping your center of gravity low when performing this move in basketball. In order to answer these questions, during mediation, a learner's search diverges and seeks to remember multiple answers/parts to the question/stimulus. When engaging in the discovery process, it is possible to follow a convergent path that leads the learner to discover a single solution or a single concept. See guided discovery and convergent discovery chapters for more details. It is also possible to take a divergent path in which the learner discovers multiple solutions to the same problem. See chapters Divergent Discovery and Learner Design Individual Program. Similarly, the attribution of creativity can be associated with convergent responses, resulting in a single response, or it can flow in divergent paths to produce a variety of new responses. All the options, convergent and divergent, memory, discovery, and creativity, adhere to the sequence described in the general model for the flow of conscious thinking, SDMR. The stimulus triggers the dissonance that, in turn, determines the path that will be taken during mediation. Will it be a convergent or a divergent path? Please see Figure 5.2 on page 54. At the end of mediation, the result emerges in a form of a single response, R, or multiple responses, RX, emanating from memory, discovery, or creativity. The discovery threshold. The teaching-learning options within the spectrum are clustered by their cognitive focus. The cluster of styles, A through E, serve the human capacity for reproduction, memory, and the cluster of styles F through K serve the human capacity for production, discovery. Please see Figure 5.3 on page 55. Between the cluster of behaviors that trigger memory and those that evoke discovery, there is a theoretical invisible line called the discovery threshold. In the memory cluster of teaching behaviors, A through E, teachers may be actively engaged in various cognitive operations, but their role is to deliver specific knowledge or skills. The role of the learners is to be receivers who reproduce the knowledge or skills in the designated memory cognitive operations. Throughout the cluster of teaching behaviors A through E, the learners remain in a relative state of cognitive acquiescence with regard to active production and cognitive operations other than memory. Staying in this state ensures the success of episodes designed for engagement in memory and reproduction. Any engagement by the learner in comparing, sequencing, naming, or calculating, etc., is done by remembering the comparison, recalling the sequence or the names, or accurately calculating. The learner performs by recalling content information. When the intent of an episode shifts to discovery, styles F through K, both teachers and learners must cross the discovery threshold by changing their behaviors. The teaching-learning behaviors shift when the teacher introduces different stimuli or questions that move learners across the threshold and engage them in the discovery process. The learner's behavior shifts to active production and discovering by designing movements, by sequencing information, by actively discovering in the intended cognitive operation. In order to cross the creativity threshold, both teacher and learner must change their behaviors once again. The teaching-learning behaviors shift with the introduction of different stimuli or questions that move learners to engage in the creative process, or the learners themselves ask questions that stimulate the creative process in any of the teaching behaviors. The role of cognitive operations. During the mediation phase, a search begins among the known cognitive capacities to select the cognitive operations that will satisfy the response. The words triggering cognition and that invite each of the three thinking processes can be specific or ambiguous. Specific cognitive operation questions are appropriate when 1. Introducing new cognitive operations and experiences. 2. A predetermined thinking expectation is anticipated by the teacher. 3. Learners repeatedly fail to provide anticipated responses. 4. Competition exists among learners. 5. Answers are to be assessed, scored, graded, evaluated. 6. Time is limited and answers require a predicted response or desired thinking process. 7. Producing random responses would not assist the learning objectives or content acquisition. Ambiguous cognitive questions are appropriate when 1. The answer is independent or free of a specific correct response or thinking process. 2. Learners' predominant cognitive preferences are sought. 3. The teacher is seeking opinions. 4. Interaction is casual, short-term, often appropriate in social situations. 5. Searching for a new direction to answer a question, problem, or issue. 6. Stalling or regrouping techniques are necessary. 7. The learning objectives support exposure to random, often unrelated, responses. Specific cognitive words. Many words can trigger cognition. Knowing which words trigger specific thinking processes permits teachers to deliberately construct questions that lead to the intended subject matter goals. As illustrated in Figure 5.4 on page 57, words can be clustered according to the thinking processes they activate. Figure 5.5 on page 58 suggests that it is possible to identify and cluster words that represent specific cognitive expectations according to their predominant thinking process, memory, or discovery. Because the creative process is an attribution of uniqueness to responses, there are no specific words that exclusively represent the creative process. It is possible for all the cognitive operations, in either memory or discovery, to produce responses that are considered creative. This figure is only a guide to acknowledge the elaborate network and possibilities that exist in the language to trigger cognition. Note that it is possible for the same cognitive words to appear in each process. Although the words are the same, the thinking processes and the final responses are very different. In order for the desired mediation, search, to occur, the verbal behavior used in the stimulus or question must specify the cognitive process. The following words in Figure 5.5 on page 58 do not identify a clear cognitive intent. As stated, these words are cognitively ambiguous. Each needs a specific cognitive operation word to clarify the intended thinking process. Identify, organize, discuss, examine, show, memorize, list, recognize, describe, explain. The specific cognitive word selected will determine which thinking process is engaged. Explain by restating the sequence or explain by justifying the actions. Organized by sorting or organized by categorizing. Scan Figure 5.5 on page 58 and review your classroom language, marking the cognitive words you use. Chart those you use primarily, infrequently, and never. physical education has many opportunities to emphasize a variety of cognitive operations as other fields. Figure 5.5 presents only a few of the possible words in the English language that refer to and invite thinking. Cognitive words within the question/stimulus can either point learners in the desired direction or lead them on unnecessary cognitive tangents. Omitting the cognitive intent also disrupts interacting in the task. Every task in physical education activates a cognitive process. The complexity and richness of the cognitive process is rooted in the variety and quantity of individual operations, and the visual quality in physical education makes the process even more intriguing. This variety provides human beings with uniquely unlimited possibilities and capacities, but cognitive proficiency requires practice. Ambiguous cognitive words. Ambiguous cognitive words require clarification to convey their intent. Identify, organize, discuss, examine, describe, explain. These familiar classroom directives fail to clearly convey a cognitive expectation. Using these words increases the chances for error, confusion, and misconceptions. Cognitive ambiguity can be removed by indicating the specific cognitive operation expected. Note that either memory or discovery operations can be used to clarify the intent of these words. Using the word identify by itself is ambiguous. However, indicating a specific operation clarifies the intent. For example, identify by matching or copying, in physical education, initiating the performance, contrasting, providing examples, justifying, imagining alternatives, constructing a model, others. Clarity of cognition intent is efficient, saves time, and reduces frustrations. Perhaps the most commonly used ambiguous cognitive words in the classroom are what, why, when, where. The what, why, when, where, and how misconceptions. None of the above W words appear in the cognitive figure. After much study and many classroom observations, the author concluded that, generally speaking, what, why, when, where, and how are words that 1. May represent either memory, discovery, or creativity. 2. Do not project a specific cognitive operation. 3. Require another word in the question or statement to indicate the specific cognitive intent. 4. Let students select the specific cognitive operation to answer the question. When particular responses are not sought, this latitude carries minimal liabilities. However, when responses are intended to match anticipated answers, this option often leads to errors, misunderstandings, and confusion. 5. Can provide insight into an individual's cognitive preferences. 6. Require flexibility and latitude when teachers are evaluating responses, because no specific cognitive operation is stated. 7. Permit, even encourage, opinions or position statements. Interview questions and conversation interactions primarily rely on these words. 8. Others. There are times in the gymnasium/classroom when it is cognitively appropriate to ask questions that begin with what, why, when, and where. For example, these words are essential when a person is seeking opinions, determining cognitive preferences, obtaining information from the expert, or exploring new topics. The process of inquiry into the unknown often begins with a general question. What is? What would it be like to? What if? Individuals who ask such questions a priori are anchored in discovery. They are not seeking to remember or reproduce. For them, these words do not project memory or ambiguity. For these individuals, the W words invite and activate the discovery/creative thinking processes. During the mediation phase, the search process explores, tries out, many cognitive operations in both memory and discovery, trying to assemble a solution, design, or invention, trying to discover the product or response that expands current boundaries. However, in the classroom, the W words are frequently used inappropriately. Indicating the cognitive path the teacher wants the learners to travel reduces the liabilities of these ambiguous W words. A common movement task is, how would an elephant move? Now, move like an alligator would move. Both examples imply reproduction, remembering, then copying the movement. However, in many cases, the teacher is seeking imaginative movements, By not clarifying the cognitive intent, the teacher leaves the decision to the learners as to which process, memory or discovery, will guide their movements. Analyze, explore, problem solve. Terms that indicate a cluster of cognitive operations. Some cognitive operations represent a cluster of supportive cognitive operations rather than one dominant operation. The reciprocal nature of the supportive operations leads to production of a response that is then labeled analyze, explore, problem solve. Unlike the operation of, say, comparing, which is precisely defined as identifying that which is the same, alike, similar, there is no precise single definition for these words. Rather than leading to a dominant cognitive operation, these words are represented by a series or cluster of supporting operations. Therefore, it is imperative for the teacher to determine the task's cognitive focus and to clearly describe to the learners which supportive operations are to be emphasized. Discussion. This word is often used to indicate a cognitive process. Discuss the, let's talk about, we are going to have a discussion. The word discuss implies that a conversation, an interaction, a sharing of thoughts and ideas will occur. Although many teachers refer to this word as though it were a distinct teaching behavior and a particular thinking process, the word does not inherently indicate either one. Conversations, expressions of one's thoughts, can stem from reproduction memory or production discovery. Unless discussion questions specify another cognitive operation, the primary operation activated generally is an opinion. Let's discuss the story. Since this conversation will be guided by each student's opinion, the content discussion typically jumps from one point of reference to another. When a specific cognitive operation is included, the discussion begins with a common point of reference and a specific learning intent. Discuss the differences between the two formulas, the differences among the main characters, the differences in forms of feedback, etc. In these examples, the content discussion will center around the primary cognitive operation of memory contrasting. However, discussions that evoke discovery and the production of alternative thoughts center around the specific cognitive operation included in the question. Discuss the possible implications to individual freedom if a new law was established that, beginning a conversation with, let's discuss this situation, can be controversial. This ambiguous statement can lead to misunderstanding and conflict, as the participants do not know whether the discussion will stem from memory or is intended to produce new reactions, solutions, or interpretations. Arguments, disappointments, feelings of confusion, and even betrayal can result when individuals approach a conversation from different cognitive entry points. Knowing the cognitive intent in advance makes selecting the appropriate verbal behavior easier. Errors and random cognitive development occur when teachers predominantly select ambiguous cognitive words. Think of other words that teachers use to stimulate discussion. Cognitive operations and verbal behavior. Although learners in any given classroom do not perform equally, they have a more equal opportunity to enter the task if ambiguous stimuli/questions, which cause unnecessary searching for the intended cognitive operation, are reduced. In order to achieve cognitive clarity, teachers must be familiar with various cognitive operations, operational definitions, and suggested verbal behaviors. Operational definitions. Each cognitive operation has its own image and invites its unique cognitive request. Familiarity with the various operations and their definitions is necessary in order to formulate questions that 1. Deliberately develop cognition. 2. Correctly select the appropriate cognitive function to obtain the intended content, experiences, or objectives. 3. Diagnose cognitive proficiencies and identify specific deficiencies. 4. Offer developmental cognitive opportunities. Table 5.1 on page 63 presents operational definitions for a variety of cognitive operations and suggested verbal behaviors that trigger each operation. The concept presented is that only a limited range of verbal behaviors triggers each operation, and that it is not possible to say, "What do you think?" or "What's your opinion?" and elicit a pre-selected cognitive operation other than opinion. Before a cognitive operation can be deliberately activated, it is necessary to use the verbal behavior that will accurately recruit it. Acquiring content from limited cognitive experiences, 1 or 2 cognitive operations, produces a shallow knowledge base. Becoming skilled, competent, and confident in content requires tackling it from a variety of cognitive approaches. When minimal cognitive operations are experienced in class, learners develop a cognitive economy, and they try to repeat only what was experienced in class. Many do not know how to tackle the content from a variety of cognitive approaches. Movement acquisition must be accompanied with a cognitive emphasis. Movement development is not isolated to the physical channel. It, like all learning, emerges from the cognitive developmental channel. Examine the tasks and activities in physical education classrooms for their cognitive requests. What portion of the tasks requires the students to practice the demonstrated task by trying to physically copy, imitate, or reproduce? What portion of all the tasks that learners are engaged in represents reproduction or production? Implementing a variety of cognitive operations for each topic can expand the learner's understanding of and motivation in the content. Verbal behavior and ambiguous cognitive statements. Ambiguous cognitive statements leave room for cognitive interpretations or misinterpretations and should be used sparingly. The following examples let learners choose to either engage or disengage in the cognitive process. They permit selection of the specific thinking operations. Can you? This ambiguous statement and the following variations produce 2 unwanted responses. 1. They invite the response, no. 2. They cognitively permit the learner not to engage. Can you? Who would like to? Would you like to try? Can anybody? Would someone like to? Can anybody think? Can you give an example? Does anybody remember? Who wants to help out? Could you put that another way? Could you explain your reason to us? Can you give me? There are no alternatives for these verbal statements when cognitive engagement is the goal. Simply avoid statements that permit learners to say no to cognition. Classroom observations documented that after these statements were made, additional comments followed that occupied airtime but did not enhance content time on task. Generally, these statements are non-productive and time-consuming in the classroom. Questions that evoke either a yes or no response typically stop and short-circuit engagement and bypass the teacher's cognitive intent, because the SDMR is completed when learners respond yes or no. Additional cognitive engagement depends on the teacher or the learners asking themselves another stimulus/question to continue cognitive participation. A yes or no question permits the learner to take a position, both cognitive and emotional, before engaging in the content. Therefore, restoring cognitive engagement may be difficult. Stopping and starting cognitive engagement with such verbal comments is taxing and interrupts the learning process. Do as many as you can. How many can you do? Actually, these statements permit learners to do one or none, then stop and feel fine about not producing more. Stating quantity is important for sustained cognitive engagement and for appropriate feedback. Including the pronoun you in the question. The pronoun you in the question permits cognitive limits based on what is desirable and best for each student. Stating you in the question permits learners to personalize, censor, justify, and contour responses according to their past experiences. What would you? How would you? If you were? Can you think of? When the cognitive intent is to divergently examine possibilities beyond an already established position or opinion, inclusion of the pronoun you in the question is counterproductive. These questions invite answers that reflect a personal position. Therefore, defending one's position, opinion, or response becomes more important than engaging in the content and the development of the specific cognitive operation. Altering the verbal behavior from, how would you pass the soccer ball in this play, to, design 3 possible passes that move the soccer ball beyond, invites the learners to go beyond their personal preferences. It allows the same learner to produce divergent responses, even seemingly contradictory responses, and it permits acknowledging others' ideas as possible solutions. Inclusion of you invites protective and competitive behaviors with winners and losers. When questions a priori seek exposure of personal beliefs and persuasions, then inclusion of the pronoun you is appropriate and necessary. Although therapy, trust-building exercises, and developing friendships rely on the expression of thoughts and feelings that stem from you, the majority of classroom content questions are hampered by the inclusion of you. Incorrect responses. When learners lack information and give incorrect responses to questions, teachers generally move on to other students, thus leaving behind the learner who answered incorrectly. An alternative approach is to return to the student who did not know after the correct response has been given and ask this learner to repeat the correct answer. Repeat the correct answer, Brenda. If the learner did not hear or see, most of the time learners will tune out after answering incorrectly, have the correct answer repeated. Then ask again. Brenda, repeat the correct answer. This technique lets learners know that both participation and accuracy are expected, and that the teacher is committed even to learners who need more time. Saying, hearing, and seeing the correct answer is an important reinforcement. In a class of 30 learners, generally only one learner states or models the correct answer, which is usually a 1, 2, or 3-word response. In some situations, an alternative could be, once the correct response has been given, to call on another learner to repeat the same answer, then another learner, and yet another. The same answer is repeated 3 or 4 times. Including learners in active participation in the subject matter not only assists content acquisition, but it also enhances class climate. Frequently, learners hear far more incorrect responses than they do correct responses. Parameters for answering questions. Knowing when to apply which logistical parameter is another skill that affects the question and answer process. In some situations, it is necessary to request order. One person, one voice at a time. When ordered responses are sought, a preparatory phase is necessary before stating the question. With a raised hand, then ask the question, or one voice at a time. These parameter statements set in advance expectations. There are other situations where requiring the learners to raise their hand before answering questions interferes with the cognitive and behavior intent. Stating the procedures to be used before asking questions and eliciting answers establishes clear expectations. Questions/situations that avoid stating or that confuse the cognitive intent. Asking questions/designing situations is a major part of any teacher's behavior. Although there are many reasons for asking questions, obtaining a remembered answer and/or inviting a discovered answer on any of the developmental channels are 2 primary classroom objectives. Designing questions/situations requires 1. Identification of the teacher's overall reason for asking the question. 2. Awareness of the desired response. 3. Identification of the specific or ambiguous cognitive operation. 4. Ability to determine whether that desired response and cognitive operation would be best served by memory, discovery, or the creative process. 5. Ability to precisely select the verbal behavior in the stimulus/question to match the intent. Questions are asked so that learners can be guided to develop cognitively within a content. Among other professional requirements, teachers must be professional question askers. This skill does not develop automatically. It is learned. The ability to formulate questions and design situations that develop cognition is a skill with profound implications. Questions that confuse need to be redesigned. Creativity, a different viewpoint. The creative process invites the unexpected, the unusual, a deviation from the norm. It is the uniqueness of the response that merits the distinction creative. Unlike the reproduction and production processes, creativity does not have a mutually exclusive list of cognitive operations that trigger uniqueness. Creative responses are always anchored in a specific cognitive operation from either memory or discovery. This notion of creative memory and creative discovery is perhaps new to many readers. However, in reality, creativity is possible in all memory and discovery cognition operations. It is possible to produce unique responses in all cognitive operations. For example, some dancers conceive of their original routines from imagination, while others flawlessly and with exact perfection copy the routines and patterns of the masters. In some artistic circles, both are regarded as creative. One is creative copying, the other creative imagining. Each cognitive operation can be analyzed in the same manner. Designing is a discovery cognitive operation. When the design is given the attributions of unique, original, or beyond the known or anticipated, it can be considered creative designing. We have all seen the competitive routines in synchronized swimming or ice skating that were unusual, discovery designing. All the designs were different, but there is always that one routine which added elements meriting the attribution of creative design. People generally have preferences among cognitive operations, and it is possible for each person to develop a way of thinking that results in creativity, if only in one cognitive operation. This view of creativity suggests that all people can be encouraged to practice creative responses. Exceptionally talented individuals, who are designated as creative, can generally produce unique responses in an array of cognitive operations. In the gymnasium/classroom, introductions to creative tasks are often general and unrelated to previous cognitive experiences. Typical class introductions are: produce a creative move, come up with a creative idea for, be creative in the game, creativity counts, go for it, let your mind go, be original. The words used to indicate the specific cognitive operation are ambiguous, and they do not direct the learner's cognitive search, nor do they teach a learner how to initiate the creative process. In fact, the word creative often evokes emotions rather than inviting cognitive freedom, exploration, or expression. Learners who are anchored in memory and accustomed to giving responses that are correct or incorrect freeze or get stuck when teachers select this verbal behavior to introduce the creative expectations. They become emotionally preoccupied with the value implications and are paralyzed trying to search for what is uniqueness, what is creative. On the other hand, learners who are comfortable in divergent discovery are eager to enter creative cognitive dissonance. This emotional and cognitive difference represents an initial cognitive inequality among the learners. Entering tasks with some degree of cognitive equality is more likely to occur when the question, stimulus, invites and directs learners to the specific thinking operations. Although there may be times when ambiguous and nonspecific questions are appropriate, specific questions are generally more productive to learning in the classroom. The creative process can be exhilarating cognitive experience, but for some, feelings of satisfaction occur only after the fear of failure, of being wrong, of being judged by peers and teachers have passed. Students who are secure in their thinking capacities immediately begin the search for cognitive operations that project their creativity. Their cognitive freedom and pride emerge as they experience their own thinking powers. For other learners, this process is frightening and painful. Feelings of frustration, embarrassment, inadequacy, and a host of other emotions come forth when creative expressions do not materialize. The creative process is possible for each of us within our predominant and preferred cognitive realms. Encouraging each individual to produce responses that are unique and unpredictable within cognitive preferences can trigger new creative opportunities and possibilities. Honoring the creative learner. Learners who enjoy engaging in the creative process often shift themselves into a state of creative cognitive activation. Many of these learners, when confronted with memory questions, prefer to go beyond the expected answer and produce creative responses. Yet they correctly answer the question. These students' personalities often remain in a constant state of creative cognitive dissonance. Their thinking predominantly views the world from outside the norm, and they deliberately avoid the predictable. These learners constantly activate creative responses and are not satisfied with just remembering or discovering. They must produce beyond the known or expected, even when situations and time are not appropriate. They seek airtime, recognition, and approval, feedback, just as the learners do who prefer to function within the established boundaries. In some schools, creative learners often suffer judgment and intolerance for their creativity, for stepping beyond the boundaries. Although some teachers attempt to subdue or discipline learners whose expressions are constantly unpredictable, many professions require these traits. Computer program designers, advertising agencies, design engineers, improvisational performers, graphic and set designers, etc., seek individuals who are able to go beyond the known. Designing gymnasium episodes that encourage creativity in different cognitive operations invites learners to expand their cognitive, emotional, social, ethical, and physical limits and boundaries. Cognition and wait time. Teacher wait time varies with each cluster of teaching behaviors. In general, memory questions require a shorter pause period than do discovery questions. Within the temporary hierarchy, the more supportive cognitive operations that are needed to activate the dominant cognitive operation, the longer the wait time must be before the teacher intervenes. No single time frame is appropriate for all situations or questions or all teaching behaviors. Many immediate memory responses are best practiced with a minimal pause, wait time, whereas producing responses to discovery questions requires longer teacher wait time. When learners are skilled in the thinking process and the cognitive operations, less wait time is possible. The objectives of the content and the teaching behavior selected affect the amount of wait time that is desirable. That issue will be addressed in each teaching behavior. Designing the subject matter. Each cluster of teaching behaviors approaches the design of content with different criteria. In the reproduction teaching styles, styles A through E, tasks share the following characteristics. 1. Reflects a single standard in design and performance. There is only one correct factual response, representing either divergent or convergent memory. 2. Elicits only the cognitive operations included within the memory and recall process. 3. Contains specific descriptions of what to do. 4. Contains specific descriptions of how to do it, performance standard. This prescribes the quality of the task and includes an example of the process or the procedures to follow. 5. Conforms to and facilitates the decision structure of the selected teaching behavior. 6. Prescribes the quantity. Although each reproduction behavior, A through E, adheres to these criteria, each teaching behavior invites a different task focus. These specific differences are delineated in each teaching behavior chapter. In the production behaviors, F through K, task design is approached according to the kind of discovery each behavior emphasizes: guided, convergent, or divergent discovery. Task sheets. Even in the physical education gymnasium or classroom, one of the most useful aids for accommodating the learner's engagement in a task, or series of tasks, is the task sheet, sometimes called worksheet or a task guide. The presence of these papers do not inherently indicate one behavior or another. The task description, the cognitive emphasis, and the learner's expectation in the task, decision structure, do. The purposes of task sheets are: 1. To begin to reduce the learner's dependency on the teacher and provide an opportunity for them to engage in the task on their own. 2. To present the task and assist the learner in remembering the task, what to do. 3. To increase the efficiency of time on task and teacher-learner communication. 4. To reduce the number of repeated explanations by the teacher. 5. To teach learners to listen to the initial set of expectations. 6. To teach the learners to follow specific written instructions. 7. To record their learners' progress, optional. Whether the learners are asked to listen and observe the explanation or demonstration, or whether the task sheet actively delivers the task sheet becomes the source of information. The learner is responsible for following through and completing the task on the sheet. The use of task sheets has several implications to content involvement and teacher-learner interaction. It reduces the learner's manipulation of the teacher in any behavior. Students who have learned to manipulate ignore the teacher during the initial delivery of expectations. Then, while the class is engaged in doing the task, they call the teacher for another explanation, a private one, thus dominating the teacher's time. When this behavior occurs, it reverses the control in the class and reduces the teacher's available time to move about, observe, and offer feedback. For example, the manipulative learner may say, "I forgot what you said." The teacher cannot ignore the request to repeat the expectations, nor can the teacher hold the learner accountable for the initial explanation. The teacher may feel frustrated, but compelled to repeat the directions. When task sheets are used and when learners do request clarification, the interaction between teacher and learner is different. They can be asked, "What does the description on the task sheet say?" The teacher thereby initiates a different relationship with the learner, who now must refer to information available on the task sheet. The teacher continues, "Is the description clear?" The teacher has initiated a second interaction. The learner must focus on the description of the task and now has only two options. One is to say, "Yes, it is clear." The teacher could then say, "Now you're ready to begin." The teacher may or may not stay to offer feedback before moving on to the next learner. The learner's second option is to answer no. The teacher then can say, which specific phrase or word is not clear. Again, the teacher initiates. This question invites the learner to either focus on the description of the task and to be specific about the unclear phrase or word, or to begin engagement and be accountable to practicing the task. Pending the learner's action, the teacher provides the appropriate response, offering clarification or acknowledging the learner's understanding, and then moves on. The relationships when using task sheets are different from those where no task sheets are used, because the interactions are based on verbal behaviors that decrease manipulation by learners. The interactions where task sheets are used reestablishes the teacher in the appropriate role of assessing and inviting the learner to participate in understanding and performing the task according to the decisions of the selected teaching behavior. Well-designed task sheets and all the reproduction behaviors include the 5 characteristics for task design, listed on page 102. The production behaviors task sheets also include the specific discovery structure of the selected teaching behavior. See the individual teaching behavior for examples. Cognitive format decisions. Although physical educators use format designs less frequently than classroom teachers, it is important to present this concept so that more experiences using a variety of cognitive operations can occur in the gymnasium. Some cognitive operations have a distinctive look, shape, or form that can be visually sketched. These visual representations of specific cognitive operations assist the learner's thinking in his or her search, during mediation, to locate the corresponding cognitive function. Visual cognitive formats do not replace the need for introductions and explanations of cognitive operations. However, they do help learners visualize the new abstract cognitive functions. The educational movements, called advanced organizers and graphic organizers, reinforce this concept of producing materials that use visual formats to complement cognitive functions. Please see Figure 5.6 on page 73. Although cognition always occurs within content, each cognitive operation's function and definition can be understood independent of any specific content area. Comparing in any context means searching for the specific characteristics that are the same. Contrasting in any context refers to those characteristics that are not alike. Venn diagram visually reinforces these 2 cognitive operations. It visually presents 2 spaces for responses that represent contrasting and a different space for those that represent comparing. The overlapping circle permits learners to see that different items can share common features or characteristics. Although this diagram is a powerful visual tool for introducing comparing and contrasting, an introduction to the cognitive processes is still necessary. Note that the Venn diagram asks the brain to function in a reciprocal manner between 2 cognitive operations. Separate experiences in each operation are needed first in order to verify the learner's understanding and proficiency. Figure 5.7 on page 74 presents comparing and contrasting in another visual format. It too provides separate spaces for responses in each cognitive operation. The design, with its boxes, arrows, and keywords, visually guides cognition and directs learners to search for the requested cognitive operation. As with all notions in this text, constant use of visual organizers produces liabilities. Visual designs can lull the brain, and some learners who successfully follow the organizer do not actively forge the new cognitive pathways on their own. For these learners, later recruitment of these cognitive operations without the organizers is difficult. At a given point, learners must produce their own cognitive designs, rather than filling in the spaces on prepared pages. Cognitive format designs can introduce material, reinforce, and motivate thinking in different operations. There are many cognitive format design examples. Examine other examples and experiment with them in the gymnasium. They can be fun while teaching learners deliberate cognitive skills. The notion of the non-versus approach is the cornerstone of the ideas presented in this text. Within the educational arena, there is no single idea or notion so uniquely powerful in human development that it stands alone as the important issue. The non-versus approach of the spectrum acknowledges and values the importance of all the developmental channels, each of the components of teaching, each of the 3 basic processes of thinking, and, as we will see, all teaching behaviors. It is the reciprocation and supportive relationship among these functions that contribute to human growth and development, to the process of educating. In summary, the spectrum describes two clusters of behaviors, A through E, which serves the human capacity for reproduction, and F through K, which serves the human capacity for production. Cognitive development is not a haphazard process. It requires knowledge about the thinking processes, specific cognitive operations, and precise verbal behavior. A challenge to teachers to increase awareness and introspection was extended in the verbal behavior and feedback sections. That same challenge for awareness of cognition is extended now. What teachers say and how they say it influences learning. The cognitive channel is always activated, whether the content is science or expressing feelings, math or self-control, reading or practicing kind and caring techniques. Cognition directs our actions in all the developmental channels. Thinking is what people do. Reinforcing the possibilities in thinking is what teachers are asked to do. Chapter 6. The Command Style A. Pre-impact T. Impact T. Post-impact T. The defining characteristic of the command style is precision performance, reproducing a predicted response or performance on cue. In the anatomy of the command style, the role of the teacher is to make all the decisions, and the role of the learner is to follow these decisions on cue. When this behavior is achieved, the following objectives are reached in subject matter and in behavior. Please see the diagram on page 76. The OTLO is the fundamental unit of relationships. The particular roles, decisions, of the teacher and learner in the command style produce a particular set of outcomes. The outcomes can be compared to the anticipated set of objectives that this decision relationship produces to determine the degree of congruence, agreement, that occurred between the intended set of objectives and the actual classroom action. When any of the above objectives arise, the decision structure of the command style will lead to them. Some of the many examples that represent the decision structure of the command style include opening ceremony of the Beijing Olympic Games, synchronized swimming, synchro diving, classical ballet dancing, school figures in ice skating, crew rowing, group calisthenics, performing in an orchestra, square, folk, line dancing, singing in a choir, pronouncing new words or words in another language, landing a plane on an aircraft carrier, acting in theater productions, participating in martial arts, trapeze performances, cheerleading, performing in a drill team, marching in a band, marching in military parades, dancing with the Radio City Rockettes, precision flying with the Blue Angels, taking part in formal ceremonies, weddings, inaugural celebrations, funerals, etc., precision parachuting, others. Few fields are as rich in examples of the command style as physical education. Precision physical performances are represented in all aspects of the society. Some examples maintain traditions, while others challenge them. Some examples are necessary for an orderly society, while others are intended as entertainment. Regardless of the content, all share the same decision structure. The teacher, leader or authority figure, makes all the decisions, while the participants/learners/performers execute the performance decisions on cue. The decisions are the defining factor that establishes the teaching-learning relationship and the ensuing objectives. Although Mosston deliberately selected the name command style because it captured the essence of this style's decision relationship, the name is arbitrary. Mosston could have named this first behavior any of the following: precision practice, cued response, imitation practice, follow the leader practice, choral responding practice, immediate response practice, boot camp practice, etc. What is unwavering is the decision structure that defines the relationship. When the behavior of the teacher and the learner adheres to the anatomy of the command style, that behavior, independent of its arbitrary name, leads to the objectives of this relationship. For some, the name command style produced a negative emotion that prevented them from acknowledging the validity of this teaching-learning behavior. The purpose of establishing landmark names for different teaching-learning behaviors is to establish a common language, a frame of reference, that enables us to converse about teaching in a clear, efficient manner and to claim this jargon as our own, different from other teaching fields. The importance of any teaching-learning relationship is not its name, but the set of decisions that lead to the educational objectives. The anatomy of the command style. All teaching styles evolve from the anatomy of any style. Please see Figure 6.1 on page 78. From this anatomy, how can we derive the specific structures of different teaching styles? How many teaching-learning styles are there? What differentiates one from the other? The specific styles and the differentiation among the styles are identified by who makes which decisions, when. In any teaching-learning relationship, there are two decision makers, the teacher and the learner. Each can make the minimum to the maximum number of decisions as delineated in the anatomy. See Chapter 3. This minimum to maximum continuum in decision-making constitutes the theoretical limits that can be applied to the anatomy of any style. Thus, each option in the teacher-learner relationship can be expressed by a precise identification of who makes which decisions about what and when. The landmark command style emerges when the teacher makes the maximum and the learner makes the minimum number of decisions in the anatomy. This kind of teaching-learning relationship, or style, accommodates the examples, episodes, described at the beginning of this chapter. The schematic representation describes the flow from the axiom to the emergence of the specific structure of the command style. Please see Figure 6.2 on page 79. Step 1. Identifies the axiom. Step 2. Identifies the anatomy of any style. It describes what decisions must be made. Step 3. Identifies the first condition on the spectrum, in which the teacher makes the maximum number of decisions and the learner makes the minimum number. Step 4. Identifies the relationship between the teacher and the learner that is designated Style A, the beginning of the spectrum. Step 5. Identifies the role of the teacher as one who, in the specific anatomy of this style, makes all the decisions in the pre-impact, impact, and post-impact sets, designated as T, T, T. The role of the learner is to perform, that is, to follow the decisions made by the teacher in the given episode. The designation L, therefore, does not appear in the anatomy of the command style A. It will appear in later styles when the learner actually makes decisions in specific sets. In the command style, the only decision the learner makes is the choice between yes, I'll do it or no, I will not do it. Once a yes decision is made, the learner proceeds to follow every decision made by the teacher. If the learner makes a no decision, there is no transaction between the teacher and learner as anticipated in the pre-impact set. The essence of the command style is the direct and immediate relationship between the teacher's stimulus and the learner's response. The stimulus, the command signal, by the teacher precedes every movement of the learner, who performs according to the model presented by the teacher. Hence, all the decisions listed in the anatomy of any style, subject matter selection, location, posture, starting time, pace and rhythm, stopping time, duration, and interval, feedback, etc., are made by the teacher. The schematic representation of the beginning of the spectrum and the anatomy of the command style appear in Figure 6.2 on page 79. The implementation of the command style. The focal questions for the teacher who wishes to implement an episode, or a series of episodes, in the command style are: what is the picture of this kind of a relationship between a teacher and students? How does one translate the theoretical model, intent, into actual teaching-learning behaviors, actions? How does the teacher determine if the objectives of this style are reached? Let us start with a general description of an episode and then identify the steps needed to implement it. Description of an episode. An episode in the command style must reflect the essence of this relationship. The teacher makes all the decisions and the learner responds to each decision. In this episode, correspondence between the learner's behavior and the teacher's behavior is continuous for each and every performed movement. The teacher gives the command signal for each movement, and the learner performs accordingly. Examples of this relationship can be observed in classes of karate, ballet, aerobics, and folk dances. Sometimes the command signal and the rhythm support techniques are relegated to other people or to instruments, such as the beat of the music in aerobics, the drums in some folk dances, the coxswain in rowing, the student leading a class in warm-up exercises, and so on. The essence of the relationship is the same. One person, or surrogate, is making all the decisions for the others. When this relationship exists, the objectives for the command style are reached. A teacher who wishes to use this style needs to be fully aware of the decision structure, the anatomy of this style, the sequence of the decisions, the possible relationships between command signals and expected responses, the appropriateness of the task, and the present level of ability of the learners, their ability to perform the movements with reasonable accuracy and adhere to the demonstrated model. How to implement the command style. The following steps describe how to use the anatomy of the command style as guidelines for implementation. This process involves the pre-impact, impact, and post-impact decisions. The pre-impact set. The purpose of the pre-impact set of decisions is to plan. During the planning set, all the decisions in the anatomy are made in accordance with the selected teaching-learning behavior. Deciding which specific teaching-learning behavior to select is determined by making decisions about the objectives for the task and the behavior. The planning will eventually result in a lesson plan. See Chapter 11. The impact set. The impact set is the actual face-to-face implementation time. The purpose of the impact set of decisions is to engage the learners in active participation and to execute, follow through with, the decisions made during the pre-impact. It is the time to put the intent into action. It is imperative, in all styles, that the expectations be sequenced during delivery in the episode. The learners must know the expectations of the task performance and the expected teacher-learner relationship, roles/decisions of the teacher and learner. Therefore, the teacher is responsible for setting the scene by presenting the expectations during every episode. Setting the scene in any style always includes delivering 3 sets of expectations. 1. Subject matter, the content. 2. Behavior, the roles or decisions of the teacher and the learners. 3. Logistical procedures, equipment, time, location, and other considerations. These 3 expectations can be delivered in the order that best leads to the anticipated objectives. Expectations about subject matter establish what is to be done. Behavior focuses on how the teacher and learners are expected to look while engaging in the task, behavior image. The logistical procedures indicate the supporting details and parameters for the environment and task. Logistical examples include distribution of equipment, organization of learners, location boundaries, movement patterns from one station to another, time limits, attire and appearance requests, and other task or environment parameters. It is important to deliver the 3 expectations in separate statements or segments rather than mixing them. It is easier for learners to grasp the expectations when they are presented individually. In the initial stages of using the spectrum, or any new style, the students will need an introduction to the idea of different teaching-learning styles or behaviors. For the first 2 or 3 episodes in this style, the teacher could present something similar to the following to prepare the learners for an expanded classroom reality. Initial introduction, roles or behavior expectations. 1. The teacher explains to the students that when a teacher and student are in a face-to-face situation, a variety of decisions can be made by the teacher or the learner. 2. These decisions can be distributed between the teacher and the learners in a variety of ways, depending on the relationship's purpose at the particular time and the particular episode. 3. One of these particular arrangements is a relationship where the teacher's role is to make all the decisions, and the learner's role is to follow, perform, and respond to each decision, each command, stimulus. 4. The purpose of such a relationship, called the command style or precision practice, is to elicit an immediate response so that certain tasks can be learned accurately and in a short period of time. 5. A series of episodes in this style facilitates the accomplishment of objectives such as replication of a model, precision and accuracy of performance, and synchronized performance. See the list of objectives cited earlier in this chapter. Experience with the spectrum styles indicates that most students can internalize the structure and operation of the styles within 2 or 3 episodes when the introduction to the styles covers points 1 through 5. Therefore, To set the expectations in subsequent episodes, the teacher announces the name of the style and moves on to the delivery of the subject matter. Initial introduction. Subject matter expectations. 1. The teacher demonstrates the whole task, its parts, and its terminology. The order here may vary according to purpose. This establishes the model for the performance. 2. The demonstration may be relegated to videotape, pictures, or to a student who can perform the task according to the model. 3. The teacher explains the movement sequence or details necessary for efficiently or safely understanding the task. 4. Varying time ratios of demonstration and explanation may be necessary for different tasks. Initial introduction. Logistical procedures expectations. 1. The teacher establishes the preparatory and command signals for the episode. These may change during the episode to accommodate different aspects of the subject matter. 2. Most episodes require parameters regarding time, location, interval, where to get and return equipment, attire, and appearance. 3. Other procedures may be identified depending on the subject matter or behavior expectations. At this point, the teacher and the learners are ready to begin the activity, which is the essence of the impact set. The learners respond according to the command signals and the rhythm support procedures conducted by the teacher. The post-impact set. The post-impact set of decisions offers feedback to the learner about the performance of the task and about the learner's role in following the teacher's decisions. See the section on feedback forms in Chapter 4. The command style experience is one of action. The repeated movement in performing each task and replicating the model brings about the contribution of this style to physical development. Passivity is incongruent with this style. In any given episode, the learners use a maximum amount of time in active participation. A minimum amount of time is used by the teacher for delivery of the 3 expectations: subject matter, behavior or role, logistics. Active time on task in this style is very high. Schematically, the time distribution looks like Figure 6.3 on page 83. Figure 6.4 on page 84 presents the flow of events that occur in each episode. The first 3 expectations can appear in any order to best facilitate the objectives of the episode. A teacher must decide, based on objective of the overall experience, the content, students, and environment needs, the most appropriate order for delivering the 3 expectations. The critical features to note are that order varies to accommodate the lesson's objectives, and each of the 3 expectations should be delivered separately. Mixing or jumping from one expectation to another is not beneficial. The implications of the command style. Each style on the spectrum differently affects learners, subject matter selection, and task design. Each style suggests a set of implications. Whenever a command style behavior is used in an episode, it implies that the teacher can design experiences for group synchronization and success. The teacher can design a stimulus-response experience that produces developmental benefits. The teacher is aware of the need for conformity to certain principles for safety or movement proficiency or for accuracy in performance. The teacher is able to develop group cohesiveness. The learners can function and develop physical skills within a stimulus-response relationship. The learners are willing to acknowledge their roles and partnerships within the group. The learners acknowledge the teacher's expertise and are willing to accept the teacher's decisions. Subject matter considerations. The overriding purpose of the command style is to develop automaticity of responses or movements. Therefore, content that is performed by what appears to be wired reflexes or instinct requires precision practice of the command style. Aspects of many activities or sports require accuracy and precision in body positions and movements. Fencing, archery, swimming, baseball, proper holding of rackets, clubs, balls, hoops, repetition of basic steps or routine performances. All require frequent experiences and precision practice. A common assumption in the command precision practice is that over-learning needs to occur to produce automaticity. The following suggestions relate to using the command precision practice. When learners are inexperienced and new to the content, The task should deal with one stimulus at a time, a moving ball, but in a stationary position. However, when learners are skilled in the task, focusing their attention on the individual parts of what is already an automatic learned response will disrupt the wired reflex and skill proficiency. When errors are observed in an automatic or wired reflex performance, the performance must be rewired by interpreting the automatic flow of the action by focusing on the flawed section. Relearning is difficult because it emphasizes multiple developmental channels. First, the emotional channel to accept that a known skill must be altered, then the cognitive channel to understand the differences, and finally the physical channel to alter a movement pattern. The following guidelines summarize subject matter selection for the command precision style. The subject matter is fixed. It represents a single standard. The subject matter is best learned by immediate recall and through repeated performance. The subject matter can be divided into separate elements that can be replicated by a stimulus-response procedure and can be learned in a short period of time. The greater the speed of recall, the more proficient the learner will be in moving on to other aspects of the subject matter. Individual differences are not invited. Instead, replication of the selected subject matter is sought. Through frequent replication, the group can perform the task in unison. Style-specific comments. Since each behavior represents a different teacher-learner decision relationship, a different reality emerges with the use of a given style. Each behavior has its own do's and don'ts, its own occurrences, and its own potential difficulties. Awareness of these reality aspects helps to develop insights into the style's essence and contributions, as well as preventing mishaps that might reduce the possibility of reaching the objectives. The following section offers some style-specific comments regarding episodes in the command style. The teacher must be aware of the sensitive nature of the command style. This relationship of one person making all the decisions for others must be used with full consideration of the emotional state of the learner's capacity to respond, and the nature and purpose of the task. Young children, for example, enjoy many command-style activities, such as Simon Says, mirroring actions, and follow the leader. All represent imitating behaviors. Emulating, repeating, copying, and responding to directions are necessary activities for young children. Learning to do a task is a part of growing and of becoming socialized into a group. Responding to directions is an important behavior for young children. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, rather than just the act of responding, is the primary motivator for learners of any age group in the command style. Adults participate in command style activities for two primary reasons: personal development and/or participation in a subculture's activities or rituals. An example of such an experience is step or dance aerobic sessions. These illustrate all the components and objectives of the command style: high time on task, repetition, high degree of uniformity, precision, and safety. It is reasonable to assume that the primary purpose for participating in step or dance aerobics is not these components, but the sense of development, fitness, being in shape, losing weight, conveyed to participants. Command-style experiences will best accomplish this goal. An equally powerful reason for participating in an aerobics class is the sense of participation in a socially accepted environment and activity. Another example of a command-style experience is karate, primarily the training aspect. Many of the participants in these activities accept not only the command-style behaviors, but the manners and rituals that may not have been part of their culture or personal conduct. A third type of experience includes high-risk sports. Acquiring some of the necessary skills requires command-style relationships and discipline. When safety is paramount, command-style behavior relationship is mandatory during training and often during the experience itself. In activities such as parachuting, mountaineering, and scuba diving, command-style episodes focus on the particular physical responses and the appropriate, precise use of equipment and accessories. In addition, controlled episodes are designed to teach deliberate management of stress and panic. Only when these aspects are learned and integrated, mostly by command-style experiences, can participants move on to the real experience of participating in and enjoying the sport. Cultural and aesthetic experiences represent a fourth type of command-style activity. The command style is often used to teach dance techniques. Examples can be found in ballet, certain aspects of modern dance, and in folk dance. In these diverse forms of dance, precise performance and adherence to a predetermined model are both important. The dance forms themselves project aesthetic values and the continuity of cultural standards. The fifth type represents some of the competitive experiences in sports. Synchronized swimming may represent the epitome of the command style because of its high-level precision, synchronization, and projection of a particular set of aesthetic values. The compulsory part of competitive gymnastics is another example, and rowing cannot be successful without maximum synchronization and precision. It is fascinating to realize that activities so diverse in structure and purpose share the same teaching-learning process or teaching behavior, the command style. The teacher must be aware that the command style is only one of the options in human interaction. To realize the maximum benefits of this style and an integration of several elements must be present when this behavior is in process. Some of these elements are selection of the subject matter, time on task, logistical accommodations, appropriate feedback, and an appropriate effective relationship with the learner. Style A must not be perceived as time-efficient style or the strict style. Style A is a combination of all the dimensions just cited. The skilled teacher who also cares for the learners can elevate this relationship to a level of mutual respect and emotional comfort. The teacher must be aware of the emotional context of this behavior. There are at least two possibilities that can develop. One is the abuse of power by the teacher, who may use this behavior for control and reprimand purposes. When we reprimand someone, we usually take away decisions. When this kind of teaching behavior prevails, negative feelings often result, and the learner will reject the teaching style, the teacher, and the subject matter. The second possibility is that the teacher will use the command style with affection, charm, and care. The command style does not mean being mean. This behavior can be used to motivate learners, elevate their self-concept, and develop esprit de corps. Common pitfalls to avoid. When an episode in the command style is not reaching its objectives, it may be due to one or more of the following. 1. Excessive amount of teacher talk and too little time for the learner's active participation. 2. The class is not synchronized in the performance of the movements. The teacher needs to examine the pace and rhythm speed, too fast or too slow. 3. The teacher is giving annoying or overlapping command signals. Loud or continuous repetition of a signal, or a signal inappropriate to the task, can be counterproductive and even cause discomfort. Overlapping or unclear signals confuse time decisions, starting, pace and rhythm, and stopping. The teacher should consider alternative signals. 4. Excessive repetition of the same task may cause boredom, fatigue, or both. Learners need to feel challenged and satisfied that they have learned something from this behavior. 5. Stopping the action of the entire class because one or two learners are having difficulty stops the flow of the activity and diverts the class's attention to the inadequacies of the individuals. 6. The teacher stays only in one spot. In this behavior, the teacher does not have to stay in one fixed position when conducting the episode. Moving about, using rhythm support techniques other than counting, provides the teacher an opportunity for individual and private feedback without stopping the action. 7. Unclear introduction of the expectations causes tangents. Displaying a classroom chart reminds the learners that multiple behaviors will be in use in the gymnasium. Please see Figure 6.5 on page 89. There may be other pitfalls, but when something goes awry, it can always be traced to a particular decision. The role of the teacher is to examine that decision and make the proper adjustment. The developmental channels. The importance of the developmental channels must not be overlooked. They are the source from which teaching learning derives its meaning, and the tools from which diversity and variability are created. Each landmark style is defined by decisions that focus on specific objectives, attributes along the developmental channels. Each learner has the opportunity to make the decisions and develop the attributes, objectives, of the landmark styles. It is possible to alter the developmental emphasis, the attributes, without changing the decision distribution of the landmark style. When the emphasis shifts, a design variation is created that offers learning experiences and attributes that expand the landmark style. Design variations are created when attributes on the different developmental channels are emphasized and the decision distribution remains consistent with a specific style. The possible design variations within each landmark style are infinite. For example, using the criterion of social involvement, the examples provided to illustrate the landmark command style have not focused on the social channel or on any of the attributes within this channel. Therefore, learners are minimally involved in any specific social involvement attributes. Please see Figure 6.6 on page 90. However, it is possible to emphasize specific social attributes while participating in the command style. As long as the decision distribution remains that of the command style, task variations that emphasize social interplay still represent this style. Choreographed teamed dance routines, ballroom, folk, modern dancing, are examples. Movements and calisthenics that require synchronization and teamwork in a cued performance also represent the command style with a social emphasis. Review the list of examples at the beginning of the chapter for the ones that emphasize social responsibility and respect, while highlighting individual precision performance. The tasks and the developmental channels selected for command style episodes can reinforce an individual experience or a group experience that does not emphasize social interplay, or it can elicit a highly dependent social structure. The developmental channel emphasis within the decision structure pinpoints the focus of the learning experience as it relates to the subject matter. Likewise, design variations that emphasize attributes along the emotional, ethical, or cognitive channels can be designated using the command style decision distribution. The idea of design variations within a style provides an expanded view of each style, and it offers more possibilities for creating a variety of learning experiences within each style. Notice that when attributes on the social channel are emphasized, attributes along the emotional, cognitive, and ethical channels are also activated. These attributes are reinforced within the decision distribution of the command style. This social, emotional, cognitive, and ethical learning focus is different from a social experience that uses a different teaching style. The learning focus is the result of the interplay between the teaching style and the attributes that are emphasized on the developmental channels and their influence on the task expectations. Design variations. Each landmark behavior identifies a set of objectives that learners can accomplish in a specific decision configuration. That statement does not imply that there is a single desired image to each style. When a teaching style becomes fixed on its implementation image, it means that the attributes emphasized on the various developmental channels are the same in all or most episodes. Expectations about the kind of task selected and the performance or practice involvement are predictable and fixed. In some specific situations, this single image may be desirable. However, in the gymnasium or classroom, such experiences limit accomplishing a wide set of educational objectives. When teachers design variations within the same teaching style, by emphasizing various attributes on the developmental channels, they offer their students a variety of learning opportunities. Learning to design variations using the same teaching style requires making a decision about the focus or the objectives, the attributes on the developmental channel, that will complement the task while retaining the decision distribution of the landmark style. Design variations within the command style can emphasize any current issue. For example, if character education is the developmental criterion, how could a teaching learning episode in physical education be designed in the command style to emphasize attributes in character education? To design episodes with this focus, decisions would need to be made about the physical task, the specific attributes in character education, and about the developmental channels to be emphasized in the task. Indeed, the possibilities for learners to experience various attributes in character education while performing physical tasks and participating in the objectives of the command style are plentiful. Designing a task from a specific developmental emphasis, rather than just selecting a physical activity, moves episodes, lessons, and unit designs to a different developmental level. Such learning experiences emphasize human attributes. They become associated with human qualities rather than just the content or the specific task. Let's use the parachute in a classroom example. Many of the tasks using the parachute in physical education require the command style. Learners, working as a group, are expected to physically move in a synchronized behavior, often to the signals of the teacher or music. Some physical activities include lifting and lowering the parachute, shaking the chute, having a designated learner run under or around the chute, running to the center then back, practicing curls. All of these activities focus completely on the physical channel with no connection to any other attributes on other developmental channels. It is possible to make generalized assumptions about the effect of the first set of tasks on the development of the learners in each channel. However, it would be incorrect to say that because the learners were in a group, socialization was being developed, nor that because the learners had to be aware of those beside them, they were developing ethical consideration for others. Such objectives are neither substantiated nor emphasized in the task directions. Therefore, it is presumptuous to assume that they are being experienced or developed. Let's add a different learning focus to the task: run to the center then back. Calling out the task, run to the center then back, generally leads to a collision. Because the task emphasis is on physical participation without mention of any attributes, the learners have the choice to bombard one another. It's fun, it's physical, it's active. However, if the teacher wanted to add a specific human attribute, self-control, to this task, the teacher could say, without invading the space of others, now let's run to the center and maintain our own self-space. Give the concrete example of skydiving. When skydivers jump, they have to be very careful not to get too close to others to avoid entangling the parachutes. This time, as you run to the center, maintain self-space. This task can be made more challenging in the same attribute of physical self-control. Have the learners move in a circle and on signal, move to the center while continuing to walk, skip, run forward, all without touching. Using the parachute as a tool and movement as the form, human attributes among the developmental channels can be emphasized in tasks. This example emphasizes the human attribute of physical restraint, not colliding with others. This same task could be modified to incorporate specific social, emotional, or ethical attributes. When tasks are designed with a deliberate link to attributes on the developmental channels, a new vista is opened in teaching and learning. Please see Figure 6.7 on page 93. The decision distribution of the command style, the first landmark teacher-learner relationship, creates a set of learning objectives that is essential for all students to experience. When teachers design experiences that emphasize a variety of attributes along the developmental channels, they create enriching experiences that can foster goals in both physical education and character development. The command relationship is only one of the ways in which teachers and learners can interact and relate to subject matter. Chapter 7. The Practice Style, B. Pre-impact, T. Impact, L. Post-impact, T. The defining characteristic of the practice style is individual and private practice of a memory/reproduction task with private feedback. In the anatomy of the practice style, the role of the teacher is to make all subject matter and logistical decisions and to provide private feedback to the learners. The role of the learner is to individually and privately practice a memory/reproduction task while making 9 specific decisions. Please see the diagram on page 94. When this behavior is achieved, the objectives described below are reached in subject matter and in behavior. The practice style establishes a new reality, offers new conditions for learning, and reaches a different set of objectives than the command style. The landmark OTLO relationship of the practice style occurs because certain decisions are shifted from the teacher to the learner. This shift in who makes decisions about what, when, creates new relationships between the teacher and learner, between the learner and the tasks, and among the learners themselves. In every field, the practice style is a predominant behavior. People individually practice tasks and receive feedback. This landmark teaching-learning behavior can emphasize any of the attributes along the developmental channels. Consequently, the classroom image of this behavior is not singular. Although there are more variations in this classroom image of this style than most styles, the decision distribution for these variations represents the anatomy of the practice style. To determine the developmental focus of any teaching-learning event, it is necessary to identify the specific decisions made by the teacher and the learner as they participate in the content. The anatomy of the practice style. To design episodes in the second style on the spectrum, a change in the decision distribution, who makes which decisions when, must take place. Specific decisions are shifted from the teacher to the learner. In this new landmark style, which has significantly different objectives from the command style, the following 9 specific decisions are shifted from the teacher to the learners in the impact set. 1. Location. 2. Order of tasks. 3. Starting time per task. 4. Pace and rhythm. 5. Stopping time per task. 6. Interval. 7. Initiating questions for clarification. 8. Attire and appearance. 9. Posture. The decisions in the pre-impact and post-impact sets remain unchanged. The teacher makes those decisions. Please see Figure 7.1 on page 96. In the anatomy of this style, the teacher's role is to make all the decisions in the pre-impact and post-impact sets. In the impact set, the teacher shifts the 9 decisions to the learner. Therefore, the learner's role is to make the 9 decisions while performing the tasks designed by the teacher. In the post-impact set of decisions, the teacher observes the performance and offers individual and private feedback to learners about both their tasks and their decision-making in the 9 categories. This shift of the 9 decisions marks the beginning of the individualization process, inviting different behaviors from both teacher and learner. The teacher must begin to see the learners as individual performers who are responsible for decision-making in 9 categories. The teacher must learn to shift time decisions and refrain from giving commands for every movement, task, or activity. The learner has the opportunity to initiate practice, to initiate interaction with the task on his or her own, and to initiate and learn to make the 9 decisions within the logistical parameters determined by the teacher. The learner learns to make time decisions as they relate to practicing the task. The original name for Style B was the task style. However, this name was changed because all styles have a task. Mosston realized that task style was too ambiguous and too nonspecific a name to identify the essence of this landmark decision relationship. In the 1970s, we discovered that whenever one individually practiced a task, the 9 decisions of this landmark behavior were intrinsically made. Although practice style correctly identified the essence of this relationship, it also was observed that styles A through E are all practice styles. Perhaps the most accurate name for this landmark decision relationship is individual practice style. Despite the variety of names used to describe this behavior, it is vital to focus on the distribution of the decisions that determine the learning objectives. The implementation of the practice style. Style B, the practice style, is the first style on the spectrum that involves the learner in making some decisions during the episode. A new reality evolves in Style B episodes where learners actually practice not only the task, but also the deliberate process of making decisions in the 9 categories. In this style, a new interaction and a new relationship unfold between the teacher and learner. The teacher learns to trust the learner to make appropriate decisions while practicing the task, and the learner learns deliberate and independent decision-making in conjunction with performing the task. Description of an episode. An episode in Style B must reflect the essence of this new teacher-learner relationship. Initially, the teacher will describe to the class the concept of shifting decisions to produce different learning objectives, the 9 decisions of the practice style, and the meaning of the 9 decisions. This explanation establishes the behavior expectations for the ensuing episode. The teacher continues with the subject matter, explanation/demonstration, and the logistical expectations. The order of these 3 expectations changes according to the objectives of the episode. Once the 3 expectations have been delivered, the learners begin while the teacher observes the learners making the 9 decisions. The learners will pick up the necessary materials, establish their locations, and within a reasonably short time, will settle into the performance of the task. The teacher begins to individually and privately contact each learner. The manner in which time is used marks a major contrast between the realities of the command behavior and the practice style. Signaled or cued performance is the essence of all variations of the command behavior. Learners respond when they are cued or signaled, time decisions, to achieve a precision performance. The essence of all variations of the practice behavior is the availability of a unit of time, within the stated parameters, allotted for learners to make the decisions while practicing the tasks. The primary learning focus in the practice style is to develop awareness in making decisions about time, and also to realize the importance of time in task acquisition for oneself and for others. The essence of the classroom image of this style is a particular cycle of relationships between the teacher and the learner. The teacher presents the expectations for the task, the behavior/decisions, and the logistics. The learner performs the task, making the 9 decisions for a period of time. The teacher observes the performance and offers feedback. How to implement the practice style. The following steps describe how to implement the practice style. The pre-impact set. As in the command behavior, the teacher's role is to make all the decisions in the pre-impact set. 2 major differences are the teacher's awareness of the deliberate shift of decisions that will occur in the impact set and the selection of tasks conducive to this style. The impact set. During the face-to-face interaction, events in the episode unfold. The categories that comprise all episodes are identified in the following table. The need or focus of the experience will determine the order of the first 3 expectations. There is no set order for presentation of the first 3 expectations: subject matter, behavior, logistics. Table 7.1 on page 98 shows the events in the episode. Additional post-impact decisions will likely be made after the face-to-face interaction has ended. Please see Figure 7.2 on page 100 and Figure 7.3 on page 101. Reviewing and assessing the events of a class are necessary for reflective teaching and to prepare for the next class interaction. When one episode ends, another begins as soon as the expectations for the next event are stated. The next episode could be in the same style, reinforcing the same set of objectives, or it could be in the same style but with a different developmental channel emphasis, or it could be an entirely different teaching-learning behavior with another set of decision-making expectations and outcomes. The implications of the practice style. Each event, each decision in the classroom has consequences. Because learners enter the classroom from different philosophical, psychological, social, and cognitive points of view, it is imperative to know the network of implications that each teaching-learning behavior implies. Episodes and the practice style imply that the teacher values the development of deliberate decision-making. The teacher trusts the learners to make the 9 decisions. The teacher accepts the notion that both teacher and learner can expand beyond the values of one style. Learners can make the 9 decisions while practicing the tasks. Learners can be held accountable for the consequences of their decisions as they participate in the process of individualization. Learners can experience the beginning of independence. Although there are numerous examples of teaching strategies in the literature, each is associated more closely with one landmark behavior than another. Because all models, strategies, or methods suggest a decision distribution between the teacher and the learner in reference to the subject matter, it is possible to identify which landmark styles, set of objectives, different behaviors represent. In the literature, the term guided practice has been described as a unique teaching behavior. However, in the literature, the actions of the teacher and learners are not consistently described. At times, the behavior suggests the command style. At other times, the description supports the practice style. When guided practice is described as a cued practice, in which each part is demonstrated and students are guided step by step and told what to do and when to do it, the decision distribution represents style A. When guided practice describes an individual practice on your own, the decision distribution represents style B. In both situations, frequent feedback is offered to guide the practice. Although the name guided practice suggests something different from command or practice styles, the underlying decision distribution is the same. When teachers know the implications, the primary focus and value of the learning experience, of various teaching terms that are used in the literature, they are able to more accurately implement the approach and succeed in reaching the anticipated goals and objectives. Philosophical intention about teaching and learning must be followed by the decision distribution for the teacher and learner. That is, if the benefits of the idea are to be reached. Selecting and designing the subject matter. This section deals with 2 questions that the teacher must answer while planning episodes in the practice style. What kinds of tasks are appropriate for this style? How does one design and organize a cluster of tasks to accommodate the process of this style? Kinds of tasks. The characteristics of a task appropriate for an episode in the practice style are: 1. That it is fixed and must be performed according to a specific model. No alternatives are sought. 2. That the movement or responses can be identified as correct or incorrect. Many activities in physical education consist of fixed tasks. In many cases, they form the basis of the activity by defining its structure. For example, when a teacher demonstrates the position at the starting blocks for a short dash, that demonstration becomes the model, the fixed standard. In the practice style, all learners are expected to practice and perform that position as demonstrated without individual variations and adjustments. Perhaps later, if a variation proves to be beneficial to one runner or another, it will be adopted. When a forehand stroke in tennis is demonstrated, all the learners are expected to practice the stroke as demonstrated, with the same motion and same foot position. When a 1.5 front somersault in tucked position is the description of the task, all learners are expected to practice the dive according to the accepted standards. By delivering and demonstrating these tasks, the teacher has capacity to offer feedback about the correctness of the performance. The teacher compares the performance with the demonstrated model. At least 4 sources determine the need for fixed tasks. 1. Kinesiological and biomechanical principles. 2. Past experience of teachers and coaches. 3. Aesthetic standard. 4. Safety. Kinesiological principles establish the correctness of postures and movement combinations based on scientific analyses. These analyses tell us precisely which posture and which movement is most appropriate for attaining given objectives. Laws of physics, for example, help determine the degree of difficulty for various exercises. It is futile to produce alternatives when a specific posture or movement works best. One cannot ignore the knowledge provided by teachers and coaches' observations. Over the years, they have developed special and subtle insights into the activity and design appropriate movement sequences that lead to attaining the task. Their knowledge serves as a powerful basis for establishing correctness for performance. Aesthetic standards generally evolve from cultural agreements and are transmitted and preserved by ceremonies and rituals. Certain postures, movements, and movement combinations are considered attractive, beautiful, and symbolic. They are used to maintain and project a tradition. In this sense, these movements are correct for this purpose. The actions of cheerleaders, drill teams, marching bands, gymnastics demonstrations, and traditional dance performances all represent this category of adhering to a particular standard or of attaining the predetermined standard by performing the correct movements. Performing these standards is represented by the command style. Practicing them is often represented by the practice style. The design of the task sheet. The purposes of task sheets/task cards. As mentioned in the chapter on cognition, the purpose of the task sheets is to increase the efficiency of time on task and teacher-learner communication. The task sheet is the most useful aid for any of the 4 organizational formats in any style. See Organizational Options in Chapter 11. Although the purposes of the task sheet were presented in the chapter on cognition, the following reviews the goals. 1. To assist the learner in remembering the task, what to do and how to do it. 2. To cut down on the number of repeated explanations by the teacher. 3. To teach the learner to concentrate when listening to the explanation the first time. 4. To teach the learner to follow specific written instructions and enhance independent and precise performance. 5. To record the learner's progress. It is quite common to see learners in the gymnasium who do not know some details of the task to be performed. This high visibility factor is an advantage in physical education. One can see from a considerable distance whether a learner knows how to perform a task. Often, this lack of precise performance is not related to the physical capabilities, but rather to the learner's inability to remember, for a variety of reasons, the details that were previously demonstrated or explained. Using a task sheet makes clear to learners that part of schooling is listening and observing. It is the learner's role to listen to the explanation and observe the demonstration. Then, during practice time, the task sheet becomes the source of information. This puts the focus on the learner, who becomes responsible for following up by using the information on the task sheet. In the gymnasium or the playing field, there is the question of physical distance. Task sheets make it possible for the teacher to direct learners without physically moving to widely scattered locations. When task sheets are used, however, the interaction between the teacher and learners can focus on the understanding of the task description, the learner's understanding of the specific parts. The teacher is able to refer to the task sheet and ask questions that lead the learner to understanding. This climate is psychologically effective because it rapidly teaches learners about the assets of the practice style, its contributions to their performance improvement, and their responsibility for making the 9 impact decisions. The design of the task sheet. An effective task sheet contains the necessary information about what to do and how to do it. It always focuses on the task or tasks to be performed during the given episode. It describes the specifics of the task. It identifies the quantity of the task, number of repetitions, distance, length of time for the particular exercise, etc. It uses one of 2 verbal behavior forms. A. Your task is to perform 3 consecutive forward rolls in tuck position and to finish in squat position. Infinitive. B. Place your left hand on the lower part of the bat and keep your right hand. Imperative. It has space for notations concerning the learner's progress, feedback comments, and other pertinent information. This design, seen in Figure 7.4 on page 106, serves as a general format for a task sheet. Its parts include 1. Identifying information. Example, name, class, date. 2. Designation of the behavior or style used in the task sheet. In this example, it is style B. The same task sheet may also be used for styles A, C, and D. 3. Task sheet sequence number. This helps keep the sheets organized for future use. 4. The general subject matter refers to the name of the activity or sport. Example, volleyball, gymnastics, swimming. 5. The specific topic indicates the particular aspect of the sport that will be practiced. Example, serve, handstand, backstroke. 6. To the student. This space is to describe the purpose of the activity and any logistical or other relevant information. 7. Task description. This space is available for describing the tasks and their parts. When necessary, the description should also include an illustration of the tasks and their parts. These can be drawings or photographs of the desired positions. Videos can be used to illustrate the task in motion in conjunction with the task sheet. 8. Quantity is indicated using units that are relevant to the prescribed task. Example, the number of repetitions, the length of time for doing the particular task, the number of successful trials out of total number of attempts. 9. Progress notation. This column can be used by the student and teacher to mark the completed task, to indicate incompletion, or to comment on the next session, etc. 10. Feedback. Space is available for feedback comments, which may be provided by different people, depending on the style. In this style B example, the feedback is provided by the teacher. To design tasks with reasonable accuracy and usefulness, teachers must frequently gather the information from the sports sciences. Otherwise, the design of these task sheets is left to anyone's guesses or hunches. Style-specific comments. Observing the practice style in operation has revealed several style-specific insights. Awareness of these issues can positively influence planning and implementation. 1. The theoretical structure of the practice style calls for shifting 9 decisions from the teacher to the learner. However, there are 2 decisions that need some commentary, particularly in physical education. 1. Posture, and 2. Attire and appearance. In all other classroom or laboratory subjects, posture is an accommodating feature of the learning situation. In physical education, however, posture is a part of the subject matter. The description of a task includes the posture to be attained and sustained during the performance. Therefore, posture decision is not shifted during the practice for fixed tasks in physical education. The second decision that may not be shifted to the learner concerns attire and appearance. This is often an institutional decision. The school authority makes the decision concerning uniforms. Other institutional decisions concern safety procedures for a particular sport, protective gear, safety gear, or what attire is appropriate for the rules and procedures of a given sport, particular uniforms for wrestling, judo, modern dance, or track and field. 2. If a considerable number of learners make the same error when performing the task and/or making the decisions, role error, then an adjustment decision by the teacher is needed. Stop the action of the class, call them around you, repeat the demonstration and explanation, and send the students back to continue. This technique of recalling the learners for group feedback has several advantages. A. It is time efficient to give feedback simultaneously to all those who made the same error. B. The physical proximity of the teacher and class members can create a particular climate of ease, different from the climate created when the teacher broadcasts the feedback by shouting or using a PA system. C. During this time, learners can ask questions and the teacher can ascertain whether most or all learners understood the correction. D. It may reinforce those who have performed correctly. 3. Since Style B is designed for individual and private practice, communication among or between students must be kept to a minimum. When a student talks to a peer, he or she interferes with the other person's decisions. This must not be perceived as the no-talking style, but rather as a style that provides for private practice. 4. On the elementary school level, 2 phenomena may occur in the initial stages of the practice style. First, individual learners often follow the teacher around to show what they have learned or to seek feedback. Second, learners will stop after one performance and then wait for the teacher to get to them for feedback. In both situations, the quickest and most neutral way to handle the learner's behavior is to review with the learner the teacher's role. Reassure your learner that you will get to him or her just as you will get to all other learners in the class. 5. Task selection must be appropriate for the behavior request of this style. Because the learners are working individually and privately on a task, while the teacher circulates among the class members, learners must have a degree of proficiency in the task. If the learners cannot sustain engagement in the task, if they constantly need assistance or their work is primarily incorrect, or if the teacher-learner ratio prohibits frequent individual contact, then the task selected is not conducive to this landmark practice style. Unless learners can be relatively successful in the task, time off task increases, discipline problems develop, and the objectives of the experience are not met. See design variations for additional comments. 6. When learners' performance levels vary, the teacher can assign tasks to individuals or small groups according to ability. This adjustment in the assignment keeps the learners actively on task. In Style B, the teacher makes this decision to accommodate differences in performance. When teachers are preoccupied with other students and cannot circulate to offer feedback for extended time intervals, it is mandatory that the learners be independent enough in the task to maintain active time on task. 7. Another situation may call on the learner to select, for example, 3 out of 5 available tasks. The teacher has made the subject matter decision about the task design, but the learner makes the decision about which tasks to select for the present episode. 8. Avoid hovering behavior. At times, teachers will observe learners for a sustained period of time and then walk away without saying anything. The learners must guess at the meaning of the teacher's actions. This interaction is ambiguous and doesn't enhance the task performance or the emotions. At other times, teachers will observe and stay for an extended period of time, offering continuous feedback. Be aware that constant scrutiny inhibits decision-making and the essence of this behavior, individual practice. 9. At times, learners finish before the allotted time parameters. This may occur in all styles except the command style. This interval time, also referred to as transition time, must be planned for because this interval invites learners to engage in decisions that may not be appropriate for the episode. A choice of 2 or 3 interval activities could always be available during a certain number of lessons, weeks, or the entire semester for those who finish their tasks early. 10. A useful aid in Style B and in other styles is the wall chart. A wall chart can serve as a reminder of the series of tasks to be performed, the tasks to be practiced in each station, or the decisions in the style. These charts, the task sheets, and transparencies serve as sources of information for the learners about the tasks and their own role in decision-making. The wall chart relieves the teacher of being the only source, allowing time to provide feedback. 11. By identifying the specific roles of the teacher and the learner, and by making a decision analysis of various programs, procedures, strategies, and models of teaching, this makes it possible for teachers to include those proposals in the spectrum. For example, mastery learning is an excellent example of Style B in operation. The teacher makes decisions about feedback and the necessary adjustment of the tasks for various learners. The intent of this section is to bring attention to the often subtle actions that can cause an episode to go astray. It is frustrating to experience mishaps when implementing episodes. However, the slightest adjustments often can lead to significant improvement. Mishaps occur because decisions, in the task, with the logistics, by the teacher or learner, are not made appropriately. The key is to reflect on the events and identify the decisions that cause the learning experience to go off course. The developmental channels. Design variations. The influence of the developmental channels on task design in Style B is powerful. Few teaching learning behaviors can match the number of variations that the practice style offers for emphasizing different attributes and combinations of attributes along the developmental channels. The 9 decisions in the practice style relate principally to the physical domain: where, location, when, time, speed, pace and rhythm, posture, attire, etc. The learners make these decisions to accommodate their individual practice of the task. These decisions are the first steps in the process toward independence. Therefore, the landmark style is an individual practice. However, as with all landmark styles, design variations that emphasize various attributes and developmental channels are possible. Teaching by invitation is a design variation of the practice style with emphasis on the emotional developmental channel. This idea offers learners a choice between 2 or more tasks to practice. You may want to continue dribbling in self-space, or you may want to begin dribbling and walking in general space. You may want to continue striking a ball with your paddle, or you may want to try striking a shuttlecock. Making a choice feels good emotionally. The assumption here is that if learners select the task they want to practice, they will be more cognitively engaged. The underlying decisions of this variation conform to the practice style. The teacher identifies the task from which the learners will choose. The teacher sets the logistics and gives the feedback. The learners decide which of the tasks to produce. The intra-task variation approach matches the decision distribution of the practice style, with emphasis on the emotional and cognitive channels by having the teacher make individual adjustments in task assignments. The teacher, in private one-on-one interactions, makes the task easier or harder to better match the skill level for an individual child. Todd, why don't you try striking a balloon instead of a ball? This variation on the practice style supports the fact that the teacher is aware of different children's needs and that one task standard is not always appropriate for all students. This task adjustment for some students can increase successful time on task and avoid unnecessary emotional frustrations. The underlying decision distribution between the teacher and the learners conforms to the practice style. In any episode, if learners cannot perform the task, adjustments need to be made. Active teaching, interactive teaching, and mastery learning, to name just a few, are examples of approaches whose decision distributions conform to the practice style while emphasizing a particular learning focus. Episodes in cooperative learning, groups working together, are frequent experiences in the gymnasium/classroom. Which decisions and teaching style are they more akin to? Although the intent of this arrangement promotes social and cognitive cooperative interaction, the reality is that the decisions shifted in most cooperative learning experiences represent only the 9 decisions of the practice style. Although the learners are given license to interact, decisions that develop social skills are not shifted. If interaction occurs, it is generally the learner who knows how to do the task, telling or showing the others how to do it. In this case, the learner who knows is acting as the surrogate teacher, the one who gives others the feedback. The label cooperative learning does not carry a fixed decision structure. Therefore, the decisions within the group situations must be determined before learning conclusions can be made. In some groups, the specific tasks for each learner actually separate the learners. Therefore, rather than cooperative interaction, a parallel learning experience occurs. Although the decisions of group situations are more akin to a canopy under the practice style, these arrangements do not lead to the primary objectives of the landmark practice style, that of being trusted to work independently and responsibly. Examples of task sheets for the practice style. This task sheet, seen in Figure 7.5 on page 112, incorporates Fronsky's content descriptions and cues into the task design. This vital information serves as a review of the overall movement, specific body positions, and cues that guide independent practice. The teacher circulates offering content feedback. The next task sheet, seen in Figure 7.6 on page 113, asks learners to record the results. The next task sheet, seen in Figure 7.7 on page 114, provides concurrent tasks. See Chapter 1 for details. Tasks at each station represent the practice style. The task design in Figure 7.8 on page 115 is not appropriate as a task sheet for the practice style because no specific descriptions, pictures, or parts of the tasks are provided. No quantity is indicated. Assessment decisions, can do or cannot do, are shifted to the learner. In the practice style, the teacher makes post-impact decisions. The practice style is perhaps the most pervasive in the classroom because of the unlimited variations that can be incorporated into this decision structure. The practice style is a teacher-learner relationship that invites the learner to participate in the responsibilities and the independence offered by shifting 9 decisions. The next teaching-learning relationship offers learners more decisions and more opportunities to develop human attributes that emphasize significantly different learning objectives, which leads to increased responsibilities and independence. Chapter 8. The Reciprocal Style, C. The defining characteristics of the reciprocal style are social interactions, reciprocation, receiving and giving immediate feedback, guided by specific criteria provided by the teacher. In the anatomy of the reciprocal style, the role of the teacher is to make all subject matter, criteria, and logistical decisions, and to provide feedback to the observer. The role of the learners is to work in partnership relationships. One learner is the doer who performs the task, making the 9 decisions of the practice style, while the other learner is the observer who offers immediate and ongoing feedback to the doer, using a criteria sheet designed by the teacher. At the end of the first practice, the doer and the observer switch roles, hence the name for this landmark behavior, the reciprocal style. Doer 1 becomes observer 2, and observer 1 becomes doer 2. When this behavior is achieved, the following objectives are reached in subject matter and in behavior. Please see the diagram on page 116. The structure of the reciprocal style creates a reality that reaches a new OTLO. The new objectives in this landmark behavior emphasize 2 dimensions: the social relationships between peers and the conditions for immediate feedback. The anatomy of the reciprocal style. To create a new reality in the gymnasium that provides for new relationships between the teacher and the learner, more decisions are shifted to the learner. These decisions are shifted in the post-impact set to heed the principle of immediate feedback. The sooner learners know how they have performed, the greater their chances of performing correctly. Therefore, the optimum ratio providing for immediate feedback is 1 teacher to 1 learner. How then can the teacher accommodate this goal in physical education classes? Style C, the reciprocal style, calls for a class organization that offers this condition. The learners are organized in pairs with each member assigned a specific role. One member is designated as the doer and the other as the observer. When the teacher gets involved with a given pair according to role expectations, a triad relationship forms for that period of time. The triad is designated as shown in Figure 8.1 on page 117. In this triad, each member makes specific decisions within his or her specific role. The role of the doer is the same as in the practice style, including communicating only with the observer. The role of the observer is to offer ongoing feedback to the doer and to communicate with the teacher if necessary. The role of the teacher is to observe the doer and observer, but to communicate only with the observer. Thus, the lines of communication are as shown in Figure 8.2 on page 117. The teacher, then, is making all the decisions in the pre-impact set. The doer is making the 9 decisions in the impact set. The shift of decision-making takes place in the post-impact set, when the observer makes the feedback decisions. The teacher does not communicate with the doer to avoid usurping the observer's role. Initially, it is difficult for the teacher to be in proximity of the doer and see either a correct or incorrect performance without offering feedback. However, it is important to stay within the structure of the style. The teacher must not interfere with the observer's role and the decisions shifted to the observer in the post-impact set. Schematically, Figure 8.3 on page 118 represents the shift of decisions in reciprocal style. The new decisions made by the observers in the post-impact set detail the process intrinsic to giving feedback. Offering feedback involves 1. Knowing the criteria, the task expectations. 2. Observing the doer's performance. 3. Comparing and contrasting the doer's performance against the task criteria. 4. Drawing conclusions about what is the same and what is different. 5. Communicating results. These 5 steps are not only imperative for anyone in the role of assessing performance, but they are intrinsic to the feedback process. Before any performance assessment can be done, one must have clear criteria or a model of the expected performance. In this style, the teacher provides information on a criteria card. Once the criteria are known, observing the performance and gathering data is necessary before comparing and contrasting the performance with the criteria. This step provides the observer with information about the correctness of the doer's performance. The observer is now ready to communicate results to the doer and offer the appropriate feedback. These 5 steps are essential when the teacher offers feedback as well. In fact, if one step is out of sequence, the feedback cannot be accurate. The implementation of the reciprocal style. Although the command and practice styles are familiar to everyone in one form or another, the reciprocal style is new to many. The new reality and roles create new social and psychological demands on both the teacher and the learners. Considerable adjustments and changes of behavior must be made. This is the first time in the teaching-learning process that the teacher deliberately shifts the decision of feedback to the learner. The implicit power of feedback that has always belonged to the teacher is now shifted to the learner. The learners, therefore, must learn to use their power responsibly when they give and receive feedback with peers. Both teacher and learners need to experience this new reality with trust and comfort. All must understand the value of this behavior in the growth of the individual learners. Just as the teacher had to refrain in the practice style from making the decisions of the command behavior, so the teacher in the reciprocal style must refrain from offering performance feedback to the doers. The following section combines the description of an episode with the steps used for implementation. These steps and explanations are needed only during the first 2 or 3 episodes. Once the teacher and the learners experience the behaviors and benefits of this behavior, they can shift into it swiftly when the teacher announces the name of the style at the beginning of a lesson or episode. Description and implementation of an episode. As in the previous two styles, it is the decision configuration in the anatomy of the reciprocal style that guides the implementation and leads to the specific objectives. The pre-impact set. In addition to the decisions made by the teacher in the practice style, the teacher pays special attention to 1. Selecting and designing the subject matter. 2. Designing the criteria sheet or card for the observers. 3. Determining logistics appropriate for the episode. The impact set. The major task for the teacher is to set the scene for the new roles and the new relationships. In beginning introductions, teachers explain the need for a reciprocal relationship. Some teachers have used the following. At times in a private practice, I am unable to circulate to all students and offer feedback when it is needed. Therefore, this new practice is designed to eliminate that waiting period. Each student will have a partner who has the answers, which I have prepared, and who will provide information to you while you are practicing. There's no waiting in this style. When the reason for a new relationship is clear, learners are more willing to participate in the roles. Continue with the introduction as presented below. Table 8.1 on page 120 shows the events in the episode. Note: when describing the role of the observer, it is desirable to use charts when first introducing the behavior expectations. Figure 8.4 on page 123 is an example for learners in the elementary grades. Older learners need only the diagram with words. Style C invites learners of all ages to develop positive social attributes and feedback skills while acquiring a specific task. Both are critical dimensions in all aspects of life. In a well-functioning class in the reciprocal style, one can actually see the relationships budding and developing. New dimensions evolve that go beyond the mere performance of the physical tasks, such as social interaction, giving, receiving, trying out ideas, correcting, and succeeding. The implications of the reciprocal style. Just as the previous two styles have implications affecting the teacher and the learner, so does this style. The implications unique to the reciprocal style are: the teacher accepts the socializing process between observer and doer as a desirable goal in education. The teacher recognizes the importance of teaching learners to give accurate and objective feedback to each other. The teacher is able to shift the power of giving feedback to the learner for the duration of reciprocal style episodes. The teacher learns a new behavior that requires refraining from direct communication with the performer of the task, the doer. The teacher is willing to expand his or her behavior beyond those of the command and practice styles and takes the needed time for learners to learn these new roles in making additional decisions. The teacher trusts the students to make the additional decisions shifted to them. The teacher accepts a new reality where he or she is not the only source of information, assessment, and feedback. The learners can engage in reciprocal roles and make additional decisions. The learners can expand their active roles in the learning process. The learners can see and accept the teacher in a role other than those intrinsic to command and practice styles. Learners can spend time learning, by use of the criteria sheet, in a reciprocal relationship without the constant presence of the teacher. Selecting and designing the subject matter and criteria sheet. When selecting and designing the tasks, follow the same procedures described in the practice style. The teacher's additional task in this style is designing the criteria sheet, seen in Figure 8.5 on page 126. The criteria sheet. The single factor that can determine the success or failure of an episode in the reciprocal style is the criteria sheet, or criteria card. It determines the parameters for the observer's behaviors. It keeps the doer accurately informed about the performance. It provides the teacher with a concrete basis for interacting with the observer. In subject matter other than physical education, each doer practices a different set of problems or questions in the same subject matter topic, and each observer has a corresponding criteria sheet. However, in physical activities, both doer and observer perform the same tasks. In physical activities, the task sheet and the criteria sheet are essentially the same. Observing the performance and offering feedback to the doer who performs a cartwheel or throws a softball will not guarantee that the observer will be able to perform the same task. When a task requires physical precision and dexterity, only one task or criteria sheet is needed for both learners. The task or criteria card or sheet must present an explicit overall image and detail the body or equipment sequence that is essential for correct performance. A criteria sheet includes 5 parts. 1. Specific description of the task. This includes breaking down the task into its sequential parts. 2. Specific points to look for during the performance. These are potential trouble spots in performance that the teacher recognizes from previous experiences. 3. Pictures or sketches to illustrate the task. 4. Samples of verbal behavior to be used as feedback. This is useful in the early experiences of Style C. 5. Reminder of the observer's role. This is useful in the first few episodes. Once the learner demonstrates the appropriate behaviors, it is no longer necessary to include the reminder in the criteria sheet. Current literature emphasizes the use of teaching cues. The term teaching cues does not refer to timed decisions as in the command style, but rather to reminders of the skill's key components. Cues are the rubrics of the skill. Rubrics can be used in a variety of ways. Some content cues are words used to trigger the proper form. Others are reminders of the skill sequence, while some are phrases that make the skill technique, position, visual. The ability to identify the cues of a skill represents content knowledge. The various books on cues are very helpful when preparing task and criteria sheets. Comments. 1. Initially, preparing criteria sheets for the reciprocal behavior does take time. However, many tasks and human movement remain fairly constant over the years. In the long run, the criteria sheet is a time-saving device for the teacher. Collect and organize your criteria sheets so that you can use them repeatedly. 2. The reciprocal behavior is particularly useful in review situations and during the initial practice episodes of tasks following an introduction and/or demonstration. It is more productive for learners to practice new skills under the watchful eye of a partner who is equipped with accurate performance details than to practice individually without feedback. Properly designed criteria sheets ensure more accurate initial performances. 3. The observer must be needed in the task. If the task is too simple or if the doer is already proficient in the task, the observer is superfluous. The doer can practice independently. 4. The observers must be given descriptive content information. If the task or criteria sheets are too general or lack precise details about the sequence of movements, the observers cannot perform their roles. Some things to think about. The following sections reflect the particular events, dimensions, and issues that emerge when the reciprocal style is in operation. Some emerge immediately during the initial episode and disappear once the teacher resolves them. Others come up repeatedly because of the new social-emotional nature of this behavior. These issues should be dealt with as they occur, although some are intrinsic to the structure of this behavior. The more familiar teachers become with all these possibilities, the more they will be able to anticipate behaviors, thus skillfully orchestrating the events and carry on for the benefit of everyone. Verbal behavior. One of the major dimensions of human interaction is verbal behavior. We communicate ideas and feelings through words. In the classroom or the gymnasium, verbal behavior is a major form of communication affecting the teacher, the learner, and the relationship between the two. From a linguistic standpoint, words have meanings and connotations. Both meanings and connotations affect the people involved in the interaction. A focus of the teacher observation while circulating among the pairs is to listen to the verbal behavior exchange between the partners. If each teaching learning style is designed to lead learners to different learning objectives, then it is imperative that the teacher infuse those objectives by reinforcing them. The decision distribution of the reciprocal style invites learners to develop conversation and interaction skills, focused conversation and guided interaction through the criteria sheet. The criteria and the accompanying content feedback comments serve as models for future interaction. Teachers must respond when they hear abusive, impatient, or crude comments, or when feedback is withheld, extremely picky, obsessive, or when the observers ignore their doers. This teaching learning style not only reinforces the correct performance, but its primary focus is teaching learners how to socialize and interact. Asking learners to work together is not an example of the reciprocal style. The decision distribution that the learners use when asked to work together could represent any teaching-learning style. In some cases, it represents the command style. One learner makes all the decisions for the other learners. Or it could represent the practice style. Learners work individually and then come together to share what they have done. Or it could represent a combination of these two behaviors. One learner, because he or she knows the content or has a bullying behavior, directs the actions and provides feedback to the other learners. Working together does not identify specific objectives that the learners are striving to develop. In the spectrum's reciprocal behavior, the objectives drive the interaction, and they are the focus of what the teacher is looking for and what the learners are practicing to internalize. The intentions of the reciprocal style have been achieved when students can communicate to others exhibiting patience, tolerance, and an understanding of the context of interactions. When negative social interactions occur, always visible as verbal or physical expressions, it is imperative that the appropriate decisions that accompany social interactions and communication be reviewed. The decisions of the reciprocal style emphasize social communication development, and the criteria sheets furnish the initial guidance that learners need when experiencing this type of behavior. The following are verbal behavior situations that require the teacher to redirect the behavior of the learners. 1. Observer offers inaccurate feedback to the doer. In this case, the teacher refers the observer to the criteria and goes through the criteria step by step to reinforce the expectations of the task as compared to the doer's performance. 2. Verbal abuse is used by the observer. An example: "You're a dummy." In this case, the teacher resorts to statements rather than questions. The teacher's role must be to introduce parameters and to protect the integrity of both the doer and the observer. The teacher establishes a class code of ethics. "I can't let you talk to your partner in this manner, just as I will not let him or her talk to you in this way." In initial episodes, it is imperative that sample feedback statements be provided. The teacher then redirects the observer. Your role is to use the criteria and offer the feedback provided on the criteria sheet. 3. At times, observers are silent. They do not offer feedback. The teacher asks questions of the observer about the performance and interjects. "Did you tell your doer? It's your role to let him or her know what is correctly and incorrectly practiced while the doer is practicing." These examples focus on the spirit of communication and the role of the observer. In instances where the teacher needs to adjust the wording, the essence should be to reinforce appropriate social interaction and to correct feedback observations in reference to the task. Most learners do not know how to use appropriate verbal behavior while offering feedback. Many shy away from this part of their role because it has not been a part of their past behavior. Offering specific, objective feedback to a peer and using criteria for doing so is a new experience for most people. This new behavior creates a new social-emotional relationship between the two partners, usually a relationship of honesty and mutual trust. People need time to practice it. Pairing techniques. There are many ways that the class can be used to organize into pairs. 1. Lining up the class and counting off by twos. 2. Alphabetically by first or last names. 3. The teacher selects the partners. 4. Students select each other. Learner selection. 5. Pairing by height. 6. Pairing by weight. 7. Pair up with the person next to you. 8. Skill level. Each of these techniques can be used for its own purposes, but to accommodate the purpose of the reciprocal style, developing communication between the doer and the observer, the most appropriate first technique is learner selection. Usually people enjoy working with someone they know and like. This initial social comfort permits the learners to focus on the new roles and expectations. Thousands of episodes in this behavior have verified this assumption. Research on the reciprocal style verifies this assumption. Initially, when learners select their partners, the episode begins more swiftly and continues more productively. It is more comfortable to give and receive feedback with a person one likes and trusts. However, social development is the objective of this behavior. Therefore, as soon as possible, the learners must begin to work with others, friends and non-friends, developing tolerance, patience, empathy, etc., while interacting with different people is the primary objective of this teaching-learning behavior. Additional pairing techniques can be designed throughout the year so learners experience the development of social skills while interacting with all learners. The first objective to reach in the first few episodes is the appropriate behaviors in the roles of the doer and the observer. This is the focus of the initial episodes. Self-selecting partners reach this objective faster and more safely, with minimal social-emotional conflicts. If a partnership is selected by any other pairing technique, friction between the partners may delay the initial success of the episode. The teacher will have to deal first with the conflict and then with the new roles. Usually, it will not work. Partners who begin in conflict often refuse to continue together. If the first experience in this style is negative and unrewarding, learners usually resist participating in it. Often the negative feeling spills over to the activity. For example, students who were introduced to tumbling in the reciprocal style and had a negative experience will often say, "I don't like tumbling." It is imperative to create conditions that are conducive to the successful introduction of this behavior. In this case, be aware of the appropriate pairing technique. After several episodes, when the teacher ascertains that all participants are skilled in both roles, doer and observer, the teacher can announce at the beginning of a subsequent episode, "Now that you know the roles and the decisions of the reciprocal practice, for today's episode, select a new partner." The new partnerships can be sustained for 1, 2, or 3 episodes. Then again, a new selection of partners takes place, expanding the social dimension. Without this rotation, the objectives of this behavior are not accomplished. Learning to adjust to the awkwardness that commonly occurs during initial social interactions with different people is the goal of the reciprocal style. Perhaps one of the most significant results of this procedure is the increase in social tolerance and communication among the members of the class. Teachers can actually see the growth of patience and tolerance as learners receive and give feedback. It is indeed an extraordinary development for the teacher and the learners to reach this level of social-emotional climate while learning to perform tasks successfully. Style-specific comments. Each time a new teaching-learning behavior is implemented, mishaps will occur. Some are preventable if the teacher knows that such mishaps exist and therefore plans differently. Other deviations are surprises and will evolve as the unique relationship between teacher and learner unfolds. Tangents are a part of the learning process. As they are encountered, examine the verbal behavior used, the design of the task, the criteria sheet, the shift of decisions and the roles, the logistics, and the forms of feedback. Then engage in solving the problem within the spirit and purpose of the designated teaching style. Each behavior contributes to learning and is worth the initial stages of awkwardness that both the teacher and learners will experience. Because all learners do not enter our gymnasium skilled in all the decision structures of the various landmark behaviors, deviations and mishaps will occur. Learning is often an awkward process. It takes repeated experiences to learn. The philosophy of the spectrum framework does not suggest that all learners will implement each style perfectly in the first episode. Learners will vary in their ability to make the different decisions of the various behaviors. The initial purpose of using the different behaviors delineated in the spectrum is to lead learners to be responsible for making these decisions and to be comfortable in shifting from one set of decision structures to another. Indeed, these skills are necessary in adulthood. Practice in making decisions is a primary focus and intent of the spectrum. Once learners are able to make the decisions within the different behaviors, the teaching-learning experience can expand in its options, variations, and combinations. New vistas in teaching-learning can be created. Learners who are unable to make the decisions of any behavior need experiences that can lead them to success. Creating episodes that make adjustments in the task selection, the parameters, the number of decisions, the developmental channel emphasis, even the teaching-learning behavior selection, etc., can and must be designed to include learners in the learning process. Excluding learners who, at the moment, cannot, stops and suppresses learning in the subject matter and in behavior. Continually asking learners who fail to perform in the same decision structure without making adjustments is inefficient, frustrating for teacher and learner, and emotionally detrimental to the learner who continued for long periods of time. With-itness. The teacher maintains awareness of the learners within the classroom while offering private feedback to one individual. It is imperative that the learners know that the teacher is aware of their actions and interactions in the classroom. If some deviant behavior by a given pair is observed, complete the feedback to the present observer and then deal with the issue at hand. Do not ask, "What's the problem?" You will be flooded with statements and accusations by both partners. Try not to get involved in this type of manipulative behavior by learners. Do not take the position of an arbitrary or judge. Instead, refocus the learners on their roles. If the roles are unclear, ask the learners to identify who's the doer and observer, then proceed by saying, "Let me see the doer perform the task and the observer provide feedback using the information on the criteria card." This will invariably curtail the bickering and conflict. Both are back within their roles. The teacher's role is to stay with the pair and listen to the feedback. When you move about from pair to pair, do so randomly. Avoid patterns such as clockwise, counterclockwise, pairs closest to you visited first, and so on. Since learners may ask questions for clarification when needed, establish a procedure or a signal for this occurrence, so it is clear who needs the attention. Without such a procedure, the teacher will sometimes be surrounded by several learners, some doers and some observers, all needing attention about different questions. These learners, knowingly or not, are manipulating the teacher by making decisions for both the teacher and other students. If this gathering of the eager to learn happens during the episode, stop all activities to assemble the entire class at a central spot. Then review the different roles. Doers ask questions of the observer. The observers use the signal to indicate a question. The teacher circulates to answer observers' questions and initiate interaction with the observers. Then ask the learners to return to their activities. Watch for a while before going to an observer. Again, visit and communicate with all observers, not only with those who indicate that they have some difficulties. It is fascinating to observe the patience learners develop in this behavior with each other and with waiting their turn to receive feedback from the teacher. This patience increases with the security of knowing that the teacher will eventually come to them. This security reduces and eventually eliminates the need to vie for the teacher's attention, particularly in the earlier grades. In later grades, students often try to avoid the teacher's attention. In the reciprocal style, all learners receive attention in their respective roles as doers and observers. At the end of the episode, offer learners feedback about how they performed in their roles. Several misconceptions about the reciprocal style often develop in the minds of teachers. 1. The smart one working with the dummy. This behavior is not designed to differentiate levels of smartness. On the contrary, the major contribution of this behavior is creating a condition where both partners are equal in their roles. Both partners have the opportunity to use their capacities within the social context of this style and to adjust their emotions to accommodate the interaction process. 2. In the reciprocal style, the teacher is not working. On the contrary, the teacher is very much working to teach the learners socialization and communication skills and the new behaviors of being an observer and the receiver of feedback from a peer. Nor is the notion that the observer is doing my job accurate. The teacher is constantly engaged in giving feedback, but about a different aspect of the educational process. The teacher is still accountable for the events and the processes in the lesson. 3. This behavior is not for the learner who has difficulties in comparing and contrasting performance with criteria. On the contrary, this behavior is excellent for learners who need more time in these cognitive operations. They need practice, and what better opportunity than with a partner who is equal in role and supportive in behavior. Learners with deficits are often excluded from competitive situations. The cooperative nature of the reciprocal style invites most learners, sooner or later, to participate. 4. The observer evaluates the doer. It is a misconception that the role of the observer is to evaluate the doer. The observer provides feedback based on content criteria provided by the teacher. The focus of the feedback is to reinforce and improve performance. Feedback is not judgmental, but rather informative about what was correct and what was incorrect. With respect to time on task, or academic learning time, ALT, in the reciprocal style, each learner practices the task only half the time. However, studies have shown that engaging in the observer's role by visualizing, observing, reading or seeing the sequence of the movement, and talking about the task parts provide a different kind of learning that does not hinder performance of the task itself. Most students appreciate this equality of roles and usually follow through with appropriate behavior and enjoyment. At times, the superior performer who has always been singled out, reinforced, and perhaps unduly praised, demonstrates impatience in the reciprocal style. Learners who have been labeled bright, talented, or gifted exhibit a similar behavior in the gymnasium or classroom. Episodes in this behavior are critical because of the emphasis on social interaction and development. In general, most problems encountered between partners in this behavior fall into two broad categories: collision and collusion. Events in both categories need to be handled within the boundaries of this behavior without reverting to, say, the command style. Trying the following can ease the phase of awkwardness or discomfort that generally accompanies the implementation of a new teaching-learning behavior. 1. Introduce this new behavior to a small group of learners at a time. The rest of the class can be working in a canopy practice style at different stations without feedback. When the groups come to the reciprocal station, the learners can be introduced to this behavior under the observation of and with feedback from the teacher. After a few short episodes, the entire class will be familiar with the style. 2. For these first few episodes, select a task that is not particularly demanding, so the focus will be on the new roles. Keep emphasizing and reinforcing the criteria process of comparing, contrasting, and giving feedback. The internalization of this behavior will pay off in future lessons. 3. It is possible to introduce this behavior to the entire class, or to a small group, by demonstrating the process with only one pair. Ask the learners to gather around. Select a pair of learners in advance who feel secure enough to learn a new idea in public. Introduce the behavior step by step, while each partner experiences his or her role. All learners, criteria sheets in hand, or projected by a transparency, observe each step and listen to the verbal behavior of the observer. If needed, stop the action, clarify, emphasize, and re-explain. Then the pair continues. When the doer has completed the task, the pair switches roles and the episode goes on. This demonstration serves as a model for the rest of the students. 4. When a new behavior is first used, a period of time is needed to deliver and practice the new behavior or decision expectations. Although the task is always the focus, for these initial episodes, the task needs to be selected carefully so that it does not overwhelm the learners with too many new points. Once learners internalize the new behavior, a new degree of freedom and trust occurs within the gymnasium or classroom. More challenges and options can then be created. The small group. In physical education classes, one often sees small groups engaged in an activity. These groups are usually formed for one of two reasons. First, there are instances when working in small groups is intrinsic to the task itself. For example, to develop skill and offensive strategy in soccer, sometimes 3 players are needed to pass the ball among themselves. Hence, various drills and threes have been designed. In tumbling, to facilitate a safe initial performance of the back handspring, 2 spotters kneel at the performer's side and help the performer using prescribed techniques. Second, the group is formed to meet organizational needs, such as when there is insufficient equipment for the number of participants. One often hears in the gymnasium, Group 1, work on the balance beam, Group 2, on the parallel bars, and so on. This situation is not about working in a group, but is actually a group of people organized around one piece of equipment. It is therefore the practice style. In the context of the reciprocal style, the term small group does not refer to either condition. It refers to the role of the participants in decision-making, not the activity. When the class has an odd number of students, a small group of 3 may become necessary. One way to deal with this is to ask the extra person to join one of the pairs. Under such circumstances, there are 2 options available to the threesome. 1. 2 doers and 1 observer. 2. 2 observers and 1 doer. Each of these options has liabilities. In the first option, it is sometimes difficult for the observer to watch 2 performers at the same time and identify the specific details of the performance. The threesome is not a particularly disturbing situation, but it makes the episode, for those participants, different from the reciprocal behavior practiced in pairs. The second option, 2 observers and 1 doer, carries more liabilities because it is more difficult to receive feedback from 2 observers. In addition, most tasks do not have enough points of criteria to justify 2 observers. Often, the second observer becomes quite bored because he or she does not have an active role in using the criteria or offering feedback. Another way of dealing with the odd number is to ask the extra person to do the task in the practice style and have the teacher offer the feedback. If the class has a permanent odd number of learners, it is imperative to rotate the extra person in the reciprocal episodes. There is one more condition that might necessitate using small groups in this behavior. A given pair may not want to be together due to a social or affective discrepancy. There are then 2 extra people in this episode. Each can join a pair to form 2 threesomes. Again, it becomes a different condition for the people involved, but these liabilities exist in real classes. The teacher who is aware of these conditions can select the most appropriate option for the situation. The focal point here is the deliberate decision made by the teacher in advance. When this is done and the appropriate explanation is offered to the class, chances are higher for a smooth implementation of the episode. The developmental channels. Design variations. Although there are many references to design variations that suggest a reciprocal style affiliation, most are examples of the practice style with a social developmental focus. Peer teaching, partner learning, cooperative learning, co-op, pairs check, jigsaw, and tutor-learner are primarily I teach you, you teach me models. The primary objectives of the spectrum's reciprocal behavior are to teach. 1. The process intrinsic to giving feedback, cognitive channel. 2. Feedback skills that enhance social communications, social channel. 3. Tolerance and patience when giving and receiving feedback, emotional channel. 4. Socialization communication experiences, social channel. 5. Accuracy and performance of the task, physical and cognitive. Most variations espousing a partner relationship do not include teacher-provided criteria to guide observation, feedback skills, communication skills, or a reciprocal relationship. These behaviors are more akin to the practice style in their decision distribution and objectives. Without teacher-provided criteria, student feedback is idiosyncratic and unlikely to lead to the objectives of the reciprocal style. The significance of the spectrum's reciprocal behavior is not the designation of one learner as doer or the other as observer. The significance lies in the opportunities the decision distribution, the roles, provides to learners, the opportunity to develop specific socialization and cognitive objectives. The period of time learners participate in a behavior is not the criterion that defines a teaching-learning approach. Although there may be units or a series of lessons that rely exclusively on the use of one behavior over others, it is the variety of teaching-learning behaviors, the variety in decision opportunities, that expand learners' content knowledge and attribute development. The reciprocal style continues the developmental process for both teacher and learner. This behavior provides the learner with the opportunity to make post-impact decisions, which creates a new reality in the relationships between the learners and the teacher. Please see Figure 8.6 on page 137. This reality invites the learners to participate in a responsible independence offered by the new decisions shifted to them. It is also a new reality for the teacher who has learned to shift post-impact decisions, a source of power, to the developing learners. The next teaching-learning behavior requires an additional shift in the decisions so that the new objectives and a different emphasis on the developmental channels can be identified. Examples of criteria sheets. The first example, seen in Figure 8.7 on page 138, incorporates Fronsky's content descriptions and cues into the design of the criteria sheet. The criteria design for Figures 8.7 on page 138 and 8.8 on page 139 offers observers the information needed to perform their role, an image of the expected task and vital information to be used when comparing, contrasting, and offering feedback. The task sheet seen in Figure 8.9 on page 140 is appropriate only for skilled performers who know the positions, the appropriate body moves, and who can readily identify any deviations from the correct model. For less than skilled performers, pictures are necessary to develop the content proficiency to compare and to contrast against an established model. Chapter 9. The Self-Check Style, D. The defining characteristics of the self-check style are performing a task and engaging in self-assessment, guided by specific teacher-provided criteria. In the anatomy of the self-check style, the role of the teacher is to make all subject matter, criteria, and logistical decisions. The role of the learners is to work independently and to check their own performances against the criteria prepared by the teacher. When this behavior is achieved, the following objectives are reached in subject matter and in behavior. Please see the diagram on page 141. The decision distribution, OTLO, of the self-check style prompts the learner to reach for new sets of objectives, incorporating more responsibility. This landmark behavior emphasizes two dimensions: individual practice and self-assessment. Many physical education skills, activities, and sports intrinsically provide learners with feedback about their performance. The visibility of performance provides information to learners about the final outcome of their practice. The following list delineates the types of tasks in physical education that represent the self-check style: skateboarding, surfing, juggling, shooting baskets, jumping rope, archery, darts, bowling, performing on a balance beam, high bar, serving, catching, or throwing a ball to a designated spot, golf, climbing a rope, performing a regular push-up, touching the toes with straight legs. The above activities or skills intrinsically provide the learner with feedback about his or her performance results. Either the arrow, the dart, or the ball went where it was supposed to go, or it did not. The distance by which it was off the target is immediately apparent. The skateboarding or surfing move was either completed or it was not. The juggling continued or it stopped. The visibility of the activity announced the final results. The more the learner knows the criterion of the task, knowledge of the performance, the more meaningful and accurate the self-feedback can be, knowledge of results. The self-feedback about the performance guides the next practice, either to replicate or to make adjustments in body positioning or timing. Many other tasks do not provide the learner with intrinsic feedback. These less visible tasks with undisputed final outcomes need clear criteria of things to look for so the learners can make the new decisions and accomplish the objectives of this behavior. See section on subject matter. The decisions of this style emphasize cognitive engagement. They shift to the learners the development of kinesthetic awareness and the assessment of precise body position for the task. An intimacy develops between the learner and the content in the self-check style. Independence in practice and the ability to assess and correct one's practice are essential skills necessary in most aspects of adult behavior. The anatomy of the self-check style. This landmark behavior evolves from the previous landmark behavior, the reciprocal style. The decisions intrinsic to using criteria as a basis for feedback to appear are now shifted to each learner. Hence the name of this behavior, self-check. Perhaps the most striking aspect of the self-check episode is the carryover from the two previous styles. Ultimately, the learners gain the ability to assess themselves using these techniques. In the practice style, they learn to do the task. In the reciprocal style, they learn to use criteria and give feedback to appear. In self-check, the learner uses the same skills for self-assessment. This landmark behavior relies on the learner's competence in individual practice of the tasks, making the 9 impact decisions of the practice style, and the reciprocal style post-impact decisions of comparing, contrasting, and drawing conclusions. The shift in the anatomy of the self-check style occurs in the post-impact set because learners check their own performances. In the anatomy of this style, the teacher's role is to make all the decisions in the pre-impact set, the subject matter, criteria, and logistics, and to communicate with the learners during impact. The learners practice in the impact set and assess their own performances in the post-impact. Schematically, the shift of decisions and the anatomy of this style appear in Figure 9.1 on page 143. The implementation of the self-check style. Each new behavior distributes decisions differently. Who makes which decisions when, to create the new learning focus. Each behavior invites the learners to participate in the subject matter from a different perspective. Consequently, the variety of teaching learning behaviors expands what learners know about the subject matter. In this behavior, the teacher provides the opportunity for the learners to develop insights into the content and to become more self-reliant by shifting both the practice itself and the comparing or contrasting of their performance against the model. This behavior is not for the novice or the learner who does not demonstrate some degree of success in the task, in the specific motor skill, activity, or the content. It is premature to ask inexperienced individuals to make self-assessment decisions when they don't have the basic competence in performing the content, the skill. Even when learners are familiar with the task, it is very difficult to remember kinesthetically where all body parts are when performing physical tasks. Therefore, the tasks selected and the form in which their criteria are designed are both critical for reaching the objectives of this behavior. This topic will be expanded in the section on selecting and designing the task. Description of an episode. When the learners disperse in the gymnasium, playing field, court, dance studio, or other venue, they begin performing the task, stop frequently to look at the criteria sheet, compare their own performance with the criteria, and then move on. They either repeat the task to correct or maintain the performance, or go on to a new task. This is the first behavior that allows time for these kinds of decisions. For learners to experience these decisions, they must engage in several subsidiary behaviors. First, they must pause to read and internalize the criteria. Then they pause after the performance of a task to think about their performance. At times, they may engage in self-negotiations, expressing concern or joy. These behaviors are overt and observable. A great deal more than just performing tasks occurs in self-check episodes. This new behavior is possible because the teacher's role has changed. The verbal behavior that is specific to this style develops and sustains the operation and the spirit of such episodes. How to implement the self-check style. The pre-impact set. The teacher makes all the pre-impact decisions in this behavior, the decisions about which tasks are appropriate, the criteria sheet, and the logistics. The pre-impact set is a mental rehearsal of the events, sequence, the delivery, and the materials and equipment needed for the face-to-face interaction that follows. The impact set. Notice that in Table 9.1 on page 146, the order of the subject matter and the behavior presentation has been changed. Order decisions for the 3 expectations, subject matter, behavior, logistics, vary to accommodate the objectives of the episode. The sequence of events in this episode is as follows on Table 9.1. The implications of the self-check style. Self-assessment and the opportunity to judge one's performance represent a major step towards self-reliance. If learners are to acquire intrinsic motivation, they must learn to give feedback to themselves. Not only do many of the tasks in life require the ability to engage skillfully in the decisions of this behavior, they also require honesty in participating in the process. Self-check implies that the teacher values the learner's independence. The teacher values the learner's ability to develop self-monitoring systems. The teacher trusts the learner to be honest during this process. The teacher has the patience to ask questions, focusing on the process of self-check, as well as the performance of the task. The learner can work privately and engage in the self-checking process. The learner can use self-check as feedback for improvement. The learner can identify his or her own limits, successes, and failures. The new classroom reality that evolves in these episodes creates conditions for examining one's self-concept. Learning to be honest with oneself while learning to recognize and accept one's errors is a moral demand that did not confront the learner in the previous styles. Selecting and designing the subject matter in the criteria sheet. Not all tasks in physical education are conducive to self-examination. The criterion for task selection is that the learners must have some proficiency in performing the task before they can engage in post-impact self-assessment. The short duration of many physical tasks does not allow the performer much time to learn a great deal about the performance. Often, when one asks a novice in tumbling, "What was the position of your left shoulder during the backward roll?" the answer is, "I don't know." This is to be expected because most learners in the early stages of learning are not aware of the details concerning their body's performance. It is difficult and sometimes impossible to do an accurate self-assessment when learning a new task. The reciprocal style will be more appropriate in such situations. Another hindrance is the lack of accurate recording of the performance. The learner is asked to assess performance against precise criteria using memory as the recording device. This is very difficult for most and impossible for the novice. When a novice learns a new skill, it is quite unlikely that he or she will remember the detailed conditions of each body part. The same is true for tasks in many sports. To overcome this hindrance, there are two ways to remedy the problem: videotaping, which can establish the knowledge of performance so immediate feedback can result, and mirrors, like those used in dance studios. These difficulties occur when the focus of the task and the end results are the body itself. When the criteria for excellence focuses on the precise relationships among the parts of the body, the intrinsic problem becomes manifest. This applies to gymnastics, diving, and some branches of dance. All these activities hinge upon kinesthetic sense. Often one hears a gymnast say, "It did not feel right," or "It felt just great." This sense of movement develops with time, experience, and success. Those learning new activities usually cannot use this as an accurate source of information about the performance. The sense of movement may supply a general feeling about the performance, but it does not supply the accurate information needed for improvement. Many tasks in these areas are inappropriate for self-check. The reciprocal style supplies the feedback from an outside source. Other physical tasks are more applicable to self-check. These tasks pursue end results external to the body itself. They are concerned with the results of the movement rather than the movement itself. Basketball is a prime example of this type of activity. Any basketball shot, despite the technique, is judged by the performance result. It is the distance of the javelin throw that counts in track and field, not the specific form used by the athlete. This relationship between body movements and end results provides the performer with immediate feedback and possibilities for self-check using particular criteria. These are situations where the feedback is intrinsic to the task. In many self-check tasks, the implements used are the main source of information. For example, a wiggly flight of the javelin shows the learner that the javelin's release was incorrect. The learner can then refer to the section of the criteria card that highlights the details of the release. During the subsequent throws, the learner concentrates on correcting this particular aspect. In soccer, when the task is to practice kicking the ball a relatively short distance through a high arc and the ball does not fly accordingly, the learner knows that something in the kick was incorrect. The learner then refers to the part of the criteria that highlights the details of placing the foot under the lower part of the ball. The purpose of this analysis is not to offer a classification system for various activities or to interfere with well-established techniques of various sports. These are readily available in kinesiology materials and specific sports books. Rather, the purpose is to invite the teacher to analyze tasks in terms of their applicability to self-check. There is no need to use this behavior with a task that can be better accomplished by another style. The role of the teacher is to facilitate efficient learning and reduce frustration. The criteria supply the answers to the following questions. 1. Where is the error? 2. Why did the error occur? 3. How do I correct the error? Current publications that sequence physical education skills provide the cues for correct performance. Essential content highlights, and list the common errors are invaluable when preparing criteria sheets for the self-check style. Style-specific comments. Verbal behavior. The teacher's verbal behavior must reflect the intent of this behavior and must support the roles of the teacher and learner. Purposes for communication between the teacher and the learner are 1. To ascertain that the learners can compare and contrast their own performances against criteria. 2. To listen to what each learner says about his or her content performance. 3. To lead learners to see discrepancies in their assessments, when they exist, by asking questions. 4. To identify the discrepancies if the learner cannot see them. Items 3 and 4 require the teacher to be astute and not to increase the learner's frustration by asking questions that cannot be answered, or by withdrawing feedback. When learners get stuck and assess their performance incorrectly, make an adjustment decision and switch to the practice style to offer content clarification and feedback to the learner. The learner's feelings are more important than the structure of any single style. When initiating communication with the learner in this behavior, the teacher asks a general question. How are you doing? The learner has several options in answering. 1. Fine. 2. I can't do the task and I'm not sure why. 3. I can't do the task, but I know how to correct it. 4. I can do the task and I understand each part on the criteria sheet. Independent of the learner's responses, the teacher's verbal behavior leads to the focus of this behavior, listening to the learner's comment about their performance and assessments of the tasks. The teacher circulates and watches to see how the learners are interacting with the criteria and how that interaction affects their performances. Communication either reinforces the learner's use of the criteria or redirects the learner's focus. If a learner responds with, fine, the teacher can ask, what about your performance of the blank was fine? Focusing the interaction around the criteria redirects the learner to the content expectations. Acquisition of the task is just one of the objectives of this behavior. Of primary importance is the learner's ability to diagnose, according to the prepared criteria, to identify errors, and to correct them. This behavior invites the learners to verbalize what they know about the content, and it permits the teacher to watch learners cope with their successes and limitations. Once learners can verbalize what they are doing, the teacher can verify their observations by acknowledging the performance with a value statement. When errors occur in their observations, the role of the teacher is to point these out to the learner. It must be acknowledged that people reach a level of comfort in this behavior, or any behavior, at different speeds. There are those who immediately enjoy the demands on individualization and independence implicit in this behavior, and then there are those who need more time to appreciate individual responsibility. Self-check requires cognitive, emotional, ethical, and physical investment. Some learners' dispositions and attitudes resist becoming that engaged or involved in the task. A teacher can learn a great deal about students by watching them experience the self-check style. Options and task design. 2 options are available for task design in this behavior. 1. A single task for all learners, and 2. A differentiated task. In the first option, the teacher assigns the same task to all learners. In the second option, the teacher assigns different tasks to different learners. Because the teacher makes content decisions in both, these options remain within the structure of self-check. The purpose of each behavior is to include learners in the new decisions. At times, adjustments must be made in content standards for all learners to participate. Criteria sheets. The format of the criteria sheet is critical. The more complex the task, the more difficult it is for the learner to engage in self-assessment with only paper and pencil criteria. Videotape is an excellent but time-consuming technique. Tasks that can be broken down, sequenced with each movement delineated, are appropriate for paper. Each learner needs his or her own criteria sheet for tasks that involve multiple parts. Charts are fine for reminders, but they are not appropriate for complex tasks. Often the criteria designed for the reciprocal behavior can also be used in self-check. The criteria do not change, only the behavior or the decision expectations change. The developmental channels. Design variations. Personalized System for Instruction, PSI, is an example of the self-check style when the task materials include performance criteria, error analyses, and assessment expectations for the individual learner. When PSI descriptions incorporate peer teaching situations, they do not represent the decision distribution or objectives of the self-check behavior. Independence in learning to practice and assess the task is the hallmark of all self-check design variations. Improving performance and developing self-assessment skills are guided by teacher-produced criteria. Initial episodes in self-check cannot shift assessment to the learner without prepared criteria. Reliable self-assessment is possible without prepared criteria only when learners demonstrate proficiency in the physical task. Without an understanding of the task expectations and kinesthetic awareness, it is impossible for learners to accurately correct or assess performance. When learners work in groups or with peers, self-assessment is difficult. Therefore, design variations that incorporate groups, which purport to emphasize the decisions or objectives of self-check, need to be examined carefully. Although they are challenging to prepare, self-check episodes that emphasize the social developmental channel are possible. For example, it is possible to sequence episodes within the lesson using different teaching-learning behaviors to reach a variety of objectives. See Lesson Plan Design in Chapter 11. The cumulative effects of such lesson planning can reinforce the teacher's overall learning focus. The following series of episodes, shown in Table 9.2 on page 151, includes 3 teaching-learning behaviors. The cumulative goal is to create a social situation that invites learners to examine their self-assessment decisions. This design sequence provides a different emphasis to self-check. It removes the social isolation by increasing dependence on and interaction with a group. It reduces the individual time on task, but increases feedback. It reinforces the decisions and objectives of the self-check behavior. No landmark behavior or variation can involve all learners to the same degree. In each behavior, some learners will enjoy while others will dislike making the designated decisions. Approaching teaching-learning experiences with a variety of design variations and from a non-versus approach can increase learner involvement in the process. The decisions of the self-check style lead learners to the next behavior, one that shifts even more decisions and responsibility to learners. Please see Figure 9.3 on page 152 and Figure 9.4 on page 153. Chapter 10. The Inclusion Style, E. The defining characteristic of the inclusion style is that learners with varying degrees of skill participate in the same task by selecting a level of difficulty at which they can perform. In the anatomy of the inclusion style, the role of the teacher is to make all subject matter decisions, including the possible levels in the tasks, and the logistical decisions. The role of the learners is to survey the available levels in the task, select an entry point, practice the task, if necessary make an adjustment in the task level, and check performance against the criteria. When this behavior is achieved, the following objectives are reached in subject matter and in behavior. Please see the diagram on page 156. The following statement summarizes the overall objective of the inclusion style. Inclusion ensures continued participation. The concept of inclusion. For 30 years, Mosston presented the concept of inclusion in hundreds of workshops and presentations. During our 25-year working relationship, we frequently presented the following scenario to introduce and illustrate the inclusion concept. Holding a level rope about 1 foot above the ground, we asked a group of students to jump over the obstacle one by one, seen in Figure 10.1 on page 157. When all had cleared the rope, we asked, "What shall we do with the rope now?" Instantly the answer came forth, "Raise it." We raised the rope by a few inches and asked the students to jump over it again. All the students cleared the rope once more. "And now?" we asked. "Raise it again," was the answer. We continued raising the rope a few inches each time, and the students continued to jump over it. When the rope reached a given height, the inevitable happened. Some students were unable to clear the rope. They walked a few feet away and sat down. As we continued raising it, more students failed to clear the rope until there was only one student left, and then none. This experience, we said, expresses the concept of exclusion, the single standard design of the task. We then asked, what can be done with the rope to create a condition for inclusion, for all learners to be successful in going over the rope? There was a moment of silence. All the participants were immersed in thought. "I know," announced one student. "I know what we can do. Let's slant the rope." We raised one end of the rope to chest level and placed the other end on the ground, seen in Figure 10.2 on page 158. "Jump over the rope again," we said. Within seconds, the students dispersed opposite various heights and began jumping. All the students cleared the rope. "Do it once more," we urged them. Again, all students cleared the rope. This experience, we said, expresses the concept of inclusion. In the many auspicious opportunities we shared, here and abroad, to repeat this experience, the results have been identical and the behavior universal. The condition represented by the horizontal rope always excludes people. The condition represented by the slanting rope always includes. The intent and the action in this episode are congruent, because the slanted rope arrangement accomplishes the objectives to create conditions of inclusion, choice of the degree of difficulty within the same task. The anatomy of the inclusion style. Let us now identify the anatomy of the inclusion teaching learning behavior and then analyze the functional steps in this process, seen in Figure 10.3 on page 159. The role of the teacher in this landmark behavior is to make the decisions in the pre-impact set and to anticipate the shift of the learner's roles in the impact set. The learners make the decisions in the impact set, including the decision about the subject matter entry point, where they select the level of task performance. In the post-impact set, learners make assessment decisions about their performance and decide in which of the available levels to continue. Let us examine more specifically the decisions learners make when offered the multiple level conditions of the slanted rope. The sequence is the same for any task. 1. The learner looks at the options of height made available by the slanted rope. 2. The learner makes a decision of self-assessment and selects the entry point. The teacher can actually watch the learner going through this selection process. It is almost like a bargaining session within oneself. The teacher will see the learner select a position opposite a given height. This decision might be followed by a hesitation and perhaps another position choice. Then the learner is ready to approach the rope. 3. The learner takes a few running steps and jumps at the selected height. Usually it is a height that the learner knows will ensure success. The initial choice is always a safe choice. 4. The learner knows that he or she was successful in the first choice of height, post-impact decision. Now the learner has 3 options. A. To repeat the same height. B. To select a higher, more difficult spot. C. To select a lower, less difficult spot. Whichever choice the learner makes is acceptable. The important point is that the learner made a choice of where to interact with the task. 5. The learner takes a few steps and jumps over the selected height. 6. The learner assesses the results of this jump against the criteria, post-impact decision, and whether or not the second jump was successful. Again, the learner has 3 options: to repeat the height, to select a higher, more difficult spot, or to select a lower, less difficult spot. 7. The practice and the inclusion process continue. The principle of inclusion can be grasped by all learners, regardless of age, geographic location, or culture, without any strain or difficulty. In one workshop demonstration with 30 fifth graders as participants, one girl with a cast on her leg asked to be excused and sat on a chair nearby. As we reached the end of the first part, the horizontal rope was raised again and again, and all but one learner were excluded. The learners were asked, "What can we do with this rope so that all can be included?" After a slight pause, one learner offered, "Why don't you dip it in the middle?" In effect, a double slanted rope was designed where the center dipped and touched the floor. All participants were then engaged in the jump and in making all the decisions previously described. Soon the girl with the cast stood up, limped to the rope, and walked over its lowest, least difficult point where the rope touched the floor. The audience observed that this behavior is, indeed, an inviting one. The implementation of the inclusion style. Description of an episode. The inclusion style can be introduced to physical education classes by demonstrating the concept of the slanted rope. The transfer to other activities will be quite smooth. It is possible, of course, to hold a rope and talk the whole idea, but nothing can match the impact of actually participating in the process and feeling included. After the demonstration, which emphasizes the concept of choice so inclusion can occur, with adjustments that can be made, is completed, move on to another task. Ask the students to practice a new task designed for inclusion. See the sections on tasks designed for inclusion. As in previous behaviors, the learners will disperse, pick up their task sheets, and select their locations. Next, they will survey the levels of performance offered and decide their individual entry points. While this is occurring, pause for a while and observe the process. Give the learners time to start and experience the initial steps, decisions. Now the teacher's role is to circulate and offer each learner individual feedback, as in the previous behavior, self-check. Respond to the decision-making role, not to the details of the task performance. The initial contact with the individual learner invites conversation, a chance for the teacher to listen to the learner. The teacher can ask general questions. What decisions did you make about the task? How are you doing in the level you selected? How are you doing in your role? The learner's reply will guide the teacher's next comment. The teacher's feedback is to acknowledge the learner's level decision. In the initial practice of this behavior, it is important that the teacher accept and not challenge the level decision. Focus on using neutral feedback. Avoid value feedback referring to the selected level. It is not the teacher's role to tell the learner whether or not the level selected was good. The learner's role is to select the appropriate level for him or her, not to please the teacher. It might be a little difficult for the teacher to refrain from commenting on the selected level, but patience is mandatory. And it might be difficult for the learner to refrain from asking the teacher, "Which level do you think I should select?" The objective is to teach the learner to make appropriate decisions about which level in the subject matter he or she is most capable of performing. This behavior emphasizes not only the cognitive and physical developmental channel, but also the emotional. This behavior taps the emotions, the self-concept, and the commitment level of the learners as they practice the task. Errors in performance are not ignored. Regardless of the selected level, ask the learner to refer to the task description and check the performance once more. Either wait to see or return in a few minutes and verify if the learner identified the error. If not, clarify the performance error, then move on to the next learner. How to implement the inclusion style. The descriptions above provided the idea of an appropriate episode using the inclusion style. The following table summarizes the sequence of events to use when implementing the inclusion style in classes. Although it is possible to deliver the sequence of expectations, subject matter, behavior, and logistics in any order for the first episode, it is important to set the scene by introducing the concept of inclusion. The pre-impact set. In the impact set, the delivery of events for the inclusion style is shown in Table 10.1 on page 162. Comment 1. Each teaching style is designed to contribute to content acquisition. In the reality of the classroom, it was observed that learners need to meet a performance criterion before moving to a more difficult level. Establishing a performance goal for each level reinforces acquisition of the content, skill, and it prevents learners from haphazardly doing the levels, checking answers, and moving on. Inability to replicate with some degree of reliability the physical flow of the movement on any one level indicates a knowledge or cognitive gap that needs attention, particularly where safety is an issue. When multiple errors on one level occur, often the learner must go back a level and reinforce the previous set of skills or seek content clarification from the teacher. The gradual, progressively more difficult content sequence invites learners to remain engaged in the subject matter. Some learners perform at a minimum level while others practice to master performance. Because of the content options and the array of emotional attributes that are triggered in the inclusion style, broad assumptions about learners' capacities and abilities must be made with caution. A teacher never fully knows which cluster of human attributes an individual learner will embrace or reject when a new behavior is initially introduced. Each behavior contributes differently to the development of human attributes. Please see Figure 10.4 on page 165. The implications of the inclusion style. It is true that each style on the spectrum has its own beauty and its own effect on the development of the individual learner. This is particularly true when one keeps the non-versus notion in mind. It is suggested here that this teaching-learning behavior has tremendous implications for the structure and function of physical education. If the goals of physical education include providing developmental programs for large numbers of people, then a wide variety of activities must be offered, which is a programmatic condition for choice, and day-to-day conditions for choice should be considered by increasing the frequency of the inclusion style episodes in each activity. If inclusion is a true goal of physical education, then what counts is frequent successful participation of every student by creating conditions for multiple entry points. The primary teaching behavior for accomplishing this goal is the inclusion style. As in previous styles, the objective analysis of the inclusion style identifies a cluster of implications. 1. First, when this style is used, it implies that teachers philosophically accept the concept of inclusion and participation on any level of difficulty, rather than exclusion. 2. It implies that teachers can expand their understanding of the non-versus notion by planning some episodes that tend to exclude, while others are specifically designed to include. 3. It implies that conditions have been created for the learners to experience the relationship between aspiration and reality. 4. It implies that learners can learn to accept the discrepancy between aspiration and reality and, at times, learn to reduce the gap between the two. 5. It implies the legitimacy of performing on one's own level. This is not a measurement of what others can do, but rather what I can do. The competition during the episodes is against oneself and one's own standards, abilities, and aspirations, not those of others. 6. The last 3 points are important factors that induce examination of the self-concept. This self-concept includes one's emotional independence from the teacher's decision of where the learner should be in the performance of the task. It is important to create legitimate entry point options. This can become the hallmark of physical education. Physical education, in particular, must acknowledge the vast differences among people: size, ability, physical attributes, energy levels, and motivation. Some current research has made conclusions that indicate a contradiction between this style's intent and actual classroom practices. On the surface, these findings appear to be in contradiction to the spectrum theory. However, it is important to determine the factors that account for these apparent differences. Many factors contribute to the actions, decisions, of learners in the reality of the classroom. Identifying the factors, the reason, and the point of deviation can result in clarification of the theory or in application parameters. For examples, Byra and Jenkins concluded that the inclusion style was less effective for exceptional students. Not all exceptional students are incapable of benefiting from the inclusion style. However, if the exceptional students are inexperienced in making decisions or making self-related decisions, or unskilled at distinguishing degree of difficulty between task levels as they relate to their performances, or if the students haven't developed in their decision-making capacity to realize the relationship between appropriate practice and improvement, then the findings would not be a contradiction to the theory of the style. If a student is not experienced in the decisions of the style in focus, then they cannot be held accountable to successfully obtaining or demonstrating that specific teaching behavior's objectives. Learners' inexperience or lack of development does not nullify the theoretical propositions of a specific teaching style. It only indicates that adjustments of some kind need to be made to lead the learners to the benefits of the intended teaching learning style. Likewise, Goldberger, Gurney, Chamberlain found that although the inclusion style was effective in producing improved skill performance, the rate of improvement in the practice style was higher. In another study, Goldberger and Gurney observed that some learners consistently selected levels that were too difficult for their skill development, and that even after conversation with the teacher, they did not change levels. This finding does not nullify the theory, it raises questions. What are the factors that produce this behavior? Was it peer pressure, time constraints, the emphasis the teacher placed on the task or skill? Was the grading system that was used a factor? What was the emphasis or the value placed on decision-making as compared to skill accomplishment? What was the task? Did it merit this style? Were the performance details less important to the learner than the end result, shooting the ball to the hoop? What were the stated or implied consequences for learning the skills? When contradictions occur, it is important to continue researching to identify the reason for the deviation. When the same contradiction repeatedly occurs, theoretical questions need to be examined. Researching some of the possible human issues would shed light on just which factors might create learning or developing barriers. If it is found that middle school age boys are consistently making inappropriate level decisions, then different kinds of tasks may need to be designed. It is exciting to experiment and find the solutions that could lead learners to be more accurate in their selection decisions. Perhaps one of the following would help reduce the reported unwanted behavior: reducing the number of levels, creating more difficulty space between the levels, sequencing practice and inclusion episodes back to back. Perhaps the exceptional students need a style variation, canopy design, where the teacher leads the learner to find the level of difficulty that is appropriate. The teacher's role in this situation would be to ask questions that could lead the learner through the mental and emotional thinking that a person must go through when making the decisions of this style. Deviations generally mean that the learners need adjustments so they can acquire the new set of decisions. The point of the research is not that the learners did not do what the style said, but rather why, and how can conditions be created to lead learners to acquire the landmark decisions and the corresponding objectives of the indicated style. Selecting and designing the subject matter. The first 4 landmark teaching learning behaviors have one feature in common: the design of tasks. Each task represents a single standard decided on by the teacher. The learner's task is to perform at that level. The inclusion style introduces a different concept of task design: multiple levels of performance in the same task. This shifts to the learners a major decision that they could not make in previous styles. At what level of performance does one begin? Individual program. Operationally, this behavior extends the periods of independent practice. Individual programs composed of multiple tasks and levels should be designed for a series of episodes. Single, infrequent episodes in this style are insufficient to reap the full benefits of this behavior. Teaching independence takes time, but the design of individual programs can accommodate this objective. Designing individual programs that incorporate multiple entry-level tasks requires an understanding of the degree of difficulty concept. The concept of degree difficulty. Let us look at the slanted rope example again in Figure 10.5 on page 168. The gradations in height along the rope present the learner with different degrees of difficulty within the same task. The task is to jump over the rope in a particular way, regardless of the height. The variation occurs in the height, which determines the degree of difficulty. For any learner, points A, B, and C on the rope represent different levels in the degree of difficulty. More effort is always required to jump over the rope at point C than at points A or B. This is true for all jumpers regardless of their ability. In the example of jumping over the slanted rope, the factor that determines the degree of difficulty is height. Varying the height creates many levels of difficulty within the same task. How then can we identify the factors that affect the degree of difficulty in other activities or in other tasks? Let us analyze a familiar activity, shooting a ball into a basket seen in Figure 10.6 on page 169. The task is not playing the game of basketball. Rather, we are taking the particular activity of shooting a ball into a basket to analyze it in terms of factors affecting the degree of difficulty. Factor 1. Distance. Distance is intrinsic to the degree of difficulty in getting the ball through the hoop. Difficulty increases or decreases in direct ratio to distance from the basket. There is also a limit of minimal distance as we approach the position below the basket. The shot becomes increasingly more difficult. The range of distance, then, between the point of minimum and maximum distance offers many levels of difficulty to learners who perform the task of shooting the ball into the basket. These different distance options can be marked on the floor to assist learners in making a decision about a concrete entry point. Factor 2. The height of the basket. Varying the height of the basket creates various degrees of difficulty that serve as entry points for different learners. Factor 3. The diameter of the hoop. Varying the diameter of the hoop creates different conditions for successful shooting the ball into the basket. Factor 4. The size of the ball. Factor 5. The weight of the ball. Factor 6. The angle of the shot. The positions around the basket from which the shot may be taken offer different degrees of difficulty. Factor 7. Add additional factors to the list. All these factors are part of the experience of shooting the ball through the hoop. During a game, some of the factors are standardized, height, diameter of hoop, etc., to provide fair competition. The purpose here, however, is to illustrate that changes or adjustments in some factors provide a greater variety for learners who cannot readily participate in standardized episodes developed for exclusion. In this behavior, the focus is on episodes designed for inclusion. In physical education classes, there are many opportunities to demonstrate the principles of education by incorporating both inclusion and exclusion episodes in units. When students are excluded, they not only feel a sense of failure in that activity, but they begin to resent the entire experience of physical education. Offering frequent inclusion-style episodes invites learners to participate at a level of performance where they are capable. The legitimate opportunity to succeed at an entry point and to then progress to subsequent levels of performance ensures continuous participation. No one has ever learned an activity by not doing it. Exclusion breeds rejection. Inclusion invites involvement. Identifying the factor that determines the degree of difficulty. The major question confronting the teacher who wishes to arrange a task for inclusion is, how do I identify the factors in the selected task? Here are 2 procedures to consider. Task analysis, 3 designs, the factor grid. All tasks can be categorized as one of 3 decisions. 1. The classical design. The classical design reflects the following seen in Figure 10.7 on page 171. A. The available increments are very small and constitute a continuous range of degree of difficulty. The slanted rope is an example. B. The range of options emanates from the intrinsic factor inherent in the activity. In the case of the slanted rope, it is height. C. Successful performance of a task on a given level guarantees success on all levels of lesser degrees of difficulty. Biomechanical and kinesiological principles guide this type of design. Classical designs provide a range of options that are seamlessly connected, thereby avoiding content gaps that could lead to inconsistent content progress. 2. The semi-classical design. The semi-classical design reflects the following seen in Figure 10.8 on page 171. A. The increments are progressive but not seamless or continuous. There are occasional gaps between the steps. B. The factor represented as intrinsic, striking with a bat, does not always offer a continuous progression of difficulty. Verification of relative difficulty is not always possible. C. Performance at a given level does not always ensure success in levels with a logically lesser degree of difficulty. In the reality of doing the exercise, it is possible that some learners might be able to perform a task with a greater difficulty accurately and yet make errors with tasks of lesser difficulty. 3. The cumulative design. The cumulative design reflects the following, seen in Figure 10.9 on page 172. A. The increments are arbitrary. B. The factor is external. C. In order to participate in a given level, the learner has to perform all the previous levels in succession. Suppose, for example, the task is to do push-ups. Clearly, performing 30 push-ups has a high degree of difficulty, and it is more difficult than doing 20, 10, or 5. Each level, then, is arbitrarily determined by the number, quantity, of push-ups that the learner chooses at that moment. This factor of number is an external factor that is superimposed on the design. See the factor grid section. Indeed, it affects the degree of difficulty and strength. It takes more strength to perform 40 push-ups than to perform 10 push-ups. Each level indicates the number of push-ups. To perform the most difficult level, the learner would have to do all the levels in sequence, a cumulative task. In physical education, tasks incorporating this type of content design, it is imperative that students initially indicate the level they think they can perform before practicing the task. Using a box shape, learners mark their anticipated level of performance for each task. After practicing or performing, they indicate with a circle the level they actually performed. Without this advanced prediction, the learner is in the practice style. To reach the objectives of this behavior, self-assessment must guide the entry point into the task. The factor grid. The factor grid is the second procedure to consider when asking, how do I identify the factors in the selected task? The factor grid reinforces the classical and cumulative designs as they relate to physical education activities. The factor grid chart, seen in Figure 10.10 on page 173, is a tool to guide teachers in identifying the factors in a selected task. It offers a way of thinking about both the intrinsic and external factors affecting the design of physical tasks. Other disciplines have their own factor grids. The following points explain the structure and use of this grid. 1. After selecting the task, the question that must be kept in mind throughout planning is, within this task, how do I provide for inclusion? 2. The grid suggests two kinds of factors, intrinsic and external. The intrinsic factors are a part of the given task's structure. Some tasks may have all of these factors, others only a few. The external factors are superimposed on the performance of the task. Both kinds of factors affect the degree of difficulty of the given task. Any one of the factors can be manipulated to vary the degree of difficulty. 3. Once the task has been selected, the next step is to decide which intrinsic factor can be manipulated to provide for inclusion in the ensuing episode. In the example of the slanted rope, the key factor is height. Sometimes tasks are affected by two or more factors. For example, throwing a ball at a target with an overhead throw suggests size of the target and distance from the target as possible key factors. Keeping the objective in mind, decide which will serve as the key factor in planning and which will be the supporting factor for the given episode. Rank the factors by writing numbers 1, 2 to the left of each factor. 4. Next, identify the range of possibilities in the key factor from which learners will select their entry levels. In the case of size of target, the range may include targets with varying diameters, small, medium, large. Likewise, identify the range for supporting factors. 5. If one of the external factors is selected as the key factor, for example, the choices in the number of repetitions of a given task will be 5, 10, 15, 20, etc., indicated in the range. If not, indicate a specific quantity next to the external factor. 6. The speed factor. This factor can be placed on a range from slow to fast, controlled by a metronome, the music, or the pitching machine as in tennis or baseball. 7. The posture factor. This factor involves the positions of the body required to perform a static and/or a dynamic task. It is also referred to as form, basic skill, or the technique of a given sport or dance. If a learner cannot do the task, then manipulating the factors of distance, time, or size of target will not help. The entry point here is a modified posture, such as changing the angle between body parts, adding further extension, and so on. For example, if a learner cannot do the T-scale, you can introduce, on a range, a modification in the angle of the lifted leg or the position of the upper body. This will be the entry point that includes all learners. Later on, factors such as repetition, time, and so on can be added. Knowing what is less difficult or more difficult in the posture factor is derived from biomechanical analysis of the task. 8. Let us examine the factor grid for the golf chip shot. Note that the two intrinsic factors selected for inclusion by designation of the range and size of target and distance. The external factor involves the number of repetitions. From this grid, seen in Figure 10.11 on page 174, the teacher designs the individual program for practicing the chip shot, seen in Figure 10.12 on page 175. Let us now examine the part of the factor grid dealing with the manipulation of the posture factor. If, for example, the objective of the episode is to develop strength in the shoulders and arms by using the push-up movement, then different positions of the body, such as starting positions or positions to be maintained during the movement of the push-up, offer a range in the levels of difficulty, seen in Figure 10.13 on page 176. In Figure 10.14, seen on page 177, Position B, in which the hands are placed forward in front of the shoulders, is more difficult to assume and maintain than Position A. Performing the push-up movement from this position is also more difficult than performing the movement from Position A. The same is true for Position C, in which the arms are extended further. The push-up movement from Position C is more difficult than either A or B. For a fuller kinesiological analysis concerning this issue, see Mosston, 1965. In the individual program, in Figure 10.15 on page 177, a cluster of developmental movements are designed to strengthen various regions of the body. The task itself is the same for any learner using this program. The differentiation for each movement occurs by identifying the different levels. In each level, the task is to be performed from a different starting position, each more difficult than the previous. The degree of difficulty was determined by the appropriate factor for each task. The same factor then can serve several tasks, as in the case of hitting the target, or a different factor can be identified for each task in the program, as in the last example. The kinesiological analysis does not only apply to developmental movements or exercises. In many sports, it may be useful to reduce the degree of difficulty in the starting position, the swing, the lift, the stretch, the arc, the spin, the bend, or whatever else is involved in the sport. This is only a temporary compromise to provide an entry point. Don't let the desire for purity of form cause exclusion. A person who is excluded will never participate in the activity. A teacher must always be ready to offer the learner an opportunity to participate using another entry point. Style-specific comments. Since one of the goals of inclusion teaching is continuous participation and development, pay particular attention to learners who stay at their initially chosen level. Be aware that while trying to reduce the gap between aspiration and reality, at times the aspiration may be high when the reality is low. Sometimes it is the reverse. The aspiration is low, but the reality, the ability to perform, is high. Often this gap is emotionally based rather than physically based. It is the teacher's role to lead the learner toward understanding this gap and working to close it. This is a delicate issue and requires appropriate verbal behavior. Usually commands will not accomplish your purpose. Allow time to develop dialogues with the student so that he or she will understand the gap and be willing to reduce it. The inclusion style produces an interesting phenomenon that did not surface in the command self-check styles. Good performers sometimes have difficulty with inclusion episodes. They seem to function well in conditions where they are told what to do and where they know the pecking order. Their emotional structure requires feedback that frequently singles them out as being the best. Shifting to inclusion episodes sometimes disturbs them because each learner is okay in his or her level. Accepting that all learners are equal in such episodes can be quite difficult for the skilled learner. Learning to be independent and make all the decisions of this behavior is demanding, as is breaking the emotional dependency on the teacher. This can often be a painful and delicate process. Students who have frequently been excluded often enjoy this behavior. It is often the first time they have been included over a longer period of time. These students identify with this behavior because 1. It provides an entry point that allows them to participate and succeed in the task. 2. They can see a chance for continuous progress and development. Although this teaching-learning behavior is inviting to most learners, it is perhaps mandatory for students in special education. Students experiencing worthwhile inclusion episodes learn that all students are valued and worthy of learning opportunities. Once students feel secure in the learning process, other styles can then be used. All students need to experience the non-versus realities. In the inclusion style, the entry decision is highly private. The right to survey and select must be respected. In gymnasiums where peer pressure is strong, some students may be coerced into choosing the same level as their peers, even when failure is likely. The research of Goldberger, Gurney, and Chamberlain found that peer pressure is a strong variable that affects entry decisions. These researchers found that peer pressure influenced fifth-grade children to practice tasks at a much higher level than they could successfully perform. These situations are opportunities for the teacher to deal with the social issue of peer pressure and the right of individuals to make decisions that are appropriate for them. Verbal behavior that emphasizes "do your best" is inappropriate in this behavior. The seemingly positive instruction "do your best" has consequences. This phrase is rooted in a competitive principle that inculcates in the young that doing your best is always the best thing to do. This may be true some of the time, but it can create unbearable pressure always to perform at unattainable levels. This, in turn, results in exclusion with all its emotional and psychological consequences. The appropriate initial verbal behavior is, in this practice, you make the decision where to enter the activity. You decide on which level to begin. The focus is on the learner's decisions, not the teacher. The inclusion style does not eliminate the essence of competition. It only presents it in a different form. Instead of competing with others against a single standard, multiple standards, levels of competition can be designed so that more learners with varying performance skills can have an opportunity to compete. Perhaps the single most important comment that can be made about this style is its power of inclusion. The stigma caused by exclusion in physical education classes can be reduced by different arrangements in the gymnasium and by different teaching behaviors. The invitation to participate offered by the slanted rope is so powerful that sooner or later all learners who had previously been excluded, regardless of reason, join in. It is as if the learner says, "I have a place too, I belong." The developmental channels. There are many examples of and opportunities for design variations and style combinations using the inclusion concept. Design variations in the inclusion style emphasize different attributes and channels while providing a range of difficulty in the task. Like other styles, the concept of inclusion is present in varying forms in many existing activities. Let's examine 3 physical education examples. Virtual reality or simulated sports gyms are opening throughout the USA. At gyms for snow skiing, 12 different programs, each more difficult than the last, are offered to customers. The skier stands on a movable platform wearing snow skis and a safety harness, holding onto a bar while watching a huge screen that projects a virtual reality snow course, matching the selected degree of difficulty. The comfortable indoor experience is designed to permit the skier to practice the sport's skills with few of the on the hill in the cold liabilities. The snow course scenes provide the reality and thrill of the ski slope in accordance to the selected degree of difficulty. By reducing the inconveniences and tangents of their consequences, skiers, both novice and expert, are permitted to focus on skill development. Indeed, this virtual reality or simulated experience is compatible with the decision distribution of Style E. Likewise, there are indoor climbing walls that provide safe and challenging practice experiences with varying degrees of difficulty. Climbers choose the level, wear safety harness and protective equipment, and enjoy the benefits and challenge of the climbing practice. Amateur golf is one of the few social sports that uses the concept of the inclusion style, under the canopy, not the landmark style. The design of golf permits players at different levels of proficiency to play against each other in a common game. Individual handicaps balance the playing field so that all players can perform from their particular level of proficiency and yet compete against others who may be either more or less skilled. The legitimacy of the handicap even makes it possible for a less skilled player to win and for the other members of the group to accept this victory as fair play. Combining styles. Design variations expand the learning objectives within the primary decision structure of each style, while combining styles merge the primary objectives of 2 or more styles to create a specific learning experience. Combining styles applies the inclusion idea. designing tasks with different levels of difficulty to different styles. Both design variations and combining styles add diversity and creativity to classroom teaching and learning. The possibilities are infinite for inventing new design variations that emphasize different attributes, developmental channels, and different teaching style combinations. The freedom to create and combine style does not suggest that anything goes. All design variations must adhere to the decision analysis and contribute to the overall quality of the educational experience and answer the questions. What are the overall learning objectives? What are the learners expected to learn? Command or inclusion style, A/E episode. For example, it is possible to design a teaching learning episode that combines the command and inclusion styles, A/E episode. Note that the first style name, or letter designation, represents the primary learning focus, and the second teaching style name, or letter designation, indicates that only particular aspects of that style are incorporated into the design variation. In an A/E episode, the dominant objective is precision performance. However, the task is arranged on the slanted rope principle, and each learner selects his or her entry point. Aerobic directors use this combination. They provide movement options, different degrees of difficulty, for the participants. Although this example incorporates concepts of both the command and inclusion styles, the decision structure does not represent either of the two landmark behaviors. This learning experience combines the objectives of both the command and the inclusion styles, A/E, to create an experience in precision performance that accommodates individual differences in ability. Reciprocal and inclusion styles, C/E episodes. This combination combines the reciprocal styles partners and assessment of skills using prepared criteria with the inclusion styles range of content difficulty and learner selection of content entry points. This C/E design variation must deal with several logistical possibilities. It is more likely in physical education than in other fields that observers can use the prepared criteria to give feedback to doers who perform at a more difficult level. Consequently, selecting partners does not carry many restrictions. The doers select their entry points, and the observers use the corresponding criteria to offer feedback. When learners switch roles, the new doers select their entry levels and receive feedback according to the level choice. In physical movement tasks, if both doers and observers choose the same level, it is not an issue. However, in other tasks where correct answers appear on the criteria parameters and restrictions may be needed. Combining two styles leads to opportunities beyond those of each individual behavior. Before teachers implement episodes that combine styles, it is necessary for learners to have experience in, be successful in demonstrating the attributes of, and making the decisions of each style. Practice and inclusion styles, B/E episodes. In the practice style, the teacher identifies the task for the learners to practice, and in the inclusion style, the teacher designs multiple levels of difficulty within the same task, and the learners make their own entry-level decisions. In the B/E episode, the teacher designs the multiple levels of difficulty within a task, but assigns the learners, according to the teacher's assessment of the learner's ability, to practice on specific levels of difficulty within the task. In this combination, the teacher values the idea of differentiated degrees of difficulty for performance inclusion within tasks but does not want to shift to the learner's entry decisions in this teaching learning episode. Because learners do not make their own entry-level decisions, the learning objectives that are emphasized in this decision variation are more akin to the practice style than to the inclusion. Currently, the term differentiating instruction has been promoted, urging teachers to adapt instruction to student differences. This approach encourages teachers to design different tasks for individual learners or groups of learners to accommodate the diversity that exists in the classroom. Initially, the overall intent of this approach might be associated with the inclusion behavior. However, on examination of who is making the decisions, it is the teacher who indicates which tasks the learner will perform. Additionally, the tasks are not arranged using the concept of degree of difficulty within the same task. Tasks, though the same topic, are not related. Therefore, the objectives highlighted by the actions of the teacher and learners in differentiating instruction are more akin to the practice style. Self-check and inclusion, D/E episodes. If the teacher altered the above practice and inclusion, B/E episode, design so that the learners made their own assessment decisions in their assigned group, then the combined styles decision structure would represent D/E, self-check and inclusion. In this style combination, the teacher assigns each group a different task based on the group's content proficiency and provides prepared criteria for self-checking opportunities. The overriding objectives then become those of a self-check practice. Although the decisions and objectives of the landmark inclusion style are not the primary learning focus, they serve as a guide for the teacher in planning the content. All teaching learning styles have many combination possibilities. Since no single teaching learning approach offers exposure to all objectives, learning to combine styles is crucial for active, interesting, and motivating lessons. Examples of individual programs. All examples in the inclusion style share several characteristics. 1. They adhere to the theoretical structure, decision distribution of the style. 2. They contain general logistical information. 3. They identify the activity and the tasks. 4. They may identify the key factor that is manipulated to create the different levels. 5. They offer samples of levels designed by the principle of the slanted rope. 6. They offer flexibility in design, although the general format is similar. Styles A through E represent the cluster of teaching learning behaviors that emphasize reproduction, memory, cognitive processes. The next cluster of teaching learning behaviors highlights production. The learners discover and produce the content. Each behavior in this cluster emphasizes different aspects of discovery. At this point, the reader has a choice to skip to Chapter 12 and continue with the discovery cluster of behaviors, or to read Chapter 11, which examines a variety of implementation and miscellaneous issues that are common to all teaching learning styles. Chapter 11. Issues common to all teaching styles. This chapter examines a variety of implementation and miscellaneous issues that are common to all teaching learning styles. Although each individual teaching behavior is unique in its objectives and implications, there are certain concepts, issues, and characteristics that apply to all teaching behaviors. Task teaching, learning centers, and station teaching. Task teaching, learning centers, and station teaching are terms currently used to indicate a type of teaching. These terms share the meaning that different students practice different tasks at the same time. They differ, however, in that some arrangements 1. Provide task sheets, task card, posters that explain the tasks, others do not. 2. Provide multiple tasks at one station, others provide only one task. 3. Provide choice among the tasks, others do not. 4. Require students to maintain a progress record, others do not. 5. Require students to rotate from station to station, others permit students to select X number of stations. 6. Are used because of limited equipment, others do not use equipment. 7. Focus the tasks on the same topic, others use unrelated tasks. 8. Use a signal to indicate change or movement from station to station, others use time, others require accomplishment of performance criteria before rotating. 9. Are totally independent of the teacher, others are not. 10. Design tasks that consider different ability levels, others do not. 11. Require students to work alone, others require groups or partners. The logistical variables affect the work at each station. The most important issue teachers must consider when designing station or task teaching is, what are the primary learning objectives to be accomplished at each station or center? Which teaching learning behavior will be used to accomplish the intended task objectives at each station? Station or task teaching is not distinct, separate, or unique teaching behavior. It is simply a logistical arrangement. The exciting aspect of station or task or center arrangements is the possibility of exposing learners to multiple experiences through the use of alternative teaching learning behaviors. When the tasks at the various stations or centers represent different decision structures, they result in varied educational experiences. This reinforces decision-making and provides diverse involvement in the content for each learner. Some ideas that could guide the planning for each station or center or task activity are 1. Different teaching learning behaviors. 2. Different physical attributes, strength, balance, agility, flexibility, accuracy. 3. Developmental channels. 4. Cognitive operations, replication station. Designing station, comparing station. 5. Social interaction, small groups, one-to-one partners, individual activities. 6. Content topics, sequenced or random content. 7. Multiple intelligences focus, physical engagement focusing on language, musical, artistic, aesthetic, mathematical, and logical activities. 8. Perception practices, physical engagement delivered through auditory, visual, or kinesthetic activities. 9. Combinations of any of the above. When designing the logistics for station or center or task teaching, it is imperative that teachers be aware of the teaching learning behaviors that are involved. The term station or center or task teaching does not define the learning experience. Rather, it is the teaching learning behaviors used while engaging in the task at each station or center that create the learning experiences. Organizational options. Before implementing task or station or center teaching, it is helpful to understand the concept of the organizational options. One of the problems in physical education is that of efficient learning, which depend on an appropriate ratio between the quantity of an activity and the unit of time. To learn any physical task and reach a reasonable level of performance, the learner must repeat the task. The learner must perform, receive frequent feedback, and perform additional tasks. How then can the teacher organize the class to use time efficiently? The issue of time on task or academic learning time has become prominent as a focal point in educational research for improving teaching. In physical education, the issue is to organize the learners, equipment, space, and available time in particular relationships to create conditions for efficient learning. Because any style should operate within organizational conditions that promote efficient learning, the following suggestions apply to all teaching learning behaviors. The issue of efficiency. The following pages include charts depicting inefficient organizational patterns that still exist in schools. Other charts suggest options for improvement. The organization of space, equipment, and people shown in Figure 11.1 on page 191 is common in many schools. In particular, note the considerable unused space and the number of learners per basket. This inappropriate logistical arrangement of people, space, and equipment infringes on the time each learner has for practice. Examine the alternative organization suggested in Figure 11.2 on page 192. This arrangement provides frequent opportunities for all learners to practice specific skills within the same activity, in this case, basketball. The 9 assigned tasks represent various aspects of shooting, and the small groups rotate from task to task at designated time intervals. The ratio of participation per learner per unit of time increases considerably with this arrangement. Learning and development increases for each learner. To play basketball well, one must learn to shoot, dribble, pass the ball in various ways, and evade the opponent, etc. Each skill constitutes a particular task to practice. Figure 11.3 on page 193 offers an example of space organization that accommodates all these tasks simultaneously, increasing the efficiency of learning. This procedure and organization are successfully used in circuit training, conducting physical fitness tests, and during coaching sessions. Using them during physical education classes allows more people to benefit from the activity. These arrangements could be adapted for baseball, soccer, hockey, or other ball games. Before an organizational analysis and alternatives are offered for gymnastics, it is necessary to identify the physical prerequisites of gymnasts for working on the apparatus. They need agility, balance, flexibility, and strength before and during the work on the apparatus. This certainly applies to novice gymnasts. Instead of sitting and waiting for their turns on an apparatus, students can and should be learning developmental movements that will help them progress in areas that need improvement. Gymnastics class is an excellent opportunity for the teacher to develop multiple tasks. For example, some students may need extensive work in upper body exercises to develop the necessary strength to support the body in a simple parallel bar sequence. These students should be involved in this development instead of sitting near the parallel bars doing nothing. It might be revealing for the teacher to measure actual time wasted during the traditional large class gymnastics unit. Follow 2 or 3 students through the lesson, recording the actual time spent both passively and actively using the apparatus. You will discover that most of a student's time is spent waiting for his or her turn. Obviously, this calls for a more desirable and productive alternative arrangement. In many schools with large classes, you will find unused spaces in the gymnasium, such as those in Figure 11.4 on page 194, because students are grouped according to the pieces of gymnastics equipment. With large numbers of students and few pieces of equipment, the frequency of experience is low. The development of agility, balance, strength, and so on are correspondingly low. Because students rarely get to use the apparatus, many students are not only poor performers in gymnastics techniques, but they also lack the physical abilities necessary to pursue a successful gymnastics program. When physical development is negligible and learning does not take place, the student's attitude toward the activity may be negative or at best neutral. By using the empty floor and wall spaces, you actually add equipment to your program. Present activities to the class that are relevant to the gymnastics unit, and the students will develop the required qualities and techniques for gymnastics. It is important, moreover, to explain to students the connection between the variety of floor tasks, the development of the body, and the application to better performance on the apparatus. It is helpful for students to realize that, through strength-building activities, they develop shoulder, arm, and chest muscles. Explain that this development is vital in parallel bars performance because most movements and sequences of movement are performed while the body is constantly supported by the arms. The bulk of the body weight is usually above the base of support in parallel bars sequences. However, the rings and high bars shift the center of gravity below and above the base of support. Therefore, the muscles involved in hanging must be developed for the performer to hang in comfort and without effort for some time. These supplementary activities can be carried out in any regular gym class by using an alternative floor plan and time activity sequence. Such an arrangement has impressive advantages because even the weakest student can make significant progress. Figure 11.5 on page 196 shows a sample alternative arrangement of an equipment-space relationship. In some classes, it may be necessary to photocopy the floor plan with the tasks written in the various spaces. This enables each student to have a guide for the tasks. This practice saves a great deal of time and eliminates the need for repeated explanations. The teacher is thus free to move about, observe, and offer feedback. The unused space in Figure 11.4 on page 194 is reorganized in Figure 11.5 on page 196 to show relevant gymnastic activities. The principle of maximum activity per student per unit of time is observed here. More frequent experiences for each student increases learning, development, and enjoyment. Let's examine the use of time in the arrangement shown in Figure 11.4 on page 194. If 15 students gather around the parallel bars for a 30-minute lesson, and each is allowed 30 seconds for a short sequence, it will take 7.5 minutes to conclude one inning. During the entire lesson, each member of the group will be on the parallel bars 4 times for a total of 2 minutes. For each student, therefore, there will be 28 minutes of inactivity. Suppose we cut the time on the parallel bars in half, 15 seconds. Each participant will then be on the bar 8 times. A rather unconvincing argument for the contribution of gymnastics to the development of each individual. This calculation applies to any activity or unit that employs this kind of equipment space-time relationship. Learners can use those lost 28 minutes more efficiently in other activities. 4 organizational options. The analysis of the relationship between number of learners, time, and space results in 4 organizational options. 1. Single station, single task. 2. Single station, multiple tasks. 3. Multiple stations, single task. 4. Multiple stations, multiple tasks. Single station, single task. This arrangement allows learners to make a decision about their location, one station, and perform one task at that location. After the teacher demonstrates and explains a particular task to the gathered learners, they go to their locations in the gymnasium and perform the task the number of times designated by the teacher, quantity decision. Single station, multiple tasks. This arrangement calls for more than one task to be performed in succession at the same location, station. The teacher demonstrates and explains 2 or more tasks, and the learners perform these tasks one after the other. For example, Task 1. Dribble the ball in one spot as demonstrated 50 times with the right hand. Task 2. Dribble the ball in one spot as demonstrated 50 times with the left hand. Task 3. Dribble the ball in one spot as demonstrated 60 times, change hands every 10 dribbles. In this case, each learner will have the opportunity to practice and develop the skill of dribbling in 3 consecutive tasks using one location. If there are not enough basketballs, use volleyballs or any other type of ball. The purpose is to dribble. Multiple stations, single task. This arrangement provides each learner the opportunity to perform a task at a given location, station, and when that task is done, to move to another station and perform one task at the new location. This rotation can continue depending on the number of stations and tasks designated. This arrangement is very efficient when there is not enough equipment for everyone. See the examples for basketball in Figure 11.3 and gymnastics in Figure 11.5. It is a popular arrangement in weight training sessions. Different weights and other pieces of equipment are distributed in different stations, and the learner performs a task at each station and then moves to the next one. Multiple stations, multiple tasks. This is the same as the previous arrangement, except that at each station, the learner performs more than one task. Note, these examples do not include the teaching behavior to be used at each station. The points presented are to clarify the different organizational formats. At station number 1, Task 1, 20 set shots. Task 2, 20 hook shots. At station number 2, Task 1, 25 consecutive chest passes to a target on the wall. Task 2, 25 consecutive bounce passes against the wall. At station number 3, Task 1, dribbling the ball forward along the designated distance on the blue line. Task 2, dribbling the ball backward along the designated distance on the blue line. Task 3, dribbling as above, sideways. There can be as many stations as the area permits. No square foot remains unused. Several clusters of variations in these 3 stations bring about impressive results. Please see Figure 11.6 on page 198. These 4 organizational arrangements accommodate all teaching learning behaviors. They provide each learner with the time, equipment, and space to practice the task. While the learners are engaged in the tasks, using the indicated teaching behaviors, the teacher has time to move from station to station and offer the appropriate feedback according to the teaching style at a given station. Figure 11.6 on page 198 illustrates stations designated to reinforce content tasks in the same style. There are an infinite number of possibilities for station designs. Some designs use the same style per station, and some station designs use multiple teaching styles. Figure 11.7 on page 199 reinforces the option of using different teaching styles at each station. Using stations permits the concept of concurrent styles, using more than one teaching learning style at the same time. Different stations could employ a different behavior or learning emphasis. For example, the class is divided into 3 stations. Each practices different tasks in the same subject matter, volleyball, but each group engages in a different teaching learning behavior. Both the task and the objectives in each style are different. Lessons designed to use stations can increase the quantity of content covered, the quality of the active time on task, and the variety of educational objectives experienced. The demonstration. The demonstration merits a special discussion because of its importance in teaching physical activities in the reproduction styles. Understanding the power of demonstration helps us to understand why it is inappropriate in the production styles. Demonstrations provide the model, the image of the content. Therefore, content replication and clarification are the primary reasons for conducting demonstrations. A demonstration can be brief or lengthy. In physical education, all reproduction teaching learning styles rely on demonstrations during the subject matter expectations to convey the desired physical positions, movements, sequences, etc. The behavior expectations, describing how the learners will practice, determine the specific teaching learning style. When demonstrations are lengthy, it is possible to conduct an episode with the sole purpose of delivering content. In such situations, the demonstration would be similar to a formal lecture in the classroom. The role of the learners in such situations is to observe and listen for content information. However, once the lecture and/or demonstration is completed, another episode begins where the learners are told how to practice the information or demonstrated content. A demonstration of a physical activity executed by a skilled performer can have an enormous impact on an observer, which has psychological implications for learners. A good demonstration has the following strengths. 1. It presents a holistic image of the activity. 2. It presents a visual image of the various parts of the activity and the integrative process of movement. 3. It creates a sense of admiration and can serve as strong motivation for learning. 4. It fortifies the position of the performer as an expert, leader, and authority. 5. It can inspire a sense of the beauty of human motion. 6. It can draw the learner's attention to details that are important in the activity. The finger position on the grip of a tennis racket, the position of the feet against the starting blocks, the curve of the lower back, or lack of it, in a handstand. 7. It establishes a model for successful performance. 8. It saves time. Explanations are often too long, tedious, or unclear. A neat demonstration tells the whole story quickly. 9. It is efficient. All that is needed is to show and tell, and then it is left to the learner to emulate the demonstrator. 10. A demonstration can illustrate the ideal initial movement toward a desired purpose, the first step after the start in the dash, the movement of the arm in serving a volleyball, the forward lunge in fencing, etc. 11. It can show the series or sequences of movements employed in a given activity. 12. It can focus on the results of precise execution, as in the performance of an accomplished dart, pool, or archery player. 13. It can affect the learner's awareness of skills sequence and motor skills. 14. It presents the standard of what the teacher considers correct or good. Providing the correct standard via a demonstration is a vital element of teaching and evaluation of achievement. It is an appropriate technique for presenting subject matter in the reproduction styles. The command style relies on demonstration to the highest degree, and the inclusion style relies on it the least. In the command style, the teaching obligation begins with the act of demonstration. While the teacher is illustrating, the student must observe. The manner in which the learners repeat the demonstrated data depends on which reproduction teaching learning style is used. The demonstration is not unique to the field of physical education. When demonstrations in any field are conducted, they are designed to achieve specific, limited goals. When the demonstration is used well, learning can be achieved, learning what is prescribed. Demonstration is a particular kind of learning which has been discussed in many physical education method books. Practically, all use this famous quadrivium. Step 1. Demonstration. Step 2. Explanation. Step 3. Execution. Step 4. Evaluation. The manner in which learners execute, practice, and receive feedback about the demonstration, steps 3 and 4, determine the specific teaching style. The behavior expectations for executing the demonstrated task can be conducted in any of the reproduction teaching styles, from command to inclusion. Implementing the spectrum theory. Perhaps the most frequently asked question about the implementation of the spectrum is, should you tell the students the decisions of each style? This depends on the intent. What objectives do you want to accomplish in subject matter and behavior? In this text, each landmark style is presented in its most complete and detailed image. During the behavior expectations, in the classroom the decisions of each style are named and defined. Naming each decision is only one way to implement a teaching learning style. There are 4 possible options that can be used when implementing the theory of the spectrum. It is essential that teachers be skilled in all 4 options and use each of them in the classroom. Since teaching is a chain of decision-making, all teaching events fall into one of these 4 implementation options. 1. Focusing on content. 2. Shifting only some landmark-style decisions. 3. Shifting all landmark-style decisions. 4. Using style name or letter to indicate expectations. Focusing on content. In this option, content is the exclusive focus, and only the minimum behavior expectations need to be expressed. Behavior expectations, how learners are to participate, are embedded within the content delivery. Learners perceive the behavior as it relates to completing or accomplishing the content. In these situations, stating behavior expectations to the learners would only detract from the content focus and would be redundant. Aerobics classes are an example. Immediately getting into the content is the primary intent, not the participant's decision awareness or development of attributes beyond those necessary for performing the specific task. In the events per episode form, page 84, the behavior expectations are minimal. The table above presents the minimum directions that can produce the essence of the 5 reproduction teaching styles, although the verbal behavior comments in this table reflect the essence of the style's intentions. It will not lead learners to all the landmark objectives. All of the teaching learning behaviors can be implemented using similarly concise verbal behavior. Please see Table 11.1 on page 202. Shifting only some landmark style decisions. The primary reason for shifting only some and not all landmark decisions is to maintain a production learning environment, a learning environment that supports developing decision-making skills while offering meaningful engagement and content. This option is useful in 3 possible circumstances. 1. When learners are inexperienced in making decisions. Some learners are too young or too experienced to move from one landmark style to another. Shifting the cluster of decisions in each landmark style is too big a step for them. These students may need episodes that shift, define and/or practice 1 or 2 decisions at a time until they understand and develop behavior competence in each decision. 2. Maintaining a safe learning experience. Some learners have developmental limitations or they are unable, emotionally, physically, cognitively, socially, and ethically, to handle all the landmark decisions of some styles. Such limitations do not warrant their exclusion from alternative teaching learning experiences, but they do require careful planning about which decisions to shift to create a safe and positive environment. For example, physical outbursts, even fights, can result when location decision and individual material pickup are shifted in styles B, C, D, and E. Prematurely and inappropriately shifting location decisions can result in a total loss of classroom control. In the process of teaching personal responsibility, it is sometimes necessary to specify tight parameters for certain decisions before shifting them to students. 3. Limiting conditions. Time, space, and material limitations often prevent the shifting of all the landmark decisions. Shifting all landmark style decisions. This option is used when teachers perceive their roles as leading students to develop individual and social responsibility. Developing individual and social responsibility requires awareness of specific decisions, objectives, and the notion of developmental factors. The primary reason for shifting decisions is to deliberately expand individual capacities to demonstrate mobility ability in making decisions and experience a variety of educational objectives. Using style name or letter to indicate expectations. Once learners can execute the decisions of a teaching style, it is useful to refer to the landmark expectations using the style name or letter. This shorthand reference reduces the teacher's airtime, antenna time, or talk time during the delivery of behavior expectations, moves the learners into the content expectations more swiftly, and establishes a trusting relationship between teacher and learner. Constant use of the style name or letter only should be avoided. Once learners get into the routine of the style, they often forget the purposes and specific decisions of the individual styles if they are not reinforced. Occasional reviews and making references to the teaching style's specific decisions, implications, and contributions are necessary. Although fidelity to the theory during implementation is the heartbeat of any theoretical system, there are options when implementing teaching behaviors. When the decision-making theory is understood, the infinite variety of teaching learning options becomes apparent. The lesson plan. Lesson plans indicate the intended learning expectations and the process for attaining them. Each distinct objective within the lesson constitutes an episode. The term episode is defined as a unit of time within which the teacher and learner are engaged in the same teaching learning style, behavior, heading toward the same set of objectives, OTLO, seen in Figure 11.8 on page 204. A lesson can be composed of one objective, However, most lessons require several episodes, each with its specific objective and its particular task, activity, representing a different teaching style. OTLO, seen in Figure 11.9 on page 204. When the series of episodes representing different objectives are well connected and sequenced, they directly contribute to the overall objective of the lesson. A successful lesson is one in which intent is congruent with action. A thoroughly worked out lesson plan accomplishes the following. 1. It specifies the intent of each episode, answering the questions: what are the learning outcomes? What are the learners expected to learn? 2. It provides guidelines for checking the lesson's progress and answering the question: am I on the right track? Adjustments can be made as needed. 3. The lesson plan makes it possible to determine at the end of the lesson whether or not the objectives were reached. Was the action congruent with the intent? Did the learners accomplish what was expected? Planning is a rational activity based on a particular sequence of decisions that is related to the teacher's subject matter knowledge and to the teacher's conception of teaching and learning. The action during the face-to-face interaction corresponds to the lesson plan. The most visible features of the following lesson plan chart, seen in Figure 11.10 on page 205, are the steps, the episodes, and their sequence throughout the planning. The starting point is deciding which aspect of the content to present in the lesson. What is the overall learning intent of the lesson? To reach this overall intent, learners must participate in a series of episodes, each with specific tasks and objectives. What aspects of the content are most important for this episode? In what sequence should the content be presented to reach the objectives? Which attributes and developmental channels need to be emphasized to lead learners to the overall objective? The next decision involves selecting a teaching style. This decision determines the behaviors the teacher and the learner will use to reach the objectives. OTLO, see Chapter 2. Then comes logistical considerations involving decisions about organization of learners, equipment, materials, task sheets, content props and supplies, etc., all of which are aspects of class management. The next step in lesson planning deals with setting time parameters for each episode and results in guidelines for time distribution during the lesson. Teachers can use the assessment or comment column to reflect or assess the episode, the learners, and the subject matter design, or the teaching-learning approach used. These notes can guide the next lesson's preparation or emphasis. Subsequent lessons can be planned in the same manner and, when appropriate, several lessons can be linked in a sequence that constitutes a unit, a topic, a theme, or a project. The order of the lesson plan categories can be changed. Some teachers prefer to indicate the objectives as the first column. The order of the categories that appear in the lesson plan can be altered. However, none can be omitted. All episodes must account for each category. Each lesson plan is part of a continuous sequence that connects the various elements represented in Figure 11.11 on page 206. Awareness of the continuous sequence that exists among these elements can ensure that the flow of planning is seamless and logical. Episodic teaching. To reach the intended objectives of a lesson, options and variety are necessary to accommodate the complexities and specifics of each subject matter presentation. All lessons can be conceived, planned, and executed as a series of episodes. Teaching that incorporates a series of planned episodes is termed episodic teaching. The notion of planning and teaching in episodes accommodates the diversity in educational objectives and legitimizes the non-versus approach to implementing alternative teaching learning styles. Although designing lessons as a series of episodes is desirable, not all planned episodes accomplishes the intended focus of the spectrum. There are two approaches to designing consecutive episodes. In the first approach, each episode represents the same teaching style, decision distributions, and reinforces a similar set of objectives. Throughout the day, different episodes occur because the subject matter tasks vary. The tasks in the various episodes may even emphasize different attributes and developmental channels. However, the learners experience a common set of educational objectives from episode to episode because all the teaching learning experiences represent a similar decision structure in spite of the developmental emphasis or the changed content topic. In this first approach, the educational objectives in subject matter and behavior are more similar than different, seen in Figure 11.12 on page 207. In the second approach, episodes represent different teaching styles, decision distributions, and therefore reinforce different sets of objectives in subject matter and behavior. Throughout the day, activities designed to follow this approach deliberately provide learners with a variety of decision-making opportunities, cognitive experiences, attribute exposure, and development emphasis. The set of educational objectives that are the focus of the learning experience in each episode is different, seen in Figure 11.13 on page 207. Episodic teaching encourages the teacher to scrutinize the content to determine the supporting objectives, experiences, that are necessary and the logical sequence that would lead the learner to the lesson's overall outcomes. Episodic planning, seen in Figure 11.14 on page 208, and teaching places an indispensable value on each episode in the lesson. In episodic lessons, the learners not only experience a variety of educational opportunities, but they are also exposed to lessons deliberately designed to maximize acquisition of content. Terminology. Perhaps the most pressing issue confronting theory and practice is the ambiguity of pedagogical terminology. To be beneficial, terms must be consistent and reliable. New ideas have the tendency to generate terms. However, when terms with inconsistent and imprecise meanings clutter a field, it becomes increasingly unlikely that progress on a significant scale will occur. Teachers and students are undeserved when terms do not provide consistent theoretical guidelines for classroom practices. Theory on teaching learning is too vast for anyone to suggest that a single idea prevails. However, there are ways of thinking about teaching and learning that can guide investigations and discoveries. If it is true that teaching is a chain of decision-making, then each teacher needs to be well-versed and skilled in understanding the theory about decisions as they relate to classroom teaching and learning. The most widely used terms in pedagogy, including those listed below, do not share consistent definitions. Each author has a slightly different slant, a unique way of elaborating or emphasizing the same term. Although each author wishes to contribute to the theory and practice of teaching, multiple and ambiguous definitions make it impossible for the educational community, teachers, supervisors, researchers, to dialogue about or replicate each idea accurately with uniform rationale or any mutual understanding of the ideas. This inconsistency in definitions causes teachers to idiosyncratically define and interpret educational terms and new ideas about teaching and learning. The following terms are examples of educational ideas that have inconsistent definitions and classroom expectations. Direct instruction, guided practice, interactive teaching, task teaching, individualized, unlimited learning or free exploration, peer teaching, inquiry, centers, active teaching, independent practice, mastery learning, learning packages exploration, limited exploration, cooperative, child designed, convergent, teaching through questions, inquiry learning, problem solving, jigsaw, guided discovery, pairs checking, station teaching. Definitions of terms are important since they have an impact on the actual classroom behavior image of the teacher and learner, which determines the learning objectives. Although there are many terms within the physical education arena, let's review the term direct instruction for definition consistency, seen in Table 11.2 on page 210, keeping in mind the implied decision expectations that determine the teaching style and objectives. Each author implies different decisions and classroom interactions among teacher, learner, and content. Since the definitions are ambiguous, classroom teachers must interpret the classroom behavior image for this term. This latitude to interpret the classroom image reduces the educational effectiveness of this or any idea. Since all specific teaching-learning behaviors indicate a decision distribution that leads to distinct learning objectives, the term direct instruction is not a single specific teaching-learning behavior. Rather, it is a philosophical or categorical term that encompasses characteristics shared by many behaviors. For example, direct teaching could apply to all behaviors that reinforce memory cognitive operations, reproduction tasks, whereas all indirect teaching could be used to indicate all behaviors that reinforce discovery cognitive operations, production tasks. Presently, neither of these two terms is used consistently in theory or practice. Development in any field relies on new ideas. Each of the above ideas contributes to teaching. However, none of them represent the total perspective of teaching learning. Connecting ideas to a unifying framework allows the merits of ideas to be more readily understood and reliably used. Ideas that contribute to the logic of a framework not only expand the framework, but they also establish the value of the ideas. Ideas that are random, scattered, in isolation, or ideas that are presented from a versus position restrict the growth of a profession. The issue is not which should be used, either direct or indirect instruction, but rather when to use direct and when to use indirect instruction. When, for what content, with which students, for how many lessons, etc., should the various ideas in education be used. The Discovery Teaching Styles. Now that we have examined the cluster of memory teaching learning styles from command to inclusion, A through E, let's move to discovery teaching. What would the first discovery teaching style look like? How could the next teaching style be designed to gradually shift learners from memory to a discovery experience? Chapter 12. The Guided Discovery Style, F. The defining characteristic of the guided discovery style is the logical and sequential design of questions that lead a person to discover a predetermined response. In the anatomy of the guided discovery style, the role of the teacher is to make all subject matter decisions, including the target concept to be discovered and the sequential design of the questions for the learner. The role of the learner is to discover the answers. This implies that the learner makes decisions about segments of the subject matter within the topic selected by the teacher. When this behavior is achieved, the following objectives are reached in subject matter and in behavior. The first behavior that engages the learner in discovery is called guided discovery. Please see the diagram on page 212. The essence of this behavior is a particular teacher-learner relationship in which the teacher's sequence of questions brings about a corresponding set of responses by the learner. Each question posed by the teacher elicits a single correct response discovered by the learner. The cumulative effect of this sequence, a converging process, leads the learner to discover the sought-after concept, principle, or idea. For a review of convergent thinking, see Chapter 5. If the learners already know the target concept, the objectives of this behavior are nullified and the question and answer experience reverts to a design variation of the practice style. A review. The anatomy of the guided discovery style. Who makes which decisions about what, when, is the defining analysis that determines the OTLO. In this behavior, the teacher makes all the decisions in the pre-impact set, seen in Figure 12.1 on page 213. They include decisions about the objectives, the subject matter concept target, the design of the logical sequence of questions that will guide learners to discovery of the target, and all the logistical decisions. More decisions than in previous styles are shifted to the learner in the impact set. The act of discovering the answer means that the learner makes decisions about elements of the subject matter within the topic selected by the teacher. The impact set is a sequence of corresponding decisions made by the teacher and the learner. The post-impact set, the teacher, or surrogate, verifies the learner's response to each question or clue. In some tasks, the learner can verify the responses for him or herself. The role of continuous corresponding decisions in the impact and post-impact sets are unique to this style. The implementation of the guided discovery style. Although episodes in guided discovery are generally very short, they require more than one question. Episodes consist of a series of questions that logically guide the learner to discover the predetermined target. Asking random questions, review questions, divergent questions, questions that seek exploration, creative movements, or multiple designs are not examples of this teaching-learning structure. Often teachers say, "We usually use guided discovery, we often ask questions." Merely asking questions does not imply the use of guided discovery. Questions are asked in all teaching-learning behaviors, and the kind of questions asked corresponds to the selected teaching-learning objectives. Questions in guided discovery use a convergent process that leads the learner to discover a predetermined target. Although guided discovery can succeed when used with groups, theoretically it produces the best results in one-on-one situations. Description of an episode. The planning, pre-impact, set is all about content. After determining the subject matter, the next and most important step in guided discovery is to determine the sequence of steps, questions, or clues that will gradually and securely lead the student to discover the end result. A concept, a particular movement, etc. Figure 12.2 on page 214 describes the relationship between each stimulus, the question, and its corresponding response. Each step is based on the response given in the previous step. Each step then must be carefully weighed, judged, tested, and then established at each particular point in the sequence. There will also be an internal connection between the steps that is related to the structure of the subject matter. To design related steps, the teacher needs to anticipate possible student responses to a given stimulus or step. If these possible responses seem too diverse or tangential, then the teacher needs to design another step. The new step needs to be perhaps smaller and closer to the previous step, thus reducing the number of diverse responses. In fact, the ideal form of guided discovery is structured to elicit only one response per clue. Figure 12.3 on page 215 represents the size of the step and the need to design steps within the grasp of most, if not all, learners. The process of guided discovery embodies the SDMR relationship at every step. The first stimulus, S1, is designed to move the learner to dissonance, D, and mediation, M, in which the learner searches for the answer. When the learner is ready, he or she will produce the response, R. The teacher continues by presenting the second stimulus, S2, which again moves the learner to mediation, resulting in the production of the second discovered response, R2, and so on until the last stimulus, SN, elicits the anticipated response, R, which is the actual discovery of the target. This last response can be expressed by stating the discovered concept or by showing it through movement. The impact set tests the sequence design. Any failure by the student to respond indicates inadequate design of the individual step or the sequence as a whole. When learners fail to discover the target concept, avoid judging or making assumptions about the learner. Examine the questions, retest them with another student, and check the sequence for reliability in producing the anticipated response. In addition to a flawlessly designed sequence, the teacher must follow several rules for this process. 1. Never tell the answer. 2. Always wait for the learner's response. 3. Offer frequent feedback. 4. Maintain a climate of acceptance and patience. While these behaviors can be demanding, they are necessary for a successful episode in this style. The first rule is mandatory. If you tell the answer, you will abort the entire process of connecting one small discovery to another. The second rule, to wait for the answer, is necessary to provide the learner time to engage in mediation. The teacher must demonstrate wait time and acknowledge the learner's mediation pace. The third rule calls for frequent feedback to the learner. A short yes, a nod, or correct are sufficient after responses in the initial experiences in this style. In tasks where the feedback is built in, the learner will already know the results of some responses. The teacher's role is to continue the questions, which indicates to the learner that he or she is on the correct path. The fourth rule calls for an effective awareness. The teacher must exhibit patience and acceptance. These maintain the flow of the process. Reprimands and impatience will trigger frustration and discomfort in the learner that will eventually stop the process. The emotional and cognitive streams are visibly intertwined during the learning process by guided discovery. The impact phase in guided discovery is a delicate interplay of cognitive and emotional dimensions between teacher and student. Both teacher and learner are bound intimately to the subject matter. The tension and anticipation that develop at each step are relieved only when the final discovery has occurred. The student, without being given the answer, has accomplished the purpose, has found the unknown, has learned. In the impact set, then, the teacher must be aware of the following factors. 1. The objective or the target. 2. The direction of the sequence of steps. 3. The size of each step. 4. The interrelationship of the steps. 5. The speed of the sequence. 6. The emotions of the learner. The nature of feedback in guided discovery is unique. The reinforcing behavior that indicates the student's success at each step is positive feedback about his or her learning and accomplishments. The very fact that the process is completed, the purpose achieved, and the subject matter learned is a form of total evaluation. An approving response at each step constitutes an immediate, precise, and personal evaluation. In turn, the immediacy of positive reinforcement serves as a continuous motivating force to seek solutions and to learn more. How to implement the guided discovery style. The pre-impact set. The role of the teacher in the pre-impact set is to make decisions about 1. The specific target of the episode, the concept to be discovered by the learner. 2. The sequence of steps, questions, that will evoke a chain of discoveries by the learner. 3. The size of each step. 4. Setting the scene so that the learner is invited to participate in the process of guided discovery. In making decisions 2 and 3, the teacher should keep in mind that each step is based on the response given to the previous step. This means that each step must be carefully weighed, judged, and tested to establish its efficiency in the sequence. The process also requires an internal connection between the steps that is related to the structure of the subject matter. In order to design related steps, the teacher must anticipate possible learner responses to a given question or clue. See the section below, Selecting and Designing the Subject Matter. As in previous styles, the learners do not make decisions in the pre-impact set. Impact set. Once the teacher sets the subject matter scene, the interplay between the learner and teacher, or surrogate, begins, as seen in Table 12.1 on page 218. Notice that in this behavior, the teacher does not state the behavior or logistic expectations. Since this behavior leads to discovery, the teacher does not say, "You are going to discover a concept today." This verbal behavior frequently shifts learners into a state of cognitive dissonance before they have been led into the content process. The eureka moment is exhilarating for both learner and teacher. This behavior is especially rewarding to teachers as they watch learners make connections guided by the sequenced questions that logically lead them to discover new content. The implications of the guided discovery style. The use of style F implies that 1. The teacher is willing and able to cross the discovery threshold. 2. The teacher values logic and convergent discovery as a part of his or her education goals. 3. The teacher is willing to study the structure of the subject matter and to design an appropriate sequence of questions. 4. The teacher is willing to risk experimenting with the unknown. In styles A through E, the onus of performance is on the learner. In guided discovery, however, the onus is on the teacher. The teacher is responsible for the precise design of questions that will elicit the correct responses. The learner's performance is directly related to the preparation by the teacher. 5. The teacher trusts the cognitive capacity of the student to discover the appropriate aspects of the subject matter. 6. The teacher is willing to make the changes necessary to accommodate this teaching-learning behavior. Selecting and designing the subject matter. Selecting the task. As in all styles, the selection and the design of the task must be congruent with the objectives of the episode. In the guided discovery style, the teacher must consider these 5 points before selecting the task of a particular episode. 1. Learners can discover ideas in the following categories. A. Concepts. B. Principles, governing rules. C. Relationships among entities. D. Orders or systems. E. Cause and effect relationships. F. Limits. 2. The topic or the target to be discovered must be unknown to the learner. One cannot discover what one already knows. 3. The target to be discovered must not be a fact, date, specific word, name, or technical term. These categories of information cannot be discovered. 4. Some subject matter topics may not be appropriate for this style. The fact that this elegant and powerful style, when properly designed, always produces results does create a potential danger. When guided discovery is used in universal subject areas such as math, physics, chemistry, and anatomy, there is no problem. Students learn to engage in a process of logical sequences to discover universal scientific truths. But caution is required when this style is used in areas such as social studies, religious issues, sex education, political science, etc. By their nature, these topics are dependent on personal opinion or cultural mores related to particular beliefs and value systems. Since the process of Style F guides the learner toward a predetermined target, a teacher can induce the learner to utter statements, principles, or ideas that are contrary to his or her beliefs and convictions. 5. The target must be discoverable. In physical education, guided discovery episodes most often lead learners to understand the mechanics of movement, the principles in science that guide performance, or the relationships of one movement position to another. Episodes in guided discovery can deliver the rationale for a particular body position or a positioning requirement in an activity. For example, in scuba diving, it is possible to construct a series of questions that lead learners to discover that it is essential to continuously breathe out when ascending, or in dance or movement activities, the importance of center of gravity for maintaining balance. In physical education, guided discovery episodes can deliver the underlying principles that govern movement. Once the principles, concepts, or relationships are discovered, the learners move to a different teaching learning style to apply the principles discovered. Refining the guided steps requires multiple trails with different learners. Initially, this behavior is difficult to master. However, once a guided sequence is valid, it is a rewarding experience watching learners discover. Style-specific comments. Cognitive economy. Guided discovery is designed for cognitive economy. The particular structure of guided discovery does not invite deviation or cognitive wandering. This structure gets the learner to the target with maximum efficiency, using the dominant cognitive operation. By maximum efficiency, we do not mean that guided discovery is the best style. Like all styles, this behavior has its boundaries and limitations. It is the best style only for those objectives it can reach effectively. Guided discovery has a considerable influence on memory. When one discovers something for oneself, the chances of remembering it are greater. The act of discovery seems to serve as strong motivation for some, if not most, learners. Because guided discovery gradually and seemingly effortlessly leads the learner to discover the subject matter, the learner experiences a reduction of fear, especially fear of failure. With the sense of success, guided discovery can induce confidence and motivation to continue learning. Group or individual implementation of guided discovery. Although guided discovery can succeed when used with groups, it produces the best results in one-to-one situations. Although many learners within a group setting can benefit from this process, the liability is that learners discover at different speeds. When one learner has discovered the answer, anywhere in the sequence, and utters it aloud, the other learners who hear or see the response become the receivers. They can no longer discover it. For these students, the discovery process has been aborted. At best, different learners offer their discoveries at different points in the sequence, and thus the discovery experience belongs to the group. However, the full benefit of this process is realized when each individual learner moves through the sequence and is engaged in discovery at every step. Logistics are obviously a factor. It is difficult to create conditions for a one-on-one process except 1. When the teacher spends time with one learner while others are engaged in other styles, or 2. When the learner uses a computer program for this task, or 3. During private and individual feedback time in other styles, except the command style. The teacher can temporarily shift to guided discovery to clarify a concept. To do this, in what seems to be a spontaneous behavior, the teacher must be very skilled in the content and the structure of guided discovery. Guided discovery is very useful in the introduction of a new topic. The learner is quickly engaged and becomes curious about the specifics. In time, the classroom chart can be displayed so that learners become aware of the structure of this teaching-learning relationship, seen in Figure 12.4 on page 221. The developmental channels. All design variations and canopies under guided discovery center on the manipulation of the following characteristics. 1. The quantity of content, including the number of clues provided, that the teacher provides compared to content the learner provides. 2. The ratio of memory questions to discovery questions. 3. the social interaction compared to independent production. The more the design variations include teacher talk, memory questions, and peer interaction, the less the design indicates guided discovery and the more it represents the practice style. As in all teaching behaviors, there are educational ideas and variations that suggest a liaison to one teaching learning approach over another. As stated in previous chapters, names of programs can be misleading in that they do not accurately represent the decision structure for accomplishing the intended objectives. The program's intent must be compared to the decisions, stated or implied, to determine which teaching behavior and set of objectives are in focus. Inquiry teaching has been called a specific teaching learning behavior. However, this pedagogical term is inconsistently used in the literature and in the classroom. Some examples of inquiry teaching, based on the decisions and content design, represent the practice style, guided practice, while others are examples of a divergent process representing either the practice style or the next style, divergent production. Since the general term inquiry does not indicate a specific cognitive operation, it could apply to many different teaching learning behaviors. Design variations and guided discovery can expand the theoretical limits of this style. However, they must correspond to the decision premise of guiding the learner to discover a predetermined concept. Guided discovery can transform and delight the most insecure of learners by encouraging them to go beyond memory and to trust the process of discovery. Examples in physical education and related areas. The soccer example has been removed because it presented an incorrect skill for soccer. I have kept the explanation of the process but removed the soccer terminology. The process inherent to guided discovery is constant and independent of the specific content. This incorrect example reinforces the major caution and concern about this style. Appropriate selection of content. The teacher must be very sure that the content selected and delivered for guided discovery is accurate and appropriate for this style. Once learners discover content in guided discovery, it is very difficult to correct the content error. Let us analyze the short process of interaction between the questions and the inevitable responses produced. This process will always work because there is an intrinsic logical relationship between the question and the answer in terms of the stated purpose. Sometimes it might be necessary to inject an additional question depending on the learner's age, the level of word comprehension, and similar variables. The basic sequence, however, remains the same. The example illustrates how the two behavioral adjustments proposed at the beginning of this chapter work to achieve this cognition-motion bond. The concept discovered could have been accomplished by showing or telling, practice style B. The student would have learned the concept by observing the teacher's demonstration and repeating the action. But in that case, the comprehension of relationships, the understanding of why, which is essential to learning, would be missing from the whole experience. Let us examine the technical aspect of the sequence design. How do you decide which question comes first? Second? As a practical guide, proceed from the general to the specific, relating each question to the specific purpose of the movement. Identify the purpose of the concept. The need the concept becomes obvious. Then move to simple mechanics that are within the realm of every child's experience. The last question must lead to this inevitable answer. The following benefits are derived from a guided discovery process. 1. The student has learned the content lesson planned by the teacher. 2. The student has learned the relationship between X and Y. 3. The student has learned that he or she can discover these things by him or herself. 4. Psychologists believe that when this process is employed frequently and purposefully, the learner will begin to ask the questions by him or herself whenever a new situation arises. The learner will be able to transfer this thinking and discovery process. The beauty of guided discovery is most evident when teaching novices, those who know nothing about the subject matter in focus. They respond almost uninterruptedly to the sequence of clues and are not pulled astray by partial knowledge or dim memories of some movement detail. Learning is fresh, clear, and flowing. Example 2. Scuba diving. Specific purpose. To discover the principle of Boyle's law and the importance of blowing air out when surfacing. Bob, when you were surfacing, I noticed you weren't blowing bubbles out. What did I tell you about blowing bubbles when you were surfacing? I should do it all the time. I should always blow out when coming up to the surface. Okay, do you know why that's important? No, only that you told me to do it. Imagine if you would. I had a balloon in my hands, and I took the balloon and blew it up to its capacity. If I blew it up any more, what would happen to it? It would burst. Okay, and I tied it off. Now I take the balloon and place it in my hands completely around it and start to squeeze on it. What happens to the size of the balloon, the external size of the balloon as you squeeze in? Okay, it gets smaller. Okay. What about the pressure inside the balloon, the air pressure inside the balloon forcing out? What happens to it as I squeeze in? I think that it has to get greater. What about the volume or amount of air trapped inside the balloon? We haven't lost any of it. It's all in there. It's all in there, yes. Assume this time that I took that balloon we just talked about and I brought it down, let's say, 30 feet underneath the water. What would happen to the size of the balloon as the water pressure came in on it? Okay, it's gonna get smaller. What about the pressure inside the balloon forcing out? What would happen to that pressure? That's like before, it's gonna get greater. Right, and the volume? It's both the same. I bring the balloon back up to the surface, and when I reach the surface, how would the balloon now compare in size to the original size? It's gonna have to be the same size. Exactly the same size. Very good. Okay, we're gonna change a little bit this time. This time, we're gonna take an air tank at the bottom of the pool, and we're gonna fill our balloon up to its capacity while at 30 feet. If I blew it up any more, what would happen to it? It would burst, like we said. Now I'm going to tie the balloon off and start taking it to the surface of the water. What happens to the external size of the balloon as I start taking it up? It's gonna start stretching and then it'll break. It'll blow open. Somewhere before it reaches the surface, it'll break? Right. Our lungs are similar in respect to balloons. In our lungs, there are little air sacs called alveoli. A diver fills his lungs up to capacity while at 30 feet underwater. He can't take in any more air. He holds his breath and starts to surface. What will happen to the size of those tiny air sacs in his lungs as he rises? They will expand, increase in size. But we said he filled his lungs to capacity. What will happen? He's gonna blow his lungs out. What do you think a good principle or rule in diving should be? Whenever he comes up, he's gotta breathe out all the time. This episode leads the learner to understand the principle that underlies the task request to breathe out when surfacing. Simply warning a student that safety is the reason for this request does not illustrate the principle as vividly or as convincingly as leading the student through this series of questions. In addition, the student is learning about Boyle's law, which explains the relationship between pressure and volume in gases. As volume decreases, pressure increases. When the interaction between the questions and the inevitable responses is flawlessly produced, the learners discover the logical connections, principles, relationships, etc. of the content. Example 3. Shot put. Specific purpose. To discover the stance for putting the shot. Recall the 3 main purposes of putting the shot in competition. To put it as far as possible. To achieve a far distance, what does the body need? Strength. Power. Correct. What else? Speed. Good. In the total motion of putting the shot, starting point, middle release, where should the power and speed reach their maximum? At the point of release. Correct. Where is the point of minimum strength and speed? At the stationary starting position. Very good. To achieve the maximum strength and speed at the point of release, how far from this point should the starting position be? As far as possible. Correct. This is the rationale behind the starting position used by top shot putters. If the answer to question 6 is not readily given, an additional step must be taken. To gain maximum momentum, should the body and the shot travel a short or a long distance? Then ask, how long? From this point on, physical responses are called for. If the point of release is at this line in front of your body, figure out your starting position that fulfills the requirements of response 6. Here, some students might stand in a wide stance with the shot resting someplace on the shoulder. The balance requirement becomes clear immediately, and some sort of straddle position is usually offered. If this is not apparent, you may ask, "Are you well balanced?" and wait for the new physical response. However, others may take the concept of maximum distance from the point of release quite literally an attempt to stretch out the arm holding the shot. Here, you intervene with another question. Since the shot is quite heavy, can the arm do the job alone, or could the body help? The body could help. The student has already felt the weight of the shot and the awkwardness of holding it in the outstretched hand. Find the location where you can place the shot to get maximum push from the body. On the shoulder. Correct. To gain maximum momentum, do you place your body weight equally on both legs? No, on the rear leg. Correct. To gain maximum thrust from the ground, determine the position of this leg. Slightly bent. Yes. Now indicate the position of the trunk to fulfill the conditions we've just discovered. Slightly bent and twisted toward the rear leg. Good. Does this position seem to be the starting one we were looking for? This procedure may seem too painstaking at first, but one gets used to it. The learning accomplishments far outweigh the initial difficulties and apprehension, and teachers are usually motivated to try this style whenever the situation merits. The sequence developed here follows the same principles as the previous example. As always, the biggest obstacle is deciding which question to ask first. Once the purpose of putting the shot becomes clear, the interrelated steps toward accomplishing this purpose become clearer. In fact, the intrinsic structure of the shot put becomes clear to the student and teacher alike. We have progressed in the teaching-learning process by moving backwards, by retracing the movements and positions from the end result, the put, to the starting position, the stance. It is the same technique used to discover the road between point A and point B in a maze. Often one starts from point B and traces the road back to point A. Together, we have discovered the technique of structuring the guided discovery process. Polya sums it up in the following way. There is certainly something in the method that is not superficial. There is a certain psychological difficulty in turning around, in going away from the goal and working backwards, in not following the direct path to the desired end. When we discover the sequence of appropriate operations, our mind has to proceed in an order which is exactly the reverse of the actual performance. There is a sort of psychological repugnance to this reverse order, which may prevent a quite able student from understanding the method if it is not presented carefully. Yet it does not take a genius to solve a concrete problem working backward. Anybody can do it with a little common sense. We concentrate upon the desired end. We visualize the final position in which we would like to be. From what foregoing position could we get there? It is natural to ask this question, and in so asking, we work backwards. Example 4. Developmental movement, dance, gymnastics. Specific purpose. To discover the effect of the base support and center of gravity on balance. This lesson has been taught to 3rd and 5th graders many times. Do you know what balance is? Answer is given in motion. There is no need here for a verbal response. Some children will place themselves in a variety of balance positions, and some will move sideways, which require a degree of balance other than normal. Chances are that all children would have a response that illustrates balance. Place yourself in maximum balance. Sometimes it is necessary to use the word most instead of maximum. Usually the responses here vary. Some will assume a variety of erect positions, and some will assume lower positions that have been seen in football, wrestling, or various gymnastics stunts. It may be necessary to repeat this question. Let's check to see if this is your most balanced position. Check the solutions by pushing each child slightly and thus upsetting the position of balance. Within a short period of time, several children would get close to the ground in very low balance positions. Some may even lie flat on the floor. These will be the hardest positions to upset by a slight push. Now, arrange yourself in a position that will be a little bit less balanced. Most or all children will assume a new position by reducing the size of the base. This is often accomplished by removing a supporting hand, raising the head in supine position, or rolling over to one side from a supine position. Now, could you move to a new position that is still less balanced? Now the process is in motion. All children will assume a position that has less area of contact between the body and the floor. Some will start rising off the floor. Within 2 or 3 more steps to reduce the balance, most of the class will be in rather high positions, with close to the minimum point of contact between the body and the floor. Could you be now in the least balanced position? Most children stand on the toes of one foot. Some raise their arms. Occasionally, somebody will suggest standing on one hand or even on one finger. By use of motion, the students offered the correct answers and discovered some factors affecting balance. they discovered that a low, wide-based position is more balanced, more stable than a high, small-based position. This is sufficient. The concept is understood through the use of motion. Verbalizing the principles is unnecessary. However, if the teacher feels that a verbal summation is needed, he or she can ask, "State the difference between the most balanced and least balanced position and what made it so." The correct answers will be readily available to the children. Children can learn to discover not only new movements, but also the principles that organize them into a concept. Example 5. The 3 classes of levers. This classic guided discovery lesson designed by Mosston leads students to discover the 3 classes of levers and the roles of the axis, fulcrum, the force arm, and the resistance arm in the operation of the lever in each class. This lesson has been used many times in kinesiology classes. To understand the relationship between the 3 classes of levers and muscular action, the student must see clearly the components of each lever class and their integration into a system of levers. The rote method and sheer memory rarely produce insight into new examples, or the ability to apply the principles, or the skill to analyze situations to determine the appropriate level. The use of guided discovery has proven successful, with most students gaining the information and being able to accurately apply the 3 principles. The equipment for this lesson is the standard meter stick and a balancing stand used in physics classes, 2 equal weights, between 50 and 100 grams, 2 weight hangers, and a string will complete the set. Step 1. Place the meter stick on the balancing stand in a balanced position. Step 2. How can we upset the equilibrium? Push one side down or up. Correct. Step 3. Can we do the same by using weight? One of the students usually places one of the weights on one side of the meter stick. Step 4. Balance the seesaw now. Another student will place the other weight on the other side of the meter stick, moving it around until it balances. Step 5. Identify the factors that are involved in the maintenance of equilibrium. Equal weights at equal distances from axis A. Step 6. Which factor can we change now to upset the balance? The distance of either weight from the axis. One of the students is asked to do this by moving one of the weights. Step 7. How far can you move it? To the end of the meter stick. Step 8. Verify to see if this is the maximum distance possible. Between the weight on the end of the stick and axis A. No, it is possible to move the axis further. Step 9. Do this, please. Step 10. Now, do anything using the present equipment to balance the stick. More often than not, students discover the following solution. Put the string around the stick between the weight, F, and the axis, A, and slowly pull the stick up until it is balanced in the horizontal position. Step 11. In terms of A, F, and R, what kind of balanced arrangement have we had thus far? Step 12. Look at the second arrangement. Now determine if it is possible to change any factors and have a new balanced arrangement. After a possible short pause, the following will be offered. Step 13. Yes, these are the only 3 possible arrangements of the levers. Please see Figure 12.5 on pages 230 to 232. The next step is to relate this to muscular action by identifying the skeletal joint at the axis, A, and the weight of the limb as the resistance, R, and the pulling muscle as the force, F. This makes it relatively easy for the student to relate the lever principle to a particular part of the body that is involved in a particular movement. This concept, too, is taught by guided discovery. Bruner, in analyzing the assets of the discovery process, proposes that memory is greatly enhanced when the student discovers things by himself or herself. Learning the lever principles by guided discovery commits this phenomenon to memory for a long period of time. Because of the scientific nature of physical education, the relationships, principles, laws, rules of biomechanics, kinesiology, physics, etc., it is rich with content that is appropriate for guided discovery. The following is a list of topics or phrases and various activities that can be taught using the guided discovery style. Select one topic at a time and develop a lesson in guided discovery. Episodes can be short. When comprehension is crucial for successfully learning a physical concept, 15 minutes of guided discovery, if done with some frequency, will develop a new learning climate in the class, a cognitive climate. As suggested earlier in the chapter, To invoke full learning participation, the teacher must move the student from the state of cognitive acquiescence to the state of cognitive dissonance in order to cross the discovery threshold. This shift triggers the process of inquiry and leads to discovery. After each episode, identify and isolate the obstacles that came up during the lesson. Then go back to these awkward moments in the sequence and adjust the clues or questions. Check to see whether each step is relevant to the development of the subject matter at hand. Analyze the responses to particular clues and try to discover why the students did not produce the anticipated responses. Was the step unclear? Did the clue lead to 2 or more choices besides the correct one? Was the step too large? Were too many additional clues needed? After analyzing and refining the sequence, try the process again with another individual or small group of learners. If teachers are not knowledgeable or have only a rudimentary grasp of the content, this teaching-learning behavior will be impossible to implement. The teacher must first understand the content, its logical connections and sequence before selecting this behavior. Teachers can become quite proficient using guided discovery when they understand the intimate relationship between sequencing content and designing questions that lead learners to discover. Suggested topics to be taught by guided discovery. Gymnastics. 1. The role of the center of gravity in performing turns on the balance beam. 2. The role of momentum in maintaining balance on the balance beam. 3. The relationship between the trunk and the appendages in developing balance. 4. The factors affecting stability and positions on the balance beam. 5. The factors affecting stability and motion on the balance beam. 6. The factors affecting the smoothness of connecting elements in a continuous sequence of movements on the balance beam. 7. Suggest a phase related to the mounts on the balance beam that you would like to teach by guided discovery. 8. Suggest a phase concerning the dismounts. 9. Suggest any topic in any phase of teaching balance that could be taught by guided discovery. All these topics involve more than just learning a particular movement. They involve principles and concepts that are the building blocks of any activity. When learners themselves discover these principles and concepts, they gain a more complete understanding of the activity, and this understanding provides them with the tools and motivation for further search, for broader learning, and for better performance. This level of insight and comprehension can be reached only through cognitive involvement, and this can be invoked only by styles of teaching that, by their structure and operational procedures, evoke the heuristic process. Do not allow the learner's cognitive faculties to take even a small nap during an episode. Let us continue with more examples in gymnastics. 10. The categories that exist in the variety of roles in tumbling. 11. The principles that relate the variety of roles to one another as a resource. 12. The relationship between directions and postures in tumbling movements. 13. The relationship between the length of the lever produced by the legs and success in performing the kip. 14. The relationship between the kip principle learned on the mat and the kip used for various mounts on parallel bars. 15. The role of the lever, the whole body, in producing various degrees of momentum when swinging on the parallel bars. 16. Can your suggestions for the parallel bars lead to discovering the application to other apparatus? 17. In vaulting, the various phases involved in a vault. 18. The assets and liabilities in each phase of a vault, and discovery of a generalization. 19. Application of the generalization to a specific vault. 20. The variables affecting changes in the form of a given vault. 21. Suggest 2 consecutive aspects to be taught by guided discovery. The teacher who is new to guided discovery and other discovery styles will be amazed at the wealth of subject matter materials suggested by the students as the discovery process develops and blooms. Developmental movement. An area in physical education that is most adaptable to guided discovery is developmental movement. Examples for specific episodes include 1. The physical attributes that exist as prerequisites for movement: agility, balance, flexibility, strength, endurance. See Chapter 18. 2. The kinds of movements that contribute to developing a specific attribute. 3. Specific movements that contribute to developing a specific attribute. 4. Movement that overlaps 2 physical attributes. 5. movements that develop a particular attribute by using a specific part or region of the body. 6. The involvement of a particular part or region of the body in a specific movement. 7. The limits of involvement of a particular part or region of the body in a specific movement. 8. The variables affecting the degree of difficulty in exercises of strength development. Amount of resistance, duration of resistance, repetition of resistance, intervals of resistance. 9. Specific movements and patterns that cause the change in degree of difficulty in strength development when one or more of the mentioned variables are manipulated. 10. The relationship between a particular physical attribute, a phase of a given sport, or a specific developmental movement. 11. The relationship between the need for flexibility of the shoulder for a javelin thrower and specific developmental movements. 12. The relationship between the need for flexibility at the hip joint for a hurdler and specific developmental movements. 13. The relationship between the need for leg strength in the shot put and specific developmental movements. 14. The relationship between the need for abdominal strength in a performer on the uneven parallel bars and specific developmental movements. Basketball. 1. The need for a variety of passes. 2. The relationship between various game situations and the variety of passes available. 3. The possible connection between 2 consecutive passes, 3 passes, a series of passes. 4. The logic or reason behind a particular arrangement of players on the court. 5. The feasibility of this arrangement in a variety of situations. 6. The best positioning in zone defense against a given strategy of offense. 7. The efficiency factors of a given offense strategy against a particular defense arrangement. 8. Can you teach by guided discovery all the techniques of basketball? Some, and which ones would you prefer not to use guided discovery? Why? Swimming. 1. The buoyancy principles. 2. Specific postures for specific purposes. Dead man's posture for best floating. 3. The principle of propulsion in the water. 4. The role of breathing during propulsion. 5. The role of each specific part of the body in propulsion. 6. The role of each specific part of the body in propulsion in a specific direction. 7. The relationship between a particular phase in a stroke and the physical attribute needed. Other sports. All sports and activities in physical education, from football, soccer, hockey, volleyball, archery, wrestling, to synchronized swimming, modern dance, and track and field, rely on scientific principles, phases, strategies, or techniques that lend themselves to the guided discovery approach. Crossing the discovery threshold is a eureka moment for both teacher and learners. Once students have experienced the logical and sequential progression of questions leading to content discoveries, they are ready for the next discovery style. The next behavior shifts an even greater share of the discovery process to the learners. Chapter 13. The Convergent Discovery Style, G. The defining characteristic of the convergent discovery style is to discover the correct, predetermined response using a convergent process. In the anatomy of the convergent discovery style, the role of the teacher is to make subject matter decisions including the target concept to be discovered, and to design the single question delivered to the learner. The role of the learner is to engage in reasoning, questioning, and logic to sequentially make connections about the content to discover the answers. When this behavior is achieved, the following objectives are reached in subject matter and in behavior. Please see the diagram on page 237. In the previous behavior, guided discovery, the teacher prepared the questions and arranged the tightly woven sequence that led to the anticipated response. But now, in convergent discovery, the learner produces the questions and arranges the logical sequence that ultimately leads to discovery of the anticipated response. Although learners may use different approaches to solve the problem, they will each converge on the same response using rules of logic and reasoning. The specific cognitive operations used depend on the structure of the task. The anatomy of the convergent discovery style. The shift of decisions in convergent discovery occurs in the impact set. Please see Figure 13.1 on page 238. The learners make decisions about 1. the steps to take for discovering the one correct answer to a question or the solution to a problem. 2. The series and sequence of questions to ask. This aspect distinguishes Convergent from guided discovery, in which the teacher makes the decision about each step. 3. The selection of cognitive operations, the temporary hierarchy, to recruit to converge on the discovered answer. The learners are autonomous during the search for the solution and in the construction of the solution itself. In the post-impact set, learners verify the solutions or responses by rechecking the reasoning process, the trial and error, and at times simply by seeing that the solution did indeed solve the problem. Depending on the task, criteria sheets prepared by the teacher could be available for learners to use in verifying their solutions. The role of the teacher is to make all of the pre-impact decisions, focusing on the design of the problems that will lead to the expected cognitive or physical discovery. In the impact set, after presenting the problems to the learners, the role of the teacher is to observe the learners as they move through the discovery process. This can be seen in Table 13.1 on page 239. This role requires patience because there is a tendency for the teacher to jump in and intervene. It is imperative for the teacher to wait. Discovery thinking takes time. The learners need time to evolve ideas, examine them, sift through ideas, and decide on the appropriate solution. This process is a very private one. Don't intervene. In the post-impact set, the teacher may participate by asking questions to verify the solution, after the learner has spent time in inquiry, in trial and error, and in examining the solution. The implementation of the Convergent discovery style. How to implement Convergent discovery, the planning sequence. Unlike the landmark guided discovery style, behavior expectations are stated in Convergent discovery. Because the subject matter is produced by the learners, the teacher's content presentation time is relatively short. The teacher may engage in setting the scene, but the learners are engaged in producing the subject matter answers. Because of the captivating nature of the stimulus, it is appropriate, especially in the beginning episodes, to present behavior expectations before introducing subject matter. The more relevant and challenging the stimulus, the more quickly learners are stimulated to become irritated to no state of cognitive dissonance. Stopping the thinking process to deliver expectations is an interruption and distraction. The reader may ask, if the question automatically elicits the desired thinking process, why give a behavior introduction or expectation at all? The reason for an introduction to the behavior is to focus learners on the cognitive capacities they exercised. Just arriving at the discovered correct solution provides the learners with one level of accomplishment. However, when learners realize that they are capable of complex thinking processes, a greater sense of pride and self-awareness occurs. The goal of this teaching-learning behavior is for the learners to realize that they are capable of 1. Producing questions. 2. Seeking out and sequencing information. 3. Linking and connecting content. 4. Converging data. 5. Discovering the correct response. Selecting and designing the subject matter. Physical education has numerous scientific concepts, biomechanics, anatomy and physiology, principles in physics, etc., that are conducive to convergent discovery. As a general guideline for selecting tasks in convergent discovery, use the following criteria. 1. Does the question or situation to be solved have a single correct response? The response can be in a form of an answer, a movement, a solution, a construction of real objects, etc. 2. Does the task invite convergent thinking? 3. Is the discovery process by the learner visible? 4. Does the task represent mechanical analysis of the movement? 5. Does the task invite the discovery of a specific sequence of movements? 6. Does the task require the learner to discover his or her limits in performing the task? All tasks selected or designed for this style must adhere to the criteria stated above. Note that not every question, problem, or issue in academia or in daily life fits these criteria. Many problems that require reasoning are resolved by the opposite process, the process of divergent thinking. See Chapter 14. Subject matter examples. The example and figure 13.2 from the previous text were deleted from this edition because they did not adhere to the criteria of convergent discovery. The previous example was a series of tasks that represent the practice style B. Those tasks ask the learners to perform, gather factual information about the task practiced, record results, then practice again and record results, then compare the given findings and conclude the difference. There was no discovery in this task. The deleted example was a non-example because it did not take the learners beyond the discovery threshold. The cognitive engagement remained in memory cognitive operations. The examples for this style are not in physical education. The previous examples included in the text were inaccurate and did not represent the cognitive structure of the style. We welcome your ideas and examples for inclusion in the text. Convergent discovery is well represented in schools and society. Examples range from standardized testing situations to games and fun challenges. All examples of convergent discovery share the same structure. A stimulus, in the form of a question, a toy, a situation, a problem to solve, is provided that invites reshuffling of known information to produce new or novel cognitive links and patterns which require logic, perhaps trial and error to produce, to discover, the anticipated or target answer. If the learner has been exposed to the question-answer previously, then the teaching style, the set of objectives activated, is no longer convergent discovery but practice style B. The following eclectic examples from society range from children's riddles to newspaper challenges to radio competitions. Each set is a little more difficult to solve, yet all share the structure of this style. Children's riddles. 1. What do you get when you cross an automobile with a household animal? 2. Where do fish keep their money? Answers: 1. A carpet. 2. In a riverbank, of course. Newspaper challenges. These are more complicated examples from the Sunday paper Parade magazine, Ask Marilyn section. 1. This problem has a two-step solution. The first answer will seem too easy, so it is. Take the next step. A sharper answer appears below. What do these words have in common? Aid, brash, scent, darn, east, fun, gale, jeep, kick, lumps, mail, nut, oats, ripped, sender, vent. 2. This challenge is very difficult. A number has 5 different digits, none of which is 0. A. The first plus the second equal the third digit. B. The third times 2 plus the second equals the fifth. C. The second times 2 equals the first. D. The first times 4 equals the fourth. And E. The fourth minus the second equals the fifth. What is the number? Many readers must really like these puzzles because they appear in the magazine regularly. Check your Ask Marilyn answers. 1. The first letter in each word can be replaced with other letters to form new words. That's too easy. The sharper answer. The first letter can be replaced with the next letter in the alphabet to form a new word. 2. For great mental exercise, let's reason our way through it together, readers. From A, we know the third digit must be 3 or more, because 3 is the total of the lowest possible numbers. 1 and 2 for the first and second digits. From B, we know the third digit must be 4 or less, because 4 is the highest possible number that allows a single digit in fifth place. 8 plus 1 equals 9. So the third digit is either 3 or 4. And because of A, the first and second digits must be 1, 2, or 3. This exercise is a tad strenuous. Don't stop now. From C, we know the first digit is 2 and the second digit is 1. So going back to A, the third digit is 3. According to D, the fourth digit is 8. And according to E, the fifth digit is 7. So the number is 21387. Now look back at the question and see that this number fits all conditions. Picture format. This style comes in many different images and formats. Each diagram communicates a well-known saying. Please see figure number 1 and figure number 2 on page 243. And the sayings are: answers. 1. Not for love or money. 2. A flash in the pan. Some challenges are socially or culturally anchored. Consequently, they are very difficult or impossible for learners outside those experiences to solve. When there is not enough foundational information, learners do not have the necessary beginning data to manipulate in new and novel patterns. NPR examples. The last example is from National Public Radio. Every Sunday, a puzzle is played on the air with a new caller. See NPR Sunday Puzzle for more examples. 1. In this puzzle, every answer is a compound word or a familiar two-word phrase, in which the first part has a long I vowel sound and the second part has a long O sound. Both parts have just one syllable. For example, given a small pink flower growing in a field, think the puzzle through, then look. The answer would be wild rose. Convergent Discovery Style G is a delightful challenge for learners who have 1. Sufficient entry-level information, 2. Sufficient cognitive and emotional security and comfort to risk producing content in new and novel patterns. Many learners who excel in the reproduction styles have great difficulty producing content. Their self-feedback structure is anchored in giving the right answers. Therefore, many learners are not secure or comfortable enough producing answers they have not read or heard before, and one they are not sure is correct. This cognitive and emotional rigidity and discomfort are even more pronounced in the next style. The implications of the convergent discovery style. The successful use of convergent discovery implies that 1. The teacher is willing to move with the students another step beyond the discovery threshold. 2. The teacher is willing to shift from delivering the content details to letting the learners construct them. 3. The teacher trusts the learners to participate in convergent thinking and to discover on their own. 4. The teacher believes that all learners can improve their performances and cognitive operations and in using the temporary hierarchies. 5. Each student can engage in the discovery process and develop the skill of convergent thinking. Please see Figure 13.3 on page 245. 6. The teacher believes that the discovery process of convergence teaches students how to solve problems. Style-specific comments. Although many examples of convergent discovery exist in society, this style is infrequently used in the classroom. Standardized tests. Most standardized tests are composed of practice-style and convergent discovery questions because scoring methods require a single correct answer. Practice-style questions measure what learners can recall, while convergent discovery-style questions assess how well learners can make meaning from an unfamiliar question by using logic to link and sequence information into a pattern that leads to the discovery of a single target response. Test questions in convergent discovery assess students' ability to make meaning out of information not previously known. Both behaviors cover a number of diverse cognitive operations. Both kinds of questions assess what learners know and their ability to apply knowledge in new situations. The decisions of the reproduction styles. In the discovery styles, the decisions emphasized in the reproduction styles A through E are not mentioned. When the discovery styles are introduced, it would be inappropriate to discuss location decisions or interval decisions. The focus of each style centers on its new set of decisions and objectives, not those of the previous behavior. In this respect, the spectrum is both sequential and cumulative. Whenever the previous style's decisions are incompatible with the implementation of another style, the teacher will need to backtrack, review, and/or practice those decisions that presented problems. Designing lessons that employ episodic teaching is a primary implementation objection of the spectrum. Because no one style can accomplish all the objectives of education, it is necessary that teachers design lessons that employ episodic teaching experiences that employ a variety of teaching styles from command to discovery. Implementing a variety of teaching styles exposes learners to an array of multiple learning objectives in both subject matter and behavior. Learning to make the decisions and learning to internalize the objectives of each style requires repeated practice experiences in a variety of contents and conditions. The order of the styles on the spectrum, styles A through K, is deliberate. The progression from one style to another is based on the cumulative shift of decisions from one style to another. Cumulative means adding on. For example, the decisions in the reciprocal style C also incorporate the 9 decisions of the practice style B. Likewise, the self-check style D also incorporates the 5 post-impact decisions of reciprocal style C and the 9 decisions of the practice style B. The inclusion style E embraces the decisions of the styles before. The decisions of the previous styles serve as the foundation for the next style's new set of decisions. Consequently, The theory of the spectrum framework delineates the cumulative decision progress from one style to another. Note, it is specificity of the cluster of decisions shifted in each style that produces the significantly different set of learning objectives. Awareness of each style's inherent decisions provides teachers with a diagnostic tool to determine learners' proficiency in making decisions or in averting unnecessary confusion when introduced to different teaching styles. Classroom use and implementation of the spectrum styles need not follow the theoretical linear presentation from command to discovery. Style selection must consider many factors: content objectives, needs and proficiencies of the learners, conditions, and time, etc. The decisions of each style provide a specific learning focus, a specific developmental opportunity. Deliberate episodic teaching is the goal of the spectrum. The classroom chart seen in Figure 13.3 on page 245 can be used as a reminder. The developmental channels. All design variations in this behavior focus on two variables. 1. The number of clues. 2. The opportunity for assistance, to work with another person or in a group. While no clues are offered in the landmark style, they are given in design variations. Properly used, clues reinforce logic and suggest how to think about the content, but leave the learner to make connections and produce the next question. However, when too many clues are offered, the content is revealed rather than discovered. At this point, the design reverts to the practice style. The intent of social design variations is to offer students a chance to share their thinking process and receive feedback. A drawback for social variations is that feedback could be unreliable. Combining styles. Two possible style combinations are convergent and inclusion, G/E episode, and convergent and command, G/A episode. The expectations of the first combination are that convergent discovery is the primary objective, that the task is designed with varying degrees of difficulty, that learners make the decisions about their task entry points, and that the learners assess their own performances. Convergent questions or situations can be designed according to the slanted rope principle, and this design variation can lead learners to the primary objectives of convergent discovery. Convergent and command, G/A episode, is another possible combination. The primary objective of style G/A episodes is timed convergent discovery. Limited time parameters force the convergent discovery to be flawless, in that it represents precision performance in recruiting logic, reasoning, and linking cognitive operations. Many competitive situations rely on this combination of styles. Convergent and inclusion and command, G/E/A episode. The primary objectives are those of the convergent discovery style. However, the subject matter is arranged in multiple levels with varying degrees of difficulty, and the experience requires timed performance. The possible design variations are infinite. They can be fun, they can challenge, they can emphasize multiple attributes and developmental channels. The convergent discovery style engages learners to initiate the thought processes that ultimately converge on a single correct solution. The next discovery style invites divergent discovery. Chapter 14. The Divergent Discovery Style, H. The defining characteristic of the divergent discovery style is to discover divergent, multiple responses to a single question or situation within a specific cognitive operation. In the anatomy of the divergent discovery style, the role of the teacher is to make decisions about the subject matter topic and the specific questions and logistics to be delivered to the learner. The role of the learner is to discover multiple designs, solutions, responses to a specific question. When this behavior is achieved, the following objectives are reached in subject matter and in behavior. Please see the diagram on page 246. In this landmark divergent production style, the decision shift in who makes which decisions about what, when, creates a new OTLO relationship that immerses learners in the subject matter more than any previous teaching learning behavior has done. The concept of divergent discovery. The divergent production style occupies a unique place on the spectrum. For the first time, the learners are engaged in discovering and producing options within the subject matter. Until now, the teacher has made the decisions about the specific tasks in the subject matter. The role of the learners has been either to replicate and perform or to discover the specific target. In divergent discovery, within certain parameters, the learners make the decisions about the specific production or configuration of the chosen subject matter. This behavior involves learners in the production of subject matter. It invites learners to go beyond the known and to expand their boundaries of the subject matter. The fields of physical education, sports, and dance are rich in opportunities to discover, design, and invent. There is always another possible movement or another combination of movements, another way of passing the ball, another strategy, another dance choreography, or an additional piece of equipment. The variety of human movement is infinite. The possibilities for episodes in divergent discovery are endless. Equally unlimited are the possibilities of combining the concept of divergent production with other teaching-learning styles. Although questions in this style can activate any of the discovery cognitive operations, see Chapter 5, the dominant cognitive operation in many divergent discovery episodes in physical education is designing. Physical movement lends itself to designing routines, strategies, or uses of equipment with movement. Designing movements in all physical activities is not only possible, but desirable, because it expands the limits and boundaries of what is possible. The discovery of new movements can modernize many traditional activities or sports. It can innovate new activities or sports. It can provide opportunities for more people with different levels of physical proficiency to become increasingly more involved in activities or sports. It can emphasize the cognitive adeptness that is needed to perform many physical activities or sports. It can offer learners a personalized experience to initiate physical content. Episodes in divergent discovery are essential for expanding the imagination of learners in physical performance. Without experiences in divergent discovery, learners' experiences are limited to replication of the known movements, basic skills, and fundamental strategies in the different activities and sports. In this behavior, the stimulus, which includes a discovery cognitive focus, moves the learners into a state of cognitive dissonance, a need to know. This need leads the learner to search, the mediation phase, for a variety of solutions that will solve the problem. The search results in the discovery and thus the production of multiple responses, movements, strategies, designs, etc. The anatomy of the divergent discovery style. The shift in this behavior occurs in the impact and the post-impact sets. Please see Figure 14.1 on page 249. As in previous styles, the teacher makes all the decisions in the pre-impact set, emphasizing the importance of the questions that will trigger the discovered responses and the logistical considerations. In the impact set, the question is stated, and when appropriate to the specific subject matter question, the criteria for the reduction process are provided. See later section. In the post-impact set, the learners receive neutral feedback about the multiple responses, or value feedback about their engagement in the divergent process. In the impact set, the learners make the decisions about the multiple discovered movement designs, solutions, ideas. In the post-impact set, learners make assessment decisions appropriate to the task selected and its criteria. See Figure 14.2 on page 249. The implementation of the divergent discovery style. As with previous styles, an introduction to the new expectations is required. Because learners are more accustomed to producing convergent correct responses than discovering divergent responses, it is important in this style to emphasize 1. The meaning and implications of divergent discovery. 2. The fact that no single correct answer is being sought. 3. The new roles of the teacher and the learner, both of whom must accept the multiple responses elicited by the post question. Description of an episode. The teacher sets the scene by describing divergent production, including the legitimacy of seeking and producing alternative solutions. The teacher introduces the learners to their new role and reassures them that their ideas and their solutions to problems will be accepted within the parameters of the situation. Next, the teacher presents the subject matter focus and the question, problem, issue. The question is designed to focus on a specific learning intent that engages the learner in a particular dominant discovery cognitive operation. The question can be presented orally or in written form, using any of the organizational formats. See Chapter 11. Then, the relevant logistical parameters are delivered. At this point, the learners disperse within the gymnasium to begin producing multiple solutions to the problem. Time must be provided for the learners to inquire, explore, move, and assess the alternative designs, and the teacher must wait for the learners' responses to emerge. As the responses begin to appear, the teacher circulates and offers neutral feedback. This acknowledgement signals to the learners that their responses are acceptable. It encourages them to continue the process of divergent discovery. The role of the teacher at this stage of the episode is to maintain a non-threatening climate by accepting and inviting more responses, more divergent production, when communicating and circulating among the learners. In this kind of class climate, many designs, solutions, or ideas are produced. Some are exciting, others are not. The teacher maintains the flow of ideas by avoiding corrective and/or value feedback to the individual responses. The only time corrective feedback is given when responses do not conform to the original question. The corrective verbal behavior used reinforces the cognitive process. For example, that design develops flexibility. This question seeks designs that develop strength. Or, that response is not within the game parameters. Refocus on the criteria for the game design. Divergent discovery is not the anything goes style. When digressions occur, correct them. Responses must fit within the parameters of the question. The feedback, which can be value statements, is directed toward the process of production itself. Great job producing alternative designs. You are doing an excelling job providing many different ideas. You've produced many divergent responses. Some topics require that the multiple responses be treated. PFD process. The randomly produced responses are organized systematically using criteria that further clarify the content. Treatment of responses can include verification, neutral acknowledgement, or engaging in a selection process that reduces, using specific criteria, the initial number of responses. The decision about which treatment to use is discussed below in the section on the PFD process. At the end of the episode, the teacher assembles the group for closure. The closure offers feedback to the learners about their participation in the process of divergent production. When both teacher and learners become skilled in the process of divergent discovery, and when they develop mutual trust, the flow of ideas becomes rich, varied, and valuable. The resulting climate of discovery generally motivates learners to reach for further discovery. How to implement divergent discovery. The pre-impact set. As in all previous behaviors, the teacher makes the pre-impact decisions, giving special attention to the task design. The teacher must have sufficient insight to select the specific elements, sequence, and structure of the activity, and to identify tasks that are conducive for divergent production. Subject matter decisions include 1. The general subject matter topic. Example, tumbling, golf, modern dance, etc. 2. The specific focus within the topic. Example, back handspring, the putt, spinning, etc. 3. The design of the single or series of problems, situations, or questions that will invite the learner to produce multiple and divergent solutions. The impact set. In the impact set, the teacher delivers the pre-impact decisions. Please see Table 14.1 on page 252. Because of the implications and subject matter demands of this style, there is variability in the manner in which this style can be implemented. Some tasks using this style merit a single episode, while others require time for a series of tasks or themes to be explored. Some subject matter topics may require the insertion of episodes and reproduction styles before learners can meaningfully continue to explore content in the divergent discovery style. All configurations of this style invite the learners to discover alternative designs within the content. Please see Figure 14.3 on page 253. The implications of the divergent discovery style. The consequences of behaviors that incorporate divergent discovery expectations are 1. The teacher is willing to move with the students another step beyond the discovery threshold. 2. The teacher accepts the possibility of new designs within subject matter that in previous styles was conceived as fixed. 3. The teacher is willing to risk encountering new responses and ideas without judging them. 4. The teacher accepts the notion that each cognitive operation is a skill that can be cultivated by practice. 5. The teacher believes that students can improve their performances by activating discovery cognitive operations. 6. The teacher is agreeable to providing students with adequate time for the process of discovery. 7. The students can learn the relationship between cognitive production and physical performance. 8. The students are capable of producing novel ideas that expand the horizons of the subject matter. 9. The students are willing to take the risk of producing divergent responses. 10. The students understand that certain problems and issues have more than one solution or point of view. 11. The students trust the teacher not to embarrass them during the production of ideas. 12. The students learn to tolerate solutions and ideas presented by peers. As the behaviors are used more in the classrooms, additional style-specific implications are being identified. The research of Goldberger et al. Found that when the divergent production style was used with fifth graders who were working in groups, the first step in the process had nothing to do with solving the problem at hand. The first step had to do with issues involving leadership and power. It had to do with which students got airtime and whose ideas the group would follow. This phase of the process had little to do with cognitive strategies and everything to do with social strategies. The research revealed that when girls and boys were in the same group, the boys did not always listen to the girls' responses. However, after trying the boys' solutions, the boys would then consider the responses made by the girls. This research observation influences the classroom introduction and the teacher's decision about what to emphasize when delivering the behavior expectations. Goldberger suggested that teachers be aware of this social issue and spend time discussing the importance of listening to everyone and selecting a strategy based on merit. The theoretical framework of each style allows the human dimension to be more readily observed. Teachers may see the need to place parameters on certain issues and to discuss certain behaviors before students can experience the objectives of the selected teaching style. Selecting and designing the subject matter. When designing episodes in this behavior, one must consider whether the experience is relevant, worthwhile, and appropriate for divergent discovery. Some sports are fixed, non-variable, in their movement design. Their movements or techniques have been determined by experience and biomechanical principles. Therefore, exercises in divergent production would be quite futile. In crew, the rowing movements are dictated by the design of the shell and by the goals of the sport. Designing problems to elicit alternatives in crew are not productive nor useful for the performance of the sport. This discussion refers only to the appropriateness of using divergent discovery for those learning to row, not for research into improved rowing techniques. In contrast, there are activities in many disciplines and sports that do allow for variability in alternatives. In fact, variety is the essence of these activities and disciplines. Examples abound where designing multiple movement combinations, patterns, exercises, routines, dances, tactics, and strategies are most useful, desirable, and relevant. Although all the discovery cognitive operations can be used to good effect in physical education, one cognitive operation dominates. When the divergent discovery style is used in physical education, the most prevalent discovery cognitive operation is designing. This operation is conducive to many activities in movement and sports. Episodes in designing can be simple or complex. They can be used as a single question or situation, as a series of questions or situations, or as a program design that spans several episodes. They can be used in an introduction to a lesson or as the primary learning focus. The opportunities to design alternative movement patterns are infinite. The crux in designing is that the learners are triggered to produce alternative responses. Let's examine the process using the familiar area of tumbling with a focus on rolling. Theoretically, there are endless possibilities in rolling, involving variations in direction, posture, rhythm, and movement combinations. In the initial stage, single questions or situations trigger the divergent process. Design 4 possibilities for rolling the body. Each learner will produce 4 different rolls. Some learners will perform each roll in rapid succession. Others will need more time between rolls. The operative aspect is that this request invites the learner to decide which 4 roles to perform. Chances are high that many of the performed roles will replicate what the learners already know. Learners feel safe relying on what they have seen in the initial phase of this style. The teacher should accept this and move on with the episode. Acknowledging feedback is given to the entire group, followed by the added expectation. Your task is to design and perform 5 more roles that are different from the ones you just designed and performed. At this point, it may be appropriate to remind the learners of the objectives, to discover new designs. Encouraging the learners to design and perform roles they have not seen before will move them closer to the discovery threshold. The intent is for the learners to perform unfamiliar roles that represent divergent production in the cognitive operation of designing. The teacher may actually observe some learners pause, the state of cognitive dissonance, search for a new role, and then try it out. As this process continues, the purposes of this episode are realized. When first introduced to this behavior, most learners will produce memory responses. At a given point, they will pause, as though they have run out of memory responses. Then most learners cross the discovery threshold and begin producing unfamiliar responses. Schematically, the process looks like this. Please see the diagram on page 256. Some learners reach the pause point and stop. They freeze at the prospect of producing a new idea and are reluctant to risk going beyond the known. These learners need time, encouragement, and multiple experiences in this behavior. They appear to be cognitively stuck and have embraced the divergent practice style, recalling previously learned roles. Since it is predictable that the first set of responses in divergent discovery represents memory, the following technique is useful for reaching the pause point quickly. Elicit the first cluster of predominantly memory responses from the whole group. This action reinforces the meaning of divergence, the acceptability of responses, and it leads the group as a whole toward the pause point. Once a hesitation occurs, the teacher can stop the group action and restate the objective of producing unfamiliar new responses, then shift the learners to working individually or in small groups to continue producing responses without repeating those already stated by the group. The sooner the learners reach the pause point, the sooner divergent discovery begins. The purpose of this behavior is not anything goes. The teacher's verbal behavior must not include the phrase, "do whatever you like." 2 issues surface when this behavior is inappropriately used. 1. When the responses are not relevant to the task or acknowledged in any meaningful way. Learners often feel that they are doing busy work, that there is a lack of direction to the experience, that trying to think and produce ideas is a waste of time. 2. When undirected experiences are repeated, learners often develop the inaccurate perception that they are competent in the content. Repeatedly giving learners autonomy to explore, to do as they wish, to create without guidelines, content follow-up, or use of other teaching learning styles allows learners to define the learning experience. Continuing to add parameters to the original single question or situation expands the learner's involvement in the subject matter. For example, your task is to design and perform 6 different roles in a forward direction. This parameter requires the learners to produce designs rather than replicate them. When divergent discovery is used, learners have an opportunity to experience more possibilities in movement. The following is an example of what this process could look like. Once success occurs, the teacher can assign tasks involving a series of related questions or situations. For example, within the concept of rolling, it is possible to focus on discovering alternatives in rolling forward, backward, and then sideways. The tasks can be presented to learners one at a time or announced as a cluster of consecutive tasks for the ensuing episode. The learners can pursue the alternative solutions for each task at their own cognitive and physical pace. Solving these related tasks consecutively allows the learner to be engaged in discovery for relatively long periods of time and to see the relationships among various aspects of rolling. Anyone who has experienced divergent discovery knows that movement designs may extend beyond the teacher's movement vocabulary. The teacher must develop an attitude of acceptance, welcoming these new possibilities. Any projection of judgment will quickly abort the divergent production. If a teacher's view of the subject matter is fixed, if content is judged according to its correctness, If only the known responses are sought, then a teacher will not use this divergent discovery style, but rather only the reproduction styles A through E. The teacher may select one of the learner's divergent designs to frame the next task. This is called branching off. The teacher might say, "Within the forward direction, design additional possibilities of rolling." This task focuses the learner on one variable, forward direction, but within this variable, the learner discovers and performs multiple solutions. The branching off can continue. The teacher presents an additional task. In a forward direction, design several possibilities and rolling with different leg positions. The learners, staying within the general area of rolling and the one variable of forward direction, will now discover and examine the next variable, posture during rolling. This process can continue for several episodes. The teacher continues to present tasks that focus on additional variables, all related to the previous ones. As a result, each learner will discover and perform multiple movements within the particular subject matter and will begin to see the connections that exist among the variables in a given subject matter. When designing programs within a subject matter topic, the learners are engaged in intense scrutiny of a topic for the purpose of discovering new possibilities within it. Such designs take time and span several episodes. See Chapter 18, Developmental Movement. The content focus and format of the question or situation are critical if learners are to experience the objectives of this style, and adequate time is needed for some learners to cross the discovery threshold. It is not comfortable for some learners to produce ideas. The command to inclusion styles, A through E, demands an almost immediate response from learners, a response that is provided or known. Guided and convergent discovery styles, F through G, provide for some thinking time with a delayed response, still a predetermined correct response. Now, in divergent discovery, time for discovering each solution depends solely on the individual learner's capacity to think beyond known responses. Individuals will proceed at different pace and rhythms, first in the affective domain, second in the cognitive process, and third in the physical performance. With time and practice, the learner's divergent production increases in quantity and quality. Wording of the question or issue. Each of the discovery styles requires precision in the wording of the questions. The following are examples of divergent discovery because they indicate the general subject matter topic, a specific focus within the topic, and a specific question or situation for the learners to investigate. Each example specifies a specific divergent cognitive operation and a distinct learning focus. Examples. The first example describes the task and provides possible responses that different learners could produce. Notice the task sheet includes parameters that guide the thinking of the learners. Please see Figure 14.4 on page 259. This prevents divergent discovery from being an anything-goes experience. It also allows learners time to engage in the process of discovering solutions. Learners approach the same criteria from their points of reference. The second and third designs invite the learners to think divergently beyond what they already know. The following tasks can be adapted for dance, gymnastics, movement exploration, or aerobic experiences. 1. As a wrap-up to a unit on folk dances, the learners are asked to produce dance sequences that maintain the qualities and characteristics of a particular region. Identify the movements and cultural characteristics of a region's dance and design 4 sequences that could be connected using music from that region. Parameters may include the number of learners working together, length or time of the sequences, music selection, attire to accentuate the cultural traditions, etc. 2. This activity reinforces production of divergent movements using action words that are provided by the teacher. Example: float, melt, collapse, hide, hop, stretch, hang, shrink, explode, climb, squeeze, creep, spin, wave, spread, grasp, sail, soar, etc. Survey the list of words, then pick one and produce 5 different movements representing that word. Repeat several times, choosing different words. Variations or extensions of this task could include: A. Select a word, then produce 5 different movements, but each must represent a different elevation, or any attribute or characteristic could be used. B. Add to each of the above elevation designs a variation within a particular physical attribute: agility, strength, flexibility, or speed, etc. Or the learners could select different attributes. C. Connect 3 of the action movements together. Repeat with different words. D. Connect 3 movements that include: state parameters for different physical attributes: flexibility, strength, agility, etc. E. Add a complete turn between 2 designs. The number of extended tasks or variation possibilities is infinite. The teacher selects these tasks to fulfill the intended subject matter objectives. Many companies that produce physical education equipment and materials now design equipment for different teaching learning styles. Sport Time has been a leader in designing equipment for inclusion and divergent production styles. Mosston, in the last few years of his life, had a working relationship with Sport Time. He had the pleasure of seeing some of his many designs produced. Other Spectrum colleagues, notably Dr. Phil Gurney, have had their own Spectrum-related ideas produced. Gurney infused into many of his physical education units Discovery Teaching Learning episodes. He also designed a 2-week unit and only Discovery activities for his elementary classrooms. By the time he retired, he had designed or collected for his students 100 Discovery activities representing both convergent and divergent processes. For the 2-week unit, he would set equipment and tasks in different stations around the gymnasium, and learners would rotate from station to station. He had one rule: students could not tell others the answers to the convergent discovery tasks. Many of Gurney's designs have spread throughout the field of physical education. Teachers frequently share suggestions and ideas on chat lines, and invariably a design of Gurney's is described. Gurney's imagination embellished the descriptions of his tasks. Let's look at 2 examples that introduce the same task in divergent production. Example 1. The teacher asks the learners to move from point A to point B in the gym with a task parameter that all the learners in the group must not touch the floor. The group must use the equipment provided to design a way of traveling from one point to the other. Example 2. The teacher, in this example Dr. Gurney, named the activity and set the scene for the divergent problem using a period in history. For this activity, he coined the name the Pharaoh Stones, and he set the scene by saying the pyramid required one last stone and must be completed before the pharaoh dies tonight. The challenge is for each building team to move the stone across the desert in broad daylight. The stone is quite heavy, so will require the entire team to set it in place. Even worse, the sand is so hot during the day that the only way to cross is by sitting on the stone. At times, the challenge requires moving one builder at a time, sometimes 2. The team builders must design a solution to solve the problem. Both examples represent the divergent production style. However, the second example used imagination, a discovery cognitive operation, to invite the learners to participate in divergent discovery thinking. In this example, the teacher demonstrated divergent thinking even in the wording of the problem. Dr. Gurney's students had many previous experiences in the divergent production style. They knew the expectations for their behavior in the subject matter. Consequently, they could sustain 2 weeks of cognitive physical production. Some of the names for Gurney's designs are the Pharaoh Stone, Nuclear Waste Transfer, Yogurt Pit, Quicksand Crossing, Climbing Ropes and Tires Problem, High-Rise Disaster, Wood to Wood, the Glasnost Perestroika Problem, the Poles and Rope Lift Problem, Radioactive Isotope Transfer, Acid River, etc. His designs teach divergent thinking, physical movement, cooperation, and awareness of history and social issues. It is rare to see such sustained episodes in this style. Such episodes are pure joy for both the students and the teacher. Watching students produce ideas within a variety of subject matter topics and within the parameters of the problem is thrilling. This statement is not an endorsement for the constant use of this particular behavior. Remember, the spectrum is a non-versus theory. It is equally thrilling to watch learners as they give and receive feedback in the reciprocal style, or perform with precision and uniformity in the command style, or accurately self-check in style D, or self-assess to find an entry level that invites participation in the inclusion style. Each style represents its unique joy in the process of learning and teaching. Mosston's quad ball, spider web, and agility web are just a few of the thinking and moving equipment designs that Sport Time produced. The different styles lend themselves to the design of equipment that deliberately engages learners in the relevant decisions. Non-examples of divergent discovery. The following are non-examples of divergent discovery. Some do not indicate a specific discovery cognitive operation. Therefore, the distinct learning focus is unclear. Others seek a single response, rather than divergent production. All the examples contain flaws. The following do not indicate a specific discovery cognitive operation. The underlines indicate the ambiguous words that are incapable of triggering discovery. In most cases, learners will revert to memory responses when asked to make up, find, do. The questions or situations also fail to specify the learning focus. Make up your own activities today. Find ways to solve the situation. Do your own movements. Select a piece of equipment and see what you can do with it. Get a hula hoop and try any activity. Try to kick the ball to the wall using the side of your foot. See how you can do this. Non-examples in the next set seek one response. Because divergent production is not requested, the learners will produce a response that is exactly or closely aligned with memory. If learners are not engaged in divergent solutions, the pause point is not reached, and learners do not have an opportunity to cross the discovery threshold. Although a few children in each class may produce unique responses, the majority of learners will play it safe. They will conserve their cognitive energies and rely on what they can quickly recall. Notice that although divergent responses will come from the class as a group, each learner is not engaged in producing divergent designs within the task parameter. Design a sequence including create a twist-shaped balance movement. Design your own game. This implies one game. Explore this concept. The learners could stop after one exploration. The non-examples in both sets above represent the practice style. They trigger divergent memory to seek a response. The intent of the divergent discovery style is to engage the learner in divergent discovery, eliciting more than one response within a specific cognitive operation. When identifying tasks in divergent discovery, 1. Indicate the cognitive operation. Avoid ambiguous words that permit learners to choose the cognitive focus, either reproduction or production. 2. Indicate the subject matter parameters so the developmental focus and intent are clear. Avoid large questions or situations. Design a game. Take time now to explore the concept. Try some movements. 3. Indicate a specific quantity that seeks divergent responses. Avoid using A in the initial question or situation. Each learner experiences the following in divergent discovery episodes. He or she, 1. Cognitively produces responses beyond the known. 2. Experiences divergent production within the same question or situation. 3. Assesses his or her responses according to the task parameters. 4. When appropriate, examines the responses using the PFD process. The PFD process. The treatment of solutions. The essence of this teaching-learning behavior is to experience the discovery of multiple solutions. However, at times there is a need to reduce, by selecting certain responses and discarding others to reach a specific meaning or closure in the subject matter. In physical education, the treatment of discovered responses or solutions is guided by subject matter objectives. Are the discovered responses leading to a performance or a routine? Are the multiple responses to be categorized or clustered according to variables or principles in movement? Are the responses to be examined such that the learners can discover which responses support a specific relationship or connection? Do all or some of the discovered responses illustrate or conform to specific standards of an activity or competitive event? There can be several stages, levels of the reduction process. The initial question or solution seeks responses that are free of restrictions, other than the parameters of the task. These responses represent the possible level, a procedure known as brainstorming. Learners cognitively explore the subject matter, asking what designs are possible in this task. Their role in this style is to go beyond the known, beyond designs they have seen, and discover new boundaries. Please see Figure 14.5 on page 264. Theoretically, all the possible responses could be applicable. However, for many tasks, the subject matter calls for a reduction process. Once the possible ideas have been produced, the process of reducing or filtering can begin. In this next stage, or feasible level, the possible ideas are examined using a specific criterion. In the initial experiences of this behavior, the teacher selects this criterion. The criterion serves as the standard by which the responses are measured, accepted or rejected, included or discarded. This reduction process by criteria is a critical learning experience in that it teaches learners the importance of establishing criteria when selecting or rejecting ideas. Students learn that the criterion determines the selection process. When the possible responses are evaluated according to different criteria, students can see differences in the final results. This convergent process is not pick the one you like or now do whatever you want. The process of selecting is the result of an examination process, a reduction process by criterion. This second level reduces the possible responses to a feasible level. Please see Figure 14.6 on page 265. This step of going from the possible to the feasible is called the reduction or filtering process. It can be represented schematically as follows. Please see the diagram on page 265. The process of reduction according to a criterion leads to a rational selection of feasible designs from the possible ones presented. The next step involves further selection, a reduction from the feasible to the desirable level by applying another criterion. Each of the feasible designs are examined against specific criteria to determine which one or ones are desirable. Please see Figure 14.7 on page 265. Schematically, the reduction process now looks like this. Please see the diagram on page 265. This process ensured two factors. A variety of designs were presented and examined, and the designs finally selected for use were the best in terms of the two indicated criteria. Solutions to other issues, economic, social, physical, or moral, can be treated in the same manner. Possible solutions are offered first. Then a feasibility criterion for reduction is established. Each idea is examined against this criterion, and the non-feasible solutions are eliminated. The PFD process leads to a rational selection of best solutions, and because agreed-on criteria are used, reduces the potential for emotional or competitive reactions when selecting ideas. Using the PFD in the classroom. When using the reduction process, it is important to maintain the theoretical intent of this behavior, divergent discovery. The criteria must not be provided until after the learners have produced their possible responses. When learners are told at the beginning that their answers will be reduced, they will resist divergent thinking. Engagement in the question from the desirable level bypasses the divergent path and moves the learners to think in a convergent path, thus aborting the intended objectives of this behavior. Therefore, to develop the discovery divergent process, it is imperative to initially confront questions without conditional factors. Only after learners have produced a set of possible ideas should the teacher provide the criteria for selecting the feasible ideas. The verbal behavior could be, using the criterion of X, which of these possible solutions are feasible? Ascertain that the criterion applies, that it will indeed reduce the possible to the feasible. Then establish the desirable criterion and ascertain that it applies. In some content, personal opinion can serve as the criterion for this last reduction process. When this occurs, divergence will occur as each student selects his or her desirable solution. This process reinforces the value that even though some issues have desirable solutions, it is important to examine all possibilities. By scrutinizing all suggested possibilities within the content against criteria, learners develop patience and tolerance in dealing with other people's ideas. Divergent discovery and the reproduction styles. Episodic teaching. The divergent discovery style embodies moments of inspiration, creation, production. It does not represent the practice time needed to refine, apply, or perfect the performance of the discovered ideas. Applying or replicating the discovered ideas shifts the focus of the teaching-learning episode to the reproduction side of the spectrum. Dancers, gymnasts, ice skaters, etc., who design novel routines spend countless hours in the reproduction styles B, E, D, and A, refining the movements for precision performances of the unique routine that was designed in Divergent discovery. There is a complementary relationship, not an adversarial one, between the discovery styles and the reproduction styles. Both are necessary in the educational process. Verbal behavior. Feedback in this style requires appropriate verbal behavior that encourages and supports the Divergent discovery process. Analysis of verbal behavior used in the classroom shows that the following phrases frequently precede many problem designs in physical education. Can you? How many ways can you? Produce all the different ways. Okay, but what else? You can do better than that. I like that one. That's a terrific design. Hold it, everyone. Let's all look at Jane's solution. These phrases deliver implications that hinder the Divergent discovery process. The first three comments affect the number of responses. Can you? Gives learners permission to say, no, I cannot. It permits learners to stop without getting cognitively engaged. How many ways can you? Can also limit production and give permission to stop after producing only a single response. One may be all the learner believes he or she can produce, and the teacher's verbal behavior has legitimized this feeling. The issue of magnitude of responses also applies to this and the next phrase. Produce all the different ways suggests that learners are to produce all conceivable ways. For many learners, regardless of age, the implications of this phrase are cognitively inhibiting. Learners are so overwhelmed, thinking, how many is all, that they freeze and can't produce ideas. Affective discomfort results in cognitive inhibition. This inappropriate verbal behavior by the teacher creates an affective discomfort that leads to cognitive inhibition, which, in turn, leads to the learner stating, I can't, or to the termination of responses. Alternative verbal behavior. Design 3 possible ways to. First, this verbal behavior eliminates the potential hazard of the word can. Second, it eliminates the pronoun you. The burden is off the individual. The focus is on the divergent cognitive production, the possible designs. Third, the introduction of a limited number of solutions creates a manageable condition for the learner. Seeking 3 or 4 initial solutions feels manageable. When the solutions are produced, the teacher must display an attitude of neutral acceptance. This will indicate to learners that all their responses were correct. This initial sense of acceptance creates a reality of inclusion of one's cognitive production. When the learner is asked to produce 3 more solutions, there will be less hesitation. The learner will be motivated to continue and to produce even more. The next 3 verbal comments judge the responses. Okay, but what else? And you can do better than that are phrases that reject responses. These phrases tell learners that their solutions are not really valued by the teacher. It may also indicate to the learner that the teacher has particular solutions in mind and therefore does not accept the learner's solutions. This kind of climate is not only contrary to the process and spirit of divergent discovery, it will abort the entire process. Learners will stop their involvement in divergent production. I like that one. That's a terrific design. Since it is difficult to top a terrific response, this feedback stops production. It also dismisses previous responses, establishes the teacher as the source of feedback, suggests that there is a correct response, implies completion of the task, and it invalidates the objectives of this behavior. Alternative verbal behavior. Verbal behavior that encourages the process of divergence and multiple solutions. Yes, now produce another possible response. You are doing great at producing divergent responses. Hold it, everyone. Let's all look at Connie's solution. When the demonstration is over, one often hears, Excellent, Connie. This seemingly positive comment erroneously establishes a standard for the class to aspire to. Many teachers believe this behavior illustrates a good solution and motivates the class, but it usually has the opposite effect. This singling out of a solution tells the learners what the teacher prefers. In this style, the teacher's preferences should not be apparent. If they are, the very process the style is designed to develop will be aborted. Usually, after such a phrase, the learners will narrow their responses to conform to the demonstrated and rewarded solutions. Eventually, they will abandon divergent production. The teacher's role is to observe and accept the solutions offered by each learner, provided the solutions are relevant to the problem. When they are not, the teacher acknowledges the area of the solution that does not fit the design parameters. For example, that response develops flexibility. This question seeks designs that develop strength. That response is not within the game parameters. Refocus on the criteria for the game design. This solution is not valid because it does not solve the problem at hand. Continue with your search for solutions. The more we study teaching behavior, the more we see the importance of verbal behavior. The teacher's verbal behavior affects the design of the problems, the inclusion of the learners, the feedback offered to learners, and their continual engagement and discovery. Style-specific comments. The skilled performers. Skilled performers, especially those with a single sport expertise, generally do well in the reproduction styles and especially in the command practice styles. Because these students' successes occur within the known boundaries of activities or sports, they are often reluctant to step outside the boundaries of the rules when experiencing divergent discovery. Therefore, the initial experiences in this new behavior will need to expand the adept performer's content and performance competence. This entry point provides relevant experiences to their goals as performers. The affective domain. Each style imposes demands on the learner in the various developmental domains. Divergent discovery creates unique conditions in the affective domain. Every learner must learn to deal with either the joy or the stress experienced in the process of discovery. The expression of joy results from participating in the evolution of new ideas, one's own ideas. A sense of ownership pervades the climate of episodes in this behavior, as a particular sense of connection develops between the learner and subject matter. Every style produces some degree of connection with the subject matter, but in the previous styles, the learner develops a relationship with subject matter and episodes designed and presented by another. In this behavior, the subject matter belongs to the learner. Stress results whenever learners face the demands of divergent production. Although the stress varies in intensity and frequency, it exists for most learners. Delving into the unknown involves risk-taking, which produces stress. While some learners perform well under stress, others may fear failure, being incorrect, or revealing their cognitive limitations. All of these feelings may stop the process of divergent production. The teacher must be constantly aware of these conditions and manifestations while developing the necessary insight to distinguish among the capacities of different learners. Cognitive production and physical performance. The process described thus far deals with the theoretical and operational relationships between cognitive production and physical responses. The reality of the gymnasium and the playing field impose limitations on this process and affect episodes in this behavior. Physical limitations. A learner sometimes designs alternative solutions to a problem, yet is not capable of performing them. In such a situation, the cognitive processes are functioning productively, but the performance is limited by physical capacities. This is a reality that must be accepted by both the learner and teacher. One way of handling this dilemma is to ask the learner to identify two sets of solutions. One set that includes all the products of the learner's cognitive capacities, and the second set with only those solutions the learner can actually perform. As a variation, the learner can ask a skilled peer to perform and verify the solutions that he or she could not execute. This is identified as the reduction process. It reduces the possible cognitive solutions to acceptable performance solutions. Cultural limitations. Cultural limitations are those imposed by agreement among people. They are often called the rules of the game. Rules always define the do's and the don'ts. They define the limits for conduct within a particular activity. In physical education, then, it is necessary to distinguish between two conditions. 1. The condition in which the structure of the activity occurs within the agreed-upon rules. Any game played according to national or international rules, any track and field event in national or international competition, or any dance performance that reflects a particular school represents this category. Any problems designed in this set of activities must accommodate the rules that govern the activity. This means that although many alternatives are possible, only some are acceptable. This represents the reduction process from the possible cognitive solutions to acceptable performance solutions. 2. The condition in which the purpose of the activity is not to compete against others within a set of rules, but to challenge the present limits of knowledge. The purpose of discovery is to develop beyond the known, to push beyond established boundaries. This sense of inquiry and expansion can be the domain of every learner in physical education. Keeping within the notion of the non-versus, the physical education teacher should plan activities in both conditions: the behavior to practice and perfect the known, and the behavior to discover and experience the unknown. The group. Divergent discovery offers a unique opportunity for group interaction. When a group unites to solve a common problem, incredible dimensions and forces are recruited to produce a solution. Group participation in this style calls for the social, emotional, and cognitive domains to interact with great intensity and balance. The interactive process involves balancing the following components. 1. Opportunity for everyone to suggest a solution. 2. Opportunity to try anyone's solution. 3. Negotiating and modifying solutions. 4. Group reinforcement of the valid solution. 5. Group tolerance of the invalid solution. 6. A climate of inclusion. 7. Other. When these components interact in physical education, a social basis is created for producing a solution that will be manifested through physical responses. These physical responses will, in turn, move the group toward achieving its common goal. Developing group cohesion is not restricted to outdoor education and wilderness courses, where risk and danger unite the group emotionally. These components are recruited in varying degrees of intensity whenever a group is engaged in problem-solving activities. The developmental channels. Design variations and style combinations. The design variations in this behavior offer learners opportunities to divergently discover different attributes along each of the developmental channels. Although the objectives of the landmark style seek individual production, social interaction and divergent discovery is essential if learners are to accept others' ideas, tolerate differences, and examine others' opinions and values. If learners are to develop the objectives of this style, experiences on each of the developmental channels is necessary. Learning to accept and tolerate differences and attributes on one developmental channel does not necessarily guarantee that learners will transfer these skills to other attributes on different developmental channels. Cognitive tolerance does not ensure physical tolerance. Emotional patience does not guarantee social patience. Because each of us has emotional preferences and experiences that direct our behavior socially, physically, and ethically, learning to exercise patience and tolerance in the attributes of the different developmental channels is a lifelong task. Perhaps the most frequently used combination in physical education, dance, and drama is divergent discovery and command. This combination emphasizes the uniqueness of a production, routine, cheerleading sequence, marching band pattern, etc., and the perfection of implementation. In physical performances, novel ideas, divergent production, are most often replicated in the command style. This combination of teaching-learning styles can be inspiring, awesome, and breathtaking. It can represent outstanding moments in creativity. Divergent discovery and command, H and A, can be a combination where the speed of producing alternative designs drives the experience, such as in competitive situations where a problem is presented to an individual or group of learners who must design, under the pressure of time, a desirable solution. Each group produces a divergent design that solves the problem. Before a response is produced, The group or individual produce multiple responses before selecting the desirable solution to construct within the time or equipment parameters. The time factor moves this experience. Therefore, it is under the canopy of the command style and not the practice style. The learners are not shifted time to practice. They are striving for a precision divergent response. This H and A combination expands the set of objectives that are being developed in just style H episodes. This style could also be combined with the inclusion style, H and E. The complexity of the task, the parameters, risk factor, use of equipment, etc., would govern the levels of difficulty. It may take time to learn to combine divergent discovery with other teaching-learning situations, but the results are worth it. It can be exhilarating to watch learners of any age discover and produce subject matter. Expanded learning opportunities are possible when teachers design new teaching-learning combinations that go beyond conventional boundaries. Closure. The divergent discovery process creates a level of endurance that is self-motivated. Knowing that, there is still another way to keep cognitive process kindled, one that leads to inquiry that in turn brings about discovery. Divergent discovery is an open-ended process in two avenues. First, the subject matter itself is open-ended because there is always the possibility of another solution, movement, way to pass the ball, or way to break through the opponent's defense. Thus, the subject matter becomes dynamic. It is constantly renewed. Second, the process of discovery is self-perpetuating. The act of finding a new solution validates the process of discovery. The joy of discovery is so powerful that the act of discovery itself becomes the reinforcing, motivating agent that propels the student to seek more solutions, alternatives, and ideas. All previous styles on the spectrum have the dimension of finality in the subject matter content and in the learning process. The divergent production process proposes to develop greater independence in both cognition and in physical responses. This teaching-learning behavior is the first thus far on the spectrum that actually promotes differences among the learners in their cognitive and physical dimensions. The next landmark style shifts to the learners even more independence in cognitive and physical development. Chapter 15. The Learner-Designed Individual Program Style, I. The defining characteristic of the Learner-Designed Individual Program Style, IP, is the independence of each learner to discover a structure that resolves an issue or problem. In the anatomy of the learner-designed IP style, the role of the teacher is to make general subject matter logistical decisions for the learners. The role of the learner is to make decisions about how to investigate the general subject matter topic, to produce questions that lead to a specific focus within the general topic, to produce the questions that result in identifying the process and procedures, to discover the solutions or movements, and to designate the performance criteria. When this behavior is achieved, the following objectives are reached in subject matter and in behavior. Please see the diagram on page 274. Learner-designed IP style shifts more responsibility to the learners and represents another step beyond the discovery threshold. In the guided discovery style F, the specific response at each step of the process was discovered by the learner, but the learner's responses depended on the careful sequence of stimuli, questions, clues, presented by the teacher. Convergent discovery style G called for greater independence on the part of the learner in the process of discovering the one correct answer. Dependency on the teacher, or surrogate source, decreased because the learner did not require a separate stimulus from the teacher at each step. The structure and the reality of convergent discovery still maintained a powerful bond between the learners and the teacher, because the teacher designed the question or problem. In divergent production style H, the teacher continued to make the decisions about the design of the specific problems, while each learner produced multiple solutions, movements, and responses to the problem. In the learner-designed IP style, the learner's independence becomes even more pronounced because the teacher designates only the subject matter area, a particular activity, sport, developmental attribute, game, or equipment restriction, such as skateboard, skiing, balance beam, etc. Within that subject matter area, the learner discovers and designs the questions or problems and seeks the solutions. Unlike all previous styles and behaviors, A through H, the objectives of the learner-designed IP style and the remaining styles cannot be accomplished in one episode or one classroom period. A series of episodes over a period of time, including both reproduction and production experiences, structured by the individual learners, are necessary to accomplish the objectives of the learner-designed IP style. In this style, learners begin designing episodic teaching-learning experiences that support their individual subject matter expectations. Since each learner in this teaching-learning experience is working toward his or her individual program, each is responsible for designing, sequencing, and linking the episodes. It is imperative to understand that learner-designed IP is not an anything goes or a do whatever you want or do a project style. On the contrary, this behavior is a highly disciplined approach intended to evoke and develop the cognitive and creative capacities of the individual learner. It is a model for a systematic way to explore and examine an issue in order to discover its components, the relationships among the components, and a possible order or sequence for these components. The learner-designed IP style enables the learner to discover the structure of the issue at hand. The learner must know some facts, be able to identify categories, engage in analysis, and then construct a schema. It requires an integration of all the skills learned in all previous styles. Although the structure of learner-designed IP style requires a highly disciplined and focused approach, it does not exclude the possibility of spontaneous ideas and random discoveries. These can always be integrated into the remainder of the structure and placed in juxtaposition to appropriate ideas. This behavior is most productive with students who have successfully experienced the decision responsibilities of the previous behaviors. It works well for the student who is ready for this expanded discovery, the one who has mastered the previous decisions and the processes. Without the background of the previous styles, students may face difficulties in organizing both the questions and the answers into a rational and workable structure. Learner-designed IP style provides the learner with the opportunity to practice all previous skills and find ways of interrelating them over an extended period of time. Consequently, this behavior requires time. As was true in all previous behaviors, the anatomy of the learner-designed IP style calls for the teacher to make the decisions in the pre-impact set. Please see Figure 15.1 on page 276. The teacher's planning focuses on two decision categories: selecting the general subject matter area and preparing the introduction for the new expectations, new degree of independence and subject matter involvement. In the impact set, the teacher delivers these two sets of expectations and is available to interact with the learners as they request. In the post-impact set, the teacher is available, listening, asking and answering questions, and offering feedback to the learner about their content involvement and decision-making process. The learner's new role in the impact set is to make all the behavior and logistical decisions relative to their subject matter choices, selecting the topic focus, the questions and procedures for investigating and designing their individual program, deciding the evaluation criteria, and the process for keeping the teacher informed. The learner's role in the post-impact set is to verify their solutions according to the criteria they designated, to make adjustments, to interact and communicate results to the teacher, and to assess the final experience. The implementation of learner-designed individual program style. How to implement the learner-designed IP style. The pre-impact set. Notice that the teacher continues to make the decisions in the pre-impact set with a focus on 1. Making the decision to allocate time for some, or all, students to engage in this experience. 2. Making decisions about how to introduce this style's expectations and how to invite the learners to participate in a new degree of independence. 3. Making decisions about the general subject matter area within which the learner will evolve the questions and the answers. For example, the historical period to be investigated, the general area of literature, poetry, short story, or an activity in physical education, ball games, water environment, aerial apparatus, etc. A general law or a cluster of laws in physics, or a general topic in teaching, a teaching unit. The impact set. The events in the impact set are shown in Table 15.1 on page 277. Successful and challenging experiences in learner-designed IP style give learners a feeling of accomplishment, pride, and self-worth. A eureka feeling generally delights learners when they realize they have endured and sustained the cognitive and emotional challenges of designing an individual program. Subject matter considerations. Areas that deal with basic information and entry-level data are not conducive to this behavior. Most preliminary knowledge in elementary courses, in any subject area, are anchored in factual data and, therefore, require the use of the command inclusion styles A through E. Subject matter appropriate for this behavior needs to be complex enough to be manipulated and examined for new connections, links, and comparisons among its components. Although it is possible to design content for all age groups, learners who are inexperienced in both the content area and with the discovery process cannot participate productively in this behavior. The learner-designed IP style can only be implemented effectively when time is allotted for a series of episodes. Learners need time to immerse themselves in the process of discovering, creating, and organizing ideas. In this behavior, the teacher must wait. This does not mean the teacher is passive, removed, or absent from the experience. Rather, it implies that the teacher does not impose comments or directions on students, nor capriciously or randomly give feedback. Questions, rather than statements, are the primary forms of communicating with the learner when the teacher observes discrepancies or has insights to share. Value or corrective feedback comments are appropriate once learners have made their own assessment. Theoretically, this behavior shifts the decisions to the learners, who must communicate with the teacher about their process, product, and final design. Learners do not work in isolation, nor are they detached from the teacher. A communication bond is strong. A learner expectation is to keep the teacher informed. The teacher expectation is to observe how the learners are thinking and making decisions. The role of the teacher is to be a source of reassurance and guidance in the individual design process. The implications of the learner-designed individual program style. If autonomy of the learner is, indeed, one of the goals of education, then the process of becoming an autonomous learner must be manifested in this teaching-learning process. Both the teacher and the learner need to know and accept this goal. Both must be engaged in the process of deliberately shifting decisions. Both must accept the consequences of learner autonomy. Style-specific comments. Complexity of the content and the time allocation. As in previous styles, the content expectations for learner-designed IP style can either be simple or complex. As with any style, a gradual entry into the new expectations is more beneficial, cognitively, emotionally, and ethically, than abrupt immersion. Complex content expectations should be avoided in beginning episodes. All individual program designs are not time-consuming creative masterpieces. Some content topics can be confined to a short investigation with minimal time parameters. Each experience in this behavior must emphasize the degree of investigation, the attributes, and the developmental channels that the students are expected to assume. Students are more likely to develop the investigation skills, tenacity, and motivation needed to engage in this behavior when they know the expectations. When students do not have the prerequisite skills for a new style, sudden immersion has the tendency to paralyze them. Time is wasted, anxiety heightens, and cognitive frustration sets in when learners enter new experiences without the appropriate entry-level development. For certain styles, especially this behavior and the next, styles I and J, this preparation is more critical than for others. Episodic planning. Learner-designed IP style requires learners to think, plan, and design in a variety of episodes, representing an array of different teaching-learning styles. If they have not previously experienced such deliberately planned episodes in different teaching-learning styles, they will be inadequately prepared for this experience. There will be expectations, and some learners will perform giftedly. However, if the practice style is the primary teaching-learning behavior to the learners, their investigation and final product in the learner-designed IP style will more closely resemble the expectations and objectives of the practice style. Only when teachers have provided deliberate and sustained opportunities for the learner to develop a variety of objectives and behaviors can they accurately assess individual learners in the context of educational objectives or behaviors. 2 drawbacks of the learner-designed IP style. Time. Perhaps the greatest liability of this experience is the time needed to communicate with and to acknowledge the individual program of each learner. Finding the time to give proper support and feedback to each student's product is a logistical issue that must be resolved. Cognitive differences and assessment. The concern most frequently voiced by teachers and learners is, how are the individual programs really going to be assessed? Theoretically, in the learner-designed IP style, the individual students determine the criteria for assessment and evaluation. Perhaps at some point in the learning process, this set of feedback decisions can be totally shifted to the learners without any parameters from the teacher. However, in the beginning episodes, learners may need some parameters, some specific decision categories, and some logistical expectations to guide their assessment planning. Caution must be taken to prevent the feedback from reverting to the practice style. This occurs when the teacher's feedback criteria are fixed and overly specific. Learning to shift and to trust learners' self-assessment decisions are new realities for both the teacher and the learners. Communication about each decision during the impact set is critical to the success of the overall experience. Please see Figure 15.2 on page 281. The developmental channels. Design variations. It is possible to emphasize the social developmental channels in this behavior. Although working with a partner or in groups alters the landmark objectives and implications, a social dimension provides additional attributes and adds new assets and liabilities to the experience. Although socialization in this behavior is worthwhile at times, it is important for learners to experience the responsibilities, content, and behavior complexity of designing an individual program. All design variations in this behavior focus on the quantity of parameters established by the teacher. The more parameters, the more the experience reverts to practice style. Establishing tight parameters in beginning episodes can reinforce the steps and sequence that are intrinsic to designing an individual program. However, moving the teaching-learning episode to a landmark experience requires that teachers relinquish the restrictions and also shift the decisions to the learners. The next teaching style shifts even more decisions, resulting in more independence to the learners. The learner-initiated style, J, is the first style we encounter in which the learner is engaged in the pre-impact set of decisions. Chapter 16. The learner-initiated style, J. The defining characteristic of the learner-initiated style is the learner's initiation of and responsibility for designing the learning experience. In the anatomy of the learner-initiated style, the role of the learner is to independently initiate this behavior and make all the decisions in the pre-impact, including which teaching-learning behaviors will be used in the impact, and create the criteria decisions for the post-impact. Provided the teacher is qualified in the subject matter, the teacher's role is now to accept the learner's readiness to make maximum decisions in the learning experience, to be supportive, and to participate according to the learner's requests. When this behavior is achieved, the following objectives are reached in subject matter and in behavior. Please see the diagram on page 283. The primary objective of this behavior emphasizes honoring a learner's need to be independent. The anatomy of the learner-initiated style. This style occurs only when an individual approaches the teacher, authority figure, and initiates a request to design his or her own learning experiences. Please see Figure 16.1 on page 284. The essence of this behavior's image is the learner's intent, not only to initiate, but also to assume the responsibilities of the learning experience. The teacher and learner have traveled a long way since the command style. In the learner-initiated style, we have reached the point where the individual learner is ready to make maximum decisions during teaching-learning episodes. This behavior, although quite similar to the learner-designed IP style in its structure and proceedings, represents a significant change. It is the first time that the individual learner initiates the behavior itself. The individual learner recognizes his or her readiness to move on, to inquire, to discover, to design a program and perform it for self-development. The learner comes to the teacher and states the willingness to conduct a series of episodes in this design structure. The readiness and ability to initiate create a different reality for the learner and for the teacher, a reality in which the learner takes maximum responsibility for initiating and conducting the teaching-learning episodes. The learner expresses the request to identify an area of investigation, to develop a plan of action, to identify issues and questions, to search for information, to construct knowledge, and to organize all these elements into a meaningful framework, to make all decisions within the anatomy. The impact role of the teacher, which is quite subtle, is to accept the reality that the learner is, in fact, ready to make all the decisions in the ensuing series of episodes. The teacher then assumes the role of a standby resource, a guide or advisor who is available to the learner. This does not mean the teacher is left dangling, not knowing what to expect or when he or she will be summoned. Once the learner initiates this style, he or she is obligated to delineate the expectations. At a given point, the learner will specifically indicate when and how the teacher's involvement will be requested. The teacher does not have the obligation to initiate questions when discrepancies develop between the learner's intent and actions. The teacher can certainly acknowledge the learner's successful implementation of his or her plans and can ask questions about perceived inconsistencies or discrepancies. The implementation of the learner-initiated style. The intent of this teacher-learner relationship is to honor those individuals who have the ideas and motivation necessary to engage in independent and creative learning experiences. In this behavior, the learners initiate. Therefore, when teachers ask learners to do a project, it cannot be construed to be an example of this style. Nor is this behavior one that permits a learner to do whatever you want. The learners need to be aware that this teaching-learning option is available. The teacher can introduce its existence at a given point, and a chart can be posted so that learners can be reminded of this learning possibility. Please see Figure 16.2 on page 288. This experience is appropriate for students who are well-versed in the decisions and processes presented in the other behaviors. In addition to personal motivation and intellectual curiosity, this behavior requires emotional endurance to follow through with the plan, to grapple with and overcome obstacles, and to wait for the final product to emerge. This behavior takes a considerable amount of time. The series of episodes necessary for this experience may last for weeks or even longer. How to implement the learner-initiated style. In this experience, the learner will be working in a variety of teaching-learning episodes, and each episode will include the decision sequence that follows. The pre-impact set. The learner's role in the pre-impact set is as follows. 1. To initiate both general and specific sets of intentions, in subject matter and behavior. 2. To make decisions about the general subject matter area, the specific focus within the selected area, the questions to guide the investigation, and the detailed plan of study. 3. To select the teaching styles that will best accomplish the intents and plan of study. 4. To sequence the series of episodes. 5. To make the logistical decisions. 6. To make all the remaining pre-impact decisions. 7. To make the decision of how and when to use the teacher as a resource. The teacher, for the first time on the spectrum, is not involved in the pre-impact decisions. These planning decisions are shifted to the learner. The impact set. The learner's role in this set is 1. To make all the impact decisions in every episode. This includes implementing the decisions made in the pre-impact phase and decisions about how to involve the teacher. The learner thus decides in which styles the teacher will be invited to conduct an episode. For example, the learner can say to the teacher, "Teach me the skill using the command style A," or "I need to understand the particular concept of, teach me using the guided discovery style F." The learner's independence to select the teaching style reflected in the schematic designation in Figure 16.1 on page 284. It shows that during the impact set, indicated by the outer parentheses, the learner can request from the teacher any style for a given episode, the inner brackets. It is clear that style J can be used to its fullest only when both the learner and the teacher are thoroughly familiar with a variety of decision-making skills. 2. To decide the duration of the impact phase and how it will be divided over the particular time into a series of learner-initiated episodes. The teacher's role in the impact set is 1. To accept the decisions initiated by the learner and to provide general conditions appropriate for the learner's plans. 2. To ascertain the broadest possible parameters for the learner's plans. If the plans call for activities and conditions that are beyond the capabilities, in terms of time, money, administrative, or judicial factors, the obvious conclusion is that this plan cannot currently be pursued. 3. To redirect the learner to other sources within or outside the school, if the teacher does not know the subject matter area in which the learner wants to work. 4. To comply with the requests of the learner. The post-impact set. The learner's role is 1. To make all post-impact decisions concerning his or her performance in the selected subject matter. These evaluation decisions are made using the criteria previously selected by the learner. 2. To make post-impact decisions about his or her learning behavior. 3. To make the post-impact decisions about the attainment of the objectives of all the episodes, OTLO. Since the learner makes all the evaluation decisions in the post-impact phase, it is the learner who evaluates the OTLO relationships. This means that when the learner invites the teacher to conduct episodes in particular styles, the teacher is subject to the evaluation done by the learner for these episodes. The teacher's role in the post-impact set is 1. To receive and accept the decisions made by the learner. 2. To alert the learner to any discrepancies between the learner's intent and action. Subject matter considerations. The teacher's involvement in the subject matter occurs only when the learner requests input. In this behavior, the teacher decides whether he or she is capable of supporting the learner's proposed subject matter learning experience. Because the learner initiates the content focus in this teaching learning experience, no subject matter examples can be offered. The implications of the learner-initiated style. Learners who can function in the learner-initiated style for a period of time must, by definition, have the ability to make many decisions about and for themselves along all the developmental channels. If we accept the notion that the spectrum is cumulative, then a person who can function in the learner-initiated style demonstrates the ability to move along the spectrum in both directions and to benefit from the contributions of all the styles. Style-specific comments. Success in implementing this behavior hinges on the learner's ability to persevere. Getting sidetracked, expanding the investigation beyond desirable content or time parameters, or getting stuck are all possible obstacles for the learner. Resisting the urge to offer direction or judgment is generally the teacher's primary challenge. Honoring the learner-initiated process can prove frustrating for the teacher who wants to make decisions for learners and give feedback. However, this behavior can be both exhilarating and humbling when teachers see what learners are able to initiate. The developmental channels. Design variations and combining styles. The most frequent design variation is the emphasis on the social channel. 2 or more students may come to the teacher to initiate a joint learning experience. When this occurs, the teacher may need to ask clarification questions of the students about how they perceive their individual roles. Generally, when students initiate a Style J experience, they have already thought about their individual roles and contributions. Style combinations are not relevant to this experience. Participation in the learner-designed IP and learner-initiated styles is structurally dependent on the learner's ability to make the decisions of the previous styles. The more the student has experienced the previous landmark teaching styles and combinations of styles, the better equipped the learner will be to use these same structures in his or her investigation. The self-teaching style is the last landmark style on the spectrum. Let's see how it differs from the learner-initiated style. Chapter 17. The Self-Teaching Style, K. Note: this teaching-learning style does not exist in the classroom. The defining characteristic of the self-teaching style is individual tenacity and the desire to learn. In the anatomy of the self-teaching style, the individual participates in the roles of both teacher and learner and makes all the decisions in the pre-impact, impact, and post-impact sets. When this behavior is achieved, the objectives that the individual has established in subject matter and in behavior are achieved. This behavior does not have a precise designated set of objectives. The individual selects objectives. The internal logic of the spectrum leads to the realization that it is, indeed, possible for a person to make all the decisions. In the anatomy, for him or herself. This behavior cannot be initiated or assigned by a teacher in the classroom. It does not exist in the classroom. However, it does exist in situations when an individual is engaged in teaching him or herself. Who is the self-teaching individual? It could be any person who fathoms the intricacies of a complex hobby, an individual who is fascinated by and driven to know something, or the scientist who is propelled to understand the unknown. It could be the student, amateur or professional writer, architect, composer, painter, choreographer, sculptor, or explorer who is bold enough to push back boundaries, tenacious enough to endure obstacles, and romantic enough to march to a different drummer. Leonardo da Vinci is a well-known example of an individual who lived most of his life anchored in the self-teaching style. Not all individuals who are involved in self-teaching are Da Vinci's, but they do, in varying degrees, share the characteristics of curiosity, wonder, and the tenacity to endure a process of discovering. The anatomy of self-teaching style. In this self-teaching style, all decisions in each of the three sets of decisions have been shifted from the teacher to the learner. In Figure 17.1 on page 291, which shows the shift in decisions from learner-initiated to self-teaching, the self-teaching individual is still designated as L, the learner, since his or her teaching role is a function of the primary learning role. The interplay of roles usually occurs in the privacy of an individual's mind and experiences. It does not require an audience, an outside receiver, or appreciator. Feedback from outside sources occurs when the individual chooses to take his or her ideas to others. The individual chooses to shift from self-teaching to another decision relationship. There are many examples of independent thinkers who have had to endure criticism of their ideas by others. Some withstood the attacks, while others surrendered to the negative judgments. Still others reverted to the privacy of self-teaching. The implications of the self-teaching style. The ability to engage in self-teaching may seem to be the ultimate in human development. Certainly in education, it has been perceived at times as the apex of development, the stage where one becomes a truly free person. But our study of the spectrum has led us to a somewhat different view of freedom in respect to educational goals. As we saw at the beginning of the spectrum, when style A is used exclusively, there is a limit to the goals that can be met. With all its assets, the decision structure of the command style represents only a portion of human behavior. Similarly, the self-teaching style, despite its assets, has limitations when it stands alone. A person who makes all of the decisions about everything all of the time may function well in self-teaching, but not be able to adapt to conditions that bring him or her into contact with other people, social mores, and traditions. Thus, the self-teaching style, like any of the styles on the spectrum, represents only a portion of the human experience. Therefore, a unified theory of teaching must take into account the relationships among and the integration of all the styles. It is the full spectrum of teaching styles, not a particular style used in isolation, that will serve as a cornerstone for an expanded pedagogy. Such a pedagogy involves a different vision of human development, a vision of an independent person who can function in all of the style's expectations and be mobile in both directions along the entire spectrum. Chapter 18. Designing Subject Matter. This chapter has 3 objectives. 1. To examine some issues related to content and pedagogy. 2. To summarize Mosston's first book, Developmental Movement. 3. To offer several approaches for designing subject matter. Teaching requires knowledge of both content and pedagogy, how the teacher selects, designs, and sequences classroom tasks, demonstrates the teacher's ability to produce worthwhile learning experiences. During classroom implementation, pedagogy and content are inextricably connected. Content and pedagogy. This bond between content and pedagogy is frequently misunderstood. Research on classroom teaching learning behaviors indicates that although teachers believe they use a wide variety of alternative behaviors in the classroom, they are in fact significantly uniform in their teaching behavior. The decisions and objectives most frequently experienced by students are almost always aligned with those of the practice style. This uniformity of school experiences means that students are not exposed to the vast number of objectives that educators have identified as being critical to the learning process. The research indicates that this discrepancy may be caused by teachers' inability to accurately identify the pedagogical events in their classroom. This misunderstanding can be traced to 3 issues. First, teacher training programs generally present pedagogy and content in separate classes. Although many classes are titled Methods of, they focus primarily on content. Content classes focus on presenting and experiencing skills, safety issues, proper body position, sequence, common errors, rules, cues, common strategies, etc. Pedagogy classes present details and ideas about how to teach with minimal practice lessons or scant connection to content. Classes rarely emphasize the link between content and pedagogy, and most lesson plans do not even request identification of specific teaching behavior for the content. None seek an episodic design where content and pedagogy are sequenced and linked. When teaching behavior is addressed, the topic is general and applies to the entire agenda within the lesson, rather than to specific episodes. Many lesson plans require that overall objectives be stated, but none require pre-service teachers to identify the individual episodes and their objectives that contribute to the overall objectives of the lesson. Current lesson plan designs reinforce and perpetuate the classroom research so that students experience only one teaching learning behavior in classrooms. Many current pedagogical ideas are abstract, terminology is inconsistent, and examples are too often only theoretical. This results in lesson plans that do not focus on inextricable connections among OTLO. The importance of constructing episodes within the lesson that incorporate different behaviors is not reinforced in undergraduate teacher training programs. A consequence of this approach is that teachers erroneously believe they use a variety of teaching behaviors when in fact they do not. When teachers identify only one teaching learning behavior and only one set of objectives for each lesson, they are overlooking the reality that multiple episodes with different teaching learning objectives can be designed within a lesson. This lack of awareness about multiple episodes contributes to the misconceptions teachers have about alternative teaching behaviors. Second, standards and curriculum ideas are designed to improve classroom teaching and learning experiences. However, they frequently pit ideas against each other and often promote a particular content focus for physical education classes. Standards often change as the ideas and content that are in the spotlight shift. Over the last several decades, the shift in content focus has moved from fitness versus games, sports versus recreation, skills versus play, traditional, such as gymnastics, etc., versus new activities, skateboard, etc., lifelong skills versus motor skills, etc. At times, elective programs were recommended: weight training, outdoor experiences, cooperative games, international games, outdoor adventure, obstacle courses. At other times, themes or units were encouraged: circus acts, bowling, throwing, catching and striking skills, manipulative skills, teamwork activities. Some programs never strayed from the standards that promoted the sports or activity model, such as basketball, football, volleyball, soccer, etc., while others tried to incorporate all standards by providing eclectic experiences. This versus approach to standards and curriculum is confusing and restrictive. The line between pedagogy and content was often blurred by the new content focus as a new way to teach. Teachers often say, "I teach differently this year," when in fact they mean, "I teach different content this year." Physical education is so rich in its content options and opportunities that it is counterproductive to support one focus over all others. Although standards are important for establishing boundaries and expectations for professional quality, they must accurately embrace the essence of physical education. The content in all programs should be held accountable for demonstrating physical developmental opportunities. Selecting a few valid content standards, which significantly establish the worthwhile contributions of physical education to individuals and ultimately to the society, is the strongest rationale for recommending physical education experiences. Standards, including the current National Association for Sport and Physical Education Standards, NASPE, aim to influence classroom activities by suggesting criteria that guide what is emphasized in physical education classes. Curriculum texts frequently provide content ideas, actual lesson plans, that teachers replicate in the classroom. These standards and curriculum texts, like teacher training programs, often blur the distinction between pedagogy and content. Although standards and curriculum ideas attempt to be neutral about content focus or teaching approaches, they do concurrently identify guidelines, goals, and examples that focus on two dimensions: subject matter considerations, content, and the manner in which the teacher and learners are to interact, pedagogy or teaching-learning approach. Seldom do these standards and curriculum ideas differentiate these two distinct categories. Therefore, teachers are left to interpret these standards from their own perspectives, using knowledge they have about content and teaching and learning. For example, NASPE content guidelines, the subject matter in physical education, do not suggest that each student must demonstrate competence in basketball or gymnastics or archery, etc., but rather they state that each learner should experience and be competent in the qualities that comprise physical movement. Specifically, identify fundamental movement patterns, use basic offensive and defensive strategies in non-complex settings, or apply advanced movement-specific information. Such guidelines require teachers to understand the fundamentals, the universal attributes, of physical education apart from the elements that comprise any specific sport or activity. Other NASPE standards delineate how the teacher and learner are to interact. Although the term alternative teaching learning behavior is not used, the standards can only be accomplished when teachers vary their teaching learning behaviors. These guidelines or objectives are not intrinsic to the content knowledge of physical education. Rather, they are intrinsic to pedagogy. For example, the objectives work cooperatively and productively with a partner or small group, try new movements, associate positive feeling with participation, produce interpretations, know scientific principles, demonstrate independent learning, can only be accomplished when teachers consciously employ a variety of teaching styles, from command to discovery. Without both conceptual and practical pedagogical knowledge, teachers interpret standards according to their personal viewpoints of teaching. Consequently, establishing and issuing standards does not change the fundamental manner in which teachers teach. It only affects the emphasis of the lesson or procedures. Thus, as the classroom research indicates, the majority of teachers have a uniform teaching approach. The structure of pedagogy, the fact that decisions create alternative teaching learning options with different objectives and subject matter and behavior, is not well understood. When teachers are skilled in pedagogical knowledge, standards become less threatening and more useful. Mandated standards are not new expectations in the teaching learning process. Rather, these ever-changing and often imposed or short-lived standards identify a critical academic or social need in the society. For example, bullying, teamwork, tolerance, unified curriculum, or critical thinking experiences. The identification of new standards is an attempt to keep a profession current and relevant. Teachers who are competent in a comprehensive pedagogical structure, a structure that embraces alternatives from command to discovery and attribute development, will be more equipped to handle the teaching and learning adjustments needed to focus on different mandated pedagogical issues. Third, although most curriculum textbooks offer a section delineating alternative teaching approaches, the numerous lesson content examples provided represent only one primary teaching learning behavior. The language used to describe the tasks, how the learners are to perform in the task, reflects expectations aligned to the practice style than any other behavior. The examples do offer teachers a variety and sequence of tasks that can be used in the classroom. However, alternative teaching styles are not used or described. Consequently, the link and the distinction between content design and alternative teaching learning behaviors remain unclear. The following examples are comparable to those included in most curriculum texts. They all intrinsically reinforce behavior expectations that are similar to the practice style. 1. Walk on the equipment without falling off. Now walk backwards. Now sideways. 2. Play a half-court game. 3. Conduct a skills competition. The basketball foul shot. With a partner, volley the ball in the areas indicated. 4. Practice tossing and catching the ball yourself, then volley against the wall. Books are filled with hundreds of task examples, like the ones above, that inherently trigger the decisions of the same teaching style, practice style B. The design of these curriculum tasks always imply or directly state that the teacher delivers the task, the order, sets the time for practice, gives feedback, and expects the learners to follow the directions and immediately perform. The learners move from one task to the next as the teacher delivers the directives. In the previously stated examples, learners are dependent on the teacher for each task, and the emphasis of these tasks for the learners is to follow the directions of the teacher. All behavior expectations reinforce one primary teaching-learning relationship and set of objectives. In the future, classroom teaching practices will be influenced by textbook curriculum examples that make a distinction between content and pedagogical options. Before presenting different approaches that make a distinction between content and pedagogy, it is necessary to recognize the contribution of Mosston's first book, Developmental Movement. In this book, Mosston describes a framework designed to use an integrated concept of movement to achieve physical development. Mosston's developmental movement concept. The focal points of this concept are: 1. That all physical experiences rely on shared physical attributes: agility, balance, flexibility, strength, endurance, accuracy, etc. 2. That these attributes can be developed. These points are governed by: 1. The universal principles of physiology and kinesiology. 2. The concept of degree of difficulty, which is the foundation of the inclusion style E. Mosston merged the concept's focal points with the governing, universal principles to create developmental movement. Mosston observed in the early 1960s that redundancy of content, isolation of skills, rule-oriented experiences, exclusion of participants, etc., resulted when activity units were the primary approach for lessons in physical education gymnasiums. In contrast, he observed that lessons that incorporated the concepts of physical attributes and degree of difficulty created: 1. A broad yet connected view of the intrinsic content within physical education. 2. A link among different activities because of the common variables. 3. A developmental skills carryover effect from one content area to another. 4. A common movement approach that reinforced all activities and sports. 5. An inclusion experience for the participants. The primary focus in developmental movement is total physical development. This does not mean that each learner will be maximally physically fit, but that individuals will have opportunities to develop from the broadest perspective of physical development. Before teachers can design subject matter using the concepts in developmental movement, they must understand the point of view from which Mosston developed his ideas. Developing a point of view. Human movement categorized. Throughout the history of physical education, various values have been attached to human movements. Mosston observed that the values placed on movement fell into 3 distinct categories: assigned, functional, and intrinsic value. Assigned value. Assigned value belongs to movement experiences that are judged by standards of beauty and good form. The assigned value belongs to the domain of the dancers and choreographers who attribute a feeling, an idea, or a mood to a performed movement. These values are determined, assigned, by the decisions and imagination of individual dancers and by the culture of a given society, as in interpretation of social or folk dancing. Other examples of assigned value are the competitive gymnast, ice skater, or diver who adhere to an assigned code of beauty and good form, determined by their restricted group. Pointed toes in performance becomes almost second nature to gymnasts, classical ballet dancers, and divers. The performance is judged not only by the detailed accuracy of the movement, but also the beauty or good form ascribed to the execution. Assigned movements are valued for their elegant replication of the standard. Functional value. The functional value belongs to movements that are under the jurisdiction of the rules. This value belongs to the domain of the coach. The player, coach, and game are under the jurisdiction of a set of strict rules and a specific measurable purpose or outcome. The rules and purpose determine the value, efficacy, of a given movement. Although certain details in the movements must be adhered to, beauty and good form do not determine the value of the movement action. Track and field events, basketball, volleyball, soccer, skate or snowboard competition, dirt buggy races, etc., are all governed by the rules of the activity and are not subject to subjective, assigned standards. Functional movements are valued for satisfying or accomplishing the outcome. Intrinsic value. The intrinsic value belongs to movements that are intentionally designed for physical development. Examples of the intrinsic value are consonant with the developmental concept that movement contributes to the intentional development of physical attributes such as strength, agility, balance, flexibility, accuracy, etc. These values are designated as intrinsic since they are not related to a culture, individual mood, or personality, or to a limited set of rules that determine what is performed. A set of push-ups will help develop the shoulder girdle and arms of an American fifth grader, or a French adult, a basketball player, or a swimmer. Rope skipping with high knee raising will promote the agility of any individual who does it. Intrinsic movements are valued for their developmental contributions. The developmental concept. Intrinsic value movements are universal because they rely on the principles of physiology and kinesiology. This developmental concept treats content in a step-by-step progression that helps learners internalize the developmental nature of their activities. A jump can be viewed in many ways. It can be a competitive movement, high jump, which sooner or later excludes the less skilled student and the beginner and becomes the mark of the top-notch competitive athlete. Or the jump can be recreational, as it is in various games or in random play. Both of these jumps represent the functional value. In the developmental concept, the jump is treated as a tool for gradual and intentional development. There are simple jumps and more complicated ones, easy and more difficult leaps. Through presentation of the variety of jumps, learners develop agility and strength in a systematic way. The students will be able to identify specific objectives they can attain on their individual levels. It is not proposed that this developmental subject matter replace the traditional sports, fitness, recreational, games, etc. approaches. On the contrary, these activities must be combined with games for the all-around development of individuals. Like the spectrum of teaching styles, this developmental concept embraces a non-versus framework. The structure of the developmental concept is presented in the Inclusion Style E, Chapter 10. It proposes that the problem confronting teachers is whether they can present individual students, each starting from his or her initial level of achievement, with materials arranged that each step represents a success. Using the concept of degree of difficulty requires knowledge of factor analysis, anatomy and physiology, and an appreciation for the inclusion principles presented in Chapter 10. Incorporating the developmental concept in episodes within lessons ensures participation, inclusion. When learners are excluded because tasks are designed at developmental levels that are either too difficult or not difficult enough, acquisition of skill and the learner's physical development are delayed. Participation in movement is fundamental to physical development. Recently, attention has been given to providing a fair and equitable education to students who have disabilities. These curriculum programs promote special content materials and special teaching methods for students with disabilities. When these programs isolate groups of students and offer special teaching methodologies for each group, they do a disservice to education, to teachers, to students, and to parents. Although additional and specific information, content, and procedural adjustments are necessary when working with many special groups, the comprehensive structure of pedagogy applies to all teaching and learning situations. Teaching learning behaviors are universal. They are not unique teaching methodologies for each special group of students or adults. Designing worthwhile curricula for students with disabilities relies on the teacher's knowledge about the limitations of the specific disability and about the universal principles in physical movement, the factor analysis, the inclusion, developmental concept, and a comprehensive approach to teaching and learning, with all its variations from command to discovery. All students, regardless of their circumstances, deserve movement experiences and a variety of decision-making experiences within their physical and mental capabilities. Three-dimensional view of movement classification. Mosston's conception of a universal structure of movement includes 3 dimensions of movement classifications. One dimension is the matrix of physical attributes: strength, agility, flexibility, balance, rhythm, endurance, accuracy, etc. The second dimension is the anatomical divisions of the body. It focuses on the part of the body or regions that are being developed by a given movement: the shoulder girdle, the lower leg, etc. The third dimension is the kind of movement used to develop the desired attributes in a particular part or region of the body: bending, leaping, turning, throwing, etc. Please see Figure 18.1 on page 302. The relationship of the 3 dimensions is inherent in the very nature of movement. Obviously, every movement involves a part of the body or the whole body. Repetition of the movement due to life needs or performance aspiration results in the development of some particular physical attribute, from the finger dexterity of a violinist to the combination of qualities required for a ski jumper. Any movement can be analyzed and classified in this 3-dimensional view of movement. This awareness can help the teacher, coach, and student select the movement or series of movements to accomplish a stated objective. He needs more strength in his leg to improve his takeoff. She needs to improve her coordination in order to be more graceful. His inflexible pelvic region curtails the accuracy of the dive. Movements can be designed to overcome deficiencies. Rather than designing lessons that focus on a specific list of sports skills, the developmental concept allows teachers to insert episodes within the lesson in motor learning that can enhance all performance. Let us examine the 3-dimensional diagram. Let point X represent a 1-foot-high hop. Please see Figure 18.1 on page 302. The anatomy involved is the leg. The kind of movement is a hop or jump. This relates to the development of strength in the leg. Suppose point X represents alternative arm swings and circles. The diagram shows the relationships of the shoulder, the swing, and the development of flexibility at the shoulder joint. A child can understand the questions: how fast can you run? Are you strong enough to pull this rope? Can you stand on your head? The child does not need to think, now I am developing strength in my abdomen by raising my leg high during the climb. He just enjoys the presence of strength and agility by accomplishing his objective. However, the teacher must be aware of the contribution of the movement to this particular child's development, its place on the degree of difficulty scale for the child, and its role in the child's growth pattern. Mosston's 3-dimensional model classifies movement for developmental purposes: the intentional development of physical attributes that would otherwise remain undeveloped, or at best be left to chance. In developmental movement, Mosston presents the physical attributes of agility, balance, flexibility, strength, and endurance. He treats rhythm as an integral and necessary part of all movements in any attribute development. He then offers 4 approaches for the performance of these movements. 1. Movement design for the individual student using the body as an instrument. 2. Use of simple, inexpensive apparatus. 3. Use of a partner. 4. Related simple games. His designs focus on the one excellent apparatus that we all possess: the human body. Recognizing the developmental concept will aid teachers in preparing a program of instruction that takes the following steps. Step 1. Determine objectives based on the knowledge of the student's needs. Step 2. Determine each student's present level of performance in a specific physical attribute through observation, trial and error, or by taking measurements. This step can be done by the students themselves once they learn the concept of development. Step 3. Select the movements which are intended to develop the attribute. Step 4. Program the movements for the class, the smaller group, or the individual. The 3-dimensional view of movement can be used to achieve developmental success, to increase participation, and to provide challenging opportunities in all 3 dimensions. Teachers can use the 3-dimensional model to guide content selection so all anatomical divisions, kinds of movement, and physical attributes are experienced. Regardless of the focus of the physical education program, fitness, games, sports, etc., the 3-dimensional model can be applied as a guide for content selection. This model can also help teachers assess the developmental opportunities of specific programs. Designing subject matter. Any approach for designing subject matter must consider the first two objectives of this chapter. Lessons designed for the public school gymnasiums and classrooms must make distinctions between content and pedagogy, and they must offer episodes that support the intrinsic value of movement, the developmental concept. Physical education gymnasiums must be places where learners physically develop in the attributes, in the anatomical divisions, and in the various kinds of movements while they are experiencing fitness, sports, games, outdoor experiences, themes, etc. Teachers who are knowledgeable in pedagogy and Mosston's three-dimensional view of movement classification approach physical education experiences from a learning perspective. They focus on the specific skills of the activity or sport from a developmental perspective. This means that while teachers are introducing specific skills or activities, they are also able to assess the learner's physical developmental needs. Rather than the task becoming the end-all final product, developing the learner's ability to acquire the skills becomes a priority. When skills are not reached within minimal episodes, the teacher can make adjustments to accommodate the learner's developmental needs by using the concepts within Mosston's 3D model. The 3D model provides teachers with knowledge and options that can lead learners to more active, rather than passive, learning experiences. Although there are many approaches for designing subject matter, all eventually must answer simple questions. The first example for designing subject matter uses the lesson plan as the guide to determine the content tasks. Independent of the manner in which content is designed, there are broad questions that must be addressed before approaching individual lesson plans. These issues are: 1. Overall curricular selection, sports, games, fitness, outdoor experiences, recreation, etc. 2. Overall objectives for the learners in the physical education program. 3. Others. The answers to these questions may be determined by school policy, social influences, professional guidelines, teacher or learner choice, etc. It is not the intent in this chapter to discuss these broad issues. Rather, the focus is the actual design of the classroom lesson plan. Independent of specific curriculum decisions, all subject matter designs must consider the categories in the continuous flow of the lesson plan, presented in Chapter 11. Once the subject matter is selected, the relationship among objectives, specific task, teaching learning behavior, logistics, and parameters must be identified. Questions can be asked within each category. The following are only samples of the many questions that can be asked in each category. Task selection objectives. 1. The overall objective for the selected subject matter. 2. Which overall value, assigned, functional, intrinsic, is the content focus? 3. Others. Specific task. 1. Select or identify the specific topics within the subject matter, the rubrics. 2. Identify the sequence for the topics. 3. Others. Teaching style. 1. Does the task have a model that is to be replicated, copied, imitated? If so, what do the learners need per topic for successful participation in reproducing the model? Immediate stimulus response practice, individual and private practice, one-on-one immediate feedback, self-check inclusion practice with a range of entry levels, or do they need a design variation or combination of the previous mentioned behaviors? 2. Can the task use a discovery process? If so, what do the learners need for successful participation in discovery? Guided questions, convergent question, divergent question, individual program. 3. Others. Logistics and parameters. 1. What materials and procedures are needed to accommodate the selected task and teaching style? 2. What time and interval materials are necessary for each topic? 3. What safety issues must be considered for each topic? 4. Others. Let's plan a lesson. Task selection. Fencing. Objectives. 1. The overall objective for the selected subject matter: to develop the skills to participate in mini-game experiences. 2. Which overall value, assigned, functional, intrinsic, is the content focus? Assigned. 3. Other. To recall information about the sport's history, recall meaning and position of fencing terms, and to be able to participate in a mini-match game. Specific task. Select or identify the specific topics within the subject matter, the rubrics. The more inexperienced the teacher, the more detailed this listing needs to be. This section literally lists the details of the content, the terms, the body or equipment positions, and the individual sequence that lead to the ultimate accomplishment of the content. When information is omitted in this section, it demonstrates gaps in the teacher's content knowledge. History and facts about the sport. Video of a match. Terms: foil, épée, saber, mask, gloves, half and full, plastron, strip. Fencing vocabulary: grip, on guard, advance, lunge, target area, balestra, touch, pass. Position 1, ballet, salute in 2 counts, retreat, recovery of the lunge, parries to jacket, riposte fencing, right of way, remise. Safety issues and procedures, strategies, simple attacks, straight thrust, disengage, under the blade, or coupe, over the blade. Compound attacks, the beat, the press cut over, the glide. Practice basic skills with and without weapons. Bouts. At this point, information about sequence, teaching style per episode, and logistics and parameters can be placed directly into the daily lesson plan. Please see the diagram on page 307. Special comment about the primary teaching style. This subject matter relies on the replication of the model. Therefore, each movement in this beginning introduction is to be replicated, copied, imitated. Only the reproduction teaching styles are used. Once the details are identified, the time estimations are included. Designing a lesson plan for the introduction to fencing techniques. In the beginning, content topics must be scrutinized and constantly revised to be sure the sequential flow from one task to the next is logical, safe, and eventually leads to the desired content objective. Another approach for designing subject matter focuses on identifying the variety of alternative teaching learning behaviors that could be used for a content. In this approach, teachers must be aware of the characteristics of each behavior on the spectrum and be able to adjust content expectations to correspond with the different decision expectations. Generally, content is not confined to one teaching style. It can be adapted and delivered in a variety of teaching learning styles. However, the teacher's decision about the focus of the content does reinforce a set of characteristics that highlight one side of the spectrum rather than the other, reproduction or production. Please see Figure 18.2 on page 309. The teacher's intention to implement specific objectives determines the specific teaching learning experience. The teaching learning behaviors in each cluster share common characteristics, or general objectives, that are the hallmark of the particular cluster. Figure 18.3 on page 310 presents some of these characteristics. The greater the teacher's awareness of these characteristics, the easier it becomes to determine the cluster of teaching styles that is best suited for designing the subject matter. The spectrum supports a non-versus approach in classroom teaching, where deliberate mobility ability along the spectrum is a daily occurrence. Using the ideas of the clusters, let's identify a content and see how it could be used in a variety of teaching learning styles. The following content example was found on the Sport Time P-Talk discussion group and was offered as a rainy day or out-of-the-gym day fun task. This can be found at www.sporttime.com. It was stated in the website that the task, Sports and Clues, expands Sue Frainer's ideas, which appeared in an article in Great Activities. The question here is, to which teaching learning behaviors could this content be adapted? The task includes a list of clues and a list of sport names. The learner's task is to match the specific sport with the clue. For example, the sport clues are: I have a key in my name. A structure that you could walk under is in my name. Something you wear on your feet is in my name, but spelled differently. A noisy insect is the name of my sport. I am a vegetable. I'm 3 sports in 1. All require you to endure while racing like a person made of iron, etc. List of sports: triathlon surfing, cricket squash, steeplechase hockey, etc. Now, this task could be designed for a variety of teaching learning behaviors, starting with the familiar behavior in which the teacher reads the clues and the learners raise their hands to answer the questions. However, neither a shift of decisions nor individual active participation nor involvement in the attributes along the developmental channels are emphasized. It is also possible to place the learners in groups while the teacher reads the clues. However, that behavior arrangement shifts neither decisions nor content involvement. Each of these behaviors represents a canopy of the practice style B. Let's identify some possibilities. Landmark practice style B. It is possible for learners to match the list of clues and sport names on a task sheet individually and privately. The teacher would circulate and offer feedback, but since the overall task expectation is to have fun, this design is not particularly desirable. Landmark reciprocal style C. Because of the quantity of clues and sport names offered on the website, it clearly is possible to design 2 task sheets, one with clues designed for Doer 1 and a different set of clues for Doer 2. Separate criteria sheets could be made with the correct answers. This task design actively involves all learners in all content, while reinforcing social interaction. Landmark self-check style D. The learners could be asked to individually and privately practice the task using an answer sheet to check their performance. Although each learner has high active time on task, individual practice of this task in a classroom setting limits the number of attributes and developmental channels the learners could experience. This style and content could also be presented as a bulletin board display. Individual clues on cards with the answers on the back could be randomly placed on a bulletin board. Learners could check their knowledge when they have free time or when entering or exiting the gymnasium. In this situation, the content becomes an interval activity in the self-check style, rather than the primary classroom task. Landmark inclusion style E. Because some of the clues are more obviously identifying the sport name than others, my name has a key in it, hockey, it is possible to arrange the clues according to degree of difficulty. The factor determining difficulty would be how obvious to make the hint. The range could be from obvious hints to clues that make only general associations. The learners could work individually and check their answers against a prepared criteria sheet. Canopy of the command style A. Several arrangements could be designed using this behavior and content. The essence of the command style A is represented in situations where speed and responding is sought. Clues could be given and several competing learners or groups of learners could respond. 2 points could be awarded to the individual or group who responded first, and 1 point could be given to all other groups who had the correct answer. This point procedure includes more learners while acknowledging the one who recalls the quickest. Landmark divergent production style H. This task could seek divergent discovery. The learners could be invited to produce additional clues that name sports. A variety of parameters could be given to guide their production, such as to identify clues related to elementary school children and the sports and games they play. Or they could be given the parameter to design clues for the activities they play at their school. They could even be asked to design clues that have a range in difficulty and correspond to the inclusion style concept. The learner's expectations for this subject matter task can be designed to relate to a variety of landmark and canopy teaching learning behaviors. The next approach focuses on the 3D model and the infusion of the intrinsic value of movement when designing subject matter. Awareness of total physical development and tasks designed to support the specific sport or activity are the hallmark of this approach. Specific movements define each sport or activity. Baseball players are fundamentally aware of batting, throwing, catching, fielding, pitching, and sliding movements. They know a variety of techniques in each of these movement categories, and they spend time primarily practicing and playing the game according to the functional value of movement. This third approach to designing subject matter invites the teacher to view movements associated with the functional or assigned value with a 3D model to increase the learner's total physical development. This approach complements the development of specific skills for any sport or activity. Identifying skills within a sport or activity according to their physical attributes can reveal which parts of the body are overused and which are underused. The 3D model can be used to design skills that complement the anatomical or kind of movement that are needed for development in the specific sport or activity. 3 different task sheet forms are provided. Each supports a different teaching style: the practice, inclusion, and the divergent production styles. Most sports or activities that are viewed for their functional value will use the practice style B and the Inclusion Style E 3D task sheets. The Divergent production task sheet is more appropriate for students who are designing intrinsic value movements. These designs could be used to support a specific sport or activity. The reasons for designing divergent production movements are infinite. Please see the diagram on page 313. Designing Practice Style Skills Task. 1. Select a sport or activity and list the skills needed to successfully participate in that sport or activity. 2. Determine the focus of the skills according to the 3D model. 3. Design tasks that provide the learner with developmental movement opportunities that lead to the acquisition of the skills in the specific sport or activity. Designing Inclusion Style E tasks. The inclusion style is based on the notion that inclusion ensures continued development. Select a sport or activity and list the skills needed for successful participation. Then, draw or present those skills in Level 3. For each skill, design alternative levels of difficulty by identifying the factors that change the task's degree of difficulty, by manipulating the attribute position, anatomical division, or kind of movement. Design tasks for total physical development, rather than selecting tasks that highlight just one attribute or one kind of movement. Please see the diagram on page 314. The 3D model can be used to guide or to analyze movement designs. Designing movement routines is a divergent discovery behavior. The next task sheet invites learners to consider the 3D model when producing movement routines. Rather than telling students to go design a new movement sequence, this divergent discovery task sheet reminds students to first consider the possible movement options. The 3D model can provide learners with a point of reference from which they begin to explore possible movement designs. This task sheet form is useful for choreographers, aerobic trainers, and physical therapists who wish to assess the movement variations and physical or skill development emphasized in their designs. Students can use this form to discover new movements that challenge their total development. Please see the diagram on page 315. Designing Divergent Production Style H and Style I tasks. Content. Indicate the reference point from which the learner is to examine the problem. Logistics. Indicate which of the following are to be included: equipment, props, working with others. Parameters. Time, quantity, duration of positions. Please see the diagram on page 316. This section presented just 3 of the many possible approaches to designing subject matter. The aim of this section is to invite teachers to think in a variety of approaches when designing content, and to reinforce the importance of connecting content with teaching learning behaviors when designing subject matter. Awareness of and the ability to prepare lessons using episodic teaching can transform classroom teaching and learning experiences. When episodic teaching focuses on different sets of objectives, it embraces a non-versus approach to teaching. This approach honors learners' needs and their diversity, and it supports the variety of objectives that subject matter requires. Content knowledge guides what teachers teach. Pedagogical knowledge guides how teachers teach content. The next chapter reviews the spectrum research. A note regarding Chapter 19. When creating this audiobook, we chose not to include a recording of Chapter 19, a review of spectrum research, as the research referenced is no longer current. We will instead proceed directly to Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The Spectrum. This chapter addresses some thoughts about the spectrum's implications and relationships to a variety of educational aspects and issues. The spectrum goes beyond the structure and function of each style. It shows the connections and links among the variety of educational issues toward a unifying theory of teaching. Implications Network. Current issues affecting physical educators include outcomes-based teaching, standards, time on task, social and personal responsibility teaching, ESOL awareness, English for speakers of other languages, inclusion, discipline, class management, motivation, feedback, self-efficacy, etc. Ways have been devised for treating these variables by proposing techniques to improve all teaching experiences. However, the spectrum approaches these educational variables and information from a different point of view. An assumption inherent in the spectrum is that in face-to-face relationships, the behavior of the teacher affects the behavior of the learners. Therefore, each of these educational variables must be examined in light of each style. These issues cannot be resolved with a single solution, but rather from the expectations of each teaching-learning behavior. When we approach educational issues from the OTLO of each style, we derive different meanings, solutions, and implications to these variables. Since the spectrum framework differentiates teaching-learning behaviors according to their intrinsic OTLO, the implications for the educational variables must correspond with the behavior's intents. Therefore, when making implications about these educational issues, a distinction must be made about the specific behavior that is in focus. What is appropriate in one behavior may not be appropriate in another. What occurs with high frequency in one may occur only infrequently or not at all in another style. For example, feedback behavior in the practice style B must be different from feedback in the self-check style D, and again, different in inclusion style E from that in divergent production style H, etc. Although there is a general body of knowledge concerning feedback, implications for feedback practices must relate to the particular teaching-learning behavior in use at that particular time. In the same fashion, a discipline approach cannot be generalized to all educational events. Discipline requirements and expectations vary from teaching behavior to teaching behavior. Although a general body of knowledge about discipline is applicable to all deviations, the definitions and treatments of discipline problems vary and are always related to the particular behavior in use in a given episode. What is appropriate in the command style is not acceptable in the practice style. The desired behaviors of the divergent production style are out of line in the command style. This manner of thinking about discipline requires both teachers and learners to be aware of the intended expectations and to maintain consistency and respect for those expectations and focus. Application of educational issues to actual teaching events must take into consideration the specific teaching-learning expectations. Likewise, behavior that is motivating in the reciprocal style would not be effective in the divergent discovery style. The techniques for motivating learners vary. Each design must correspond with the overall objectives and learning focus of the specific teaching behavior. The issues of social and personal responsibility are not developed by only one teaching-learning approach or solution. Social and personal responsibility are developed when learners become skilled at making decisions and interacting with others in a variety of decision-making situations, from command to discovery. Social responsibility, ethics, sportsmanship, and many other human attributes cannot be developed fully when learners are denied a variety of teaching-learning experiences. A larger educational network is established when teachers are able to see the relationship among seemingly opposing issues to a repertoire of possible teaching-learning behaviors. Indeed, the educational network will expand when variables, which have an impact on learning, are examined for each teaching style. Examples of these variables include ESOL awareness, inclusion, outcomes-based teaching, ALTPE, classroom management and procedures, self-efficacy, etc. Determining the implications of educational issues to teaching practices must stem from the particular behavior used at a given time. Figure 20.1, seen on page 338, represents the network of implications that are intrinsic and unique to each style. All teaching styles view these same issues from different perspectives. Indeed, Style C views these issues differently from styles H or A or E, etc. Each style shades the various educational events according to its distinct set of objectives. Implementing the spectrum. Perhaps the first step in implementing the spectrum is to learn to see the variety of universal behaviors that occur in school and in society. Learn to see the different expectations that exist for behaving and interacting with subject matter and other people. See the aerobics class as students perform exactly to the timed model, or the cheerleaders, or the Simon Says game, or the choral performances as examples of the command style. Learn to see the three expectations, subject matter, behavior, and logistics, that shape this behavior. While looking at the arts sections of any large city's Sunday paper, see the advertisements that promote uniform performances. See the beauty that is intrinsic to these experiences, even if these experiences are not your personal preference. See the divergent discovery situations. from the choreographer's design to the science fair topics, the modern architectural structures, the content of the comedian's routines, the teenager's clothing combinations. See the divergence that exists in society. Examine your reactions, your patience, and your tolerance for these divergent situations. Learn to see the cognitive operations that drive the divergent production. Learn to see the three expectations that are inherent and the common outcomes that they all produce, products that are different from the norm, from the establishment. See the convergent discovery process that is required when solving word puzzles or mazes or problems that must be solved by one solution, a solution that must be discovered. See the self-check decisions surface as a teenager practices driving when an adult is in the car, or when a person is experimenting with a new recipe, or learning a new hobby by him or herself. See the decisions of the practice style when a teenager is taking music lessons, completing a requested task, or filling out an application form. Learning to see the variety of behaviors and the three expectations of each behavior is the first step in being able to implement the spectrum. Seeing the variety of behaviors not only establishes the legitimacy and necessity of the different behaviors, it also provides the models. A repertoire of teaching patterns permits a tremendous, wonderful variety of learning experiences. The spectrum offers the blueprint, the roadmap, for implementing a full range of educational experiences. The manner in which we teach always represents a specific model of learning. Review your teaching patterns. Bring your analysis to your gymnasium. Teach as you always do, but with attention to the patterns inherent within your teaching. Look for the delivery of the three expectations. Listen to your feedback choices. Observe the variety, or the lack of it, in the options you provide your learners. Notice the time spent on and the relationship between reproduction and production tasks. Become more aware of your deliberate decision-making patterns. Identify which decisions you always consider and those that you tend to ignore when preparing lessons and sequencing events. Determine the variety of educational objectives you use while presenting physical education content. Become familiar with your teaching learning patterns. Design short episodes. After reviewing your teaching patterns, select a teaching style that would complement, clarify, and enhance what you already do. Try planning the three expectations to deliberately lead learners to the objectives of the specific style selected. Select a specific teaching learning behavior and plan an episode using the events per episode form. Select the desired order for the three expectations: subject matter, behavior, logistics. Keep your learning focus in mind and teach with the intent of accomplishing the objectives of the selected behavior. Watch your learners participate in the decisions and in the subject matter. Plans seldom go perfectly. Expect to make adjustments. Look for the decisions that cause the deviation, make adjustments if possible, and continue, or end the episode and implement another episode later. The goal for both teacher and learner is to change the teaching and learning patterns with dignity. In these initial experiences, all teachers feel awkward, perhaps even embarrassed if events don't go perfectly. It takes time and practice to expand one's repertoire of teaching options. Assess and reflect. After the episode, review the intent of the teaching style and your actual teaching. Identify what was congruent and also what was incongruent between your intent and action. Use the events per episode form to compare what went well and what didn't. Recall the feedback used, the cognitive intent, the questions asked, the time on task. Evaluate how you included the learners in the task and the quality of your attention to the learners. Eye contact, feedback, content reinforcement, etc. Initially, it is difficult to recall events from memory. Far more reliable is the use of videotaping. Try taping your short episodes. Learn to see yourself in your teaching learning behavior. In the beginning, it is difficult for many teachers to watch themselves teach. This process is necessary if teachers are to develop awareness of what they do and to make judgments about the effects of their behavior. Learning to see oneself moves teachers to the self-check style. The more accurate teachers are at comparing their performances against the intended objectives, the more professionally equipped they become to make decisions that result in worthwhile teaching learning experiences. The more adept they become at implementing alternative teaching learning options, the more skilled they are at leading learners to a variety of educational objectives. Design additional episodes in the same style and in different styles. First, plan additional episodes in the same style to reinforce what you did well and to correct areas that needed attention. Practice until you feel as though you own the behavior. Practice in different situations and with different classes. After each practice, review and assess the results against the intended learning expectations. The cycle of practicing, planning, implementing, assessing, and reflecting by criteria is the only way to become skilled in new teaching-learning behaviors. Teachers who use the spectrum are not necessarily more skilled than other teachers, but they become more skilled when they use the ideas with authenticity and fidelity. Labels do not validate processes. Many teachers say they use a variety of educational ideas. However, their implementation procedures often invalidate the programs they are trying to replicate. The spectrum, like all other worthwhile ideas, requires a learning process, practice, introspection, and feedback. It requires reorganization of procedures. It requires courage to change and expand what one naturally or ordinarily does. It requires a re-examination and expansion of preferences. It requires strength to withstand the cynical comments of others. It requires a commitment to the ultimate goal of education, learning. Learning, the hallmark of education, requires that both teacher and learners participate in the process. Although the spectrum proposes a shift in the way we look at teaching and learning, it is an open structure that invites new alternatives, combinations, creative examples, and uses. Mosston's formulation of the structure inherent within all teaching and learning is discovery. It offers educators an all-encompassing framework in which they can explore the teaching-learning process. The spectrum of teaching styles is defined by its emphasis on deliberate teaching, teaching that demonstrates mobility ability, teaching that emphasizes the attributes along the developmental channels, and teaching that values a non-versus approach in making decisions and recognizing differences. The spectrum celebrates and maintains the integrity of human differences from command to discovery. This has been Teaching Physical Education, First Online Edition, 2008. Written by Mosston and Sarah Ashworth. Narrated by Layla Fatima.